Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In January 2024, a terrifying discovery was made in northern Chile, a vast, dead desert that stretches for hundreds of miles. Human remains were found beneath the sand. The site was close to the city of Calama, a remote, hostile area where the severe weather may prolong a body's life. Partially exposed bones were discovered by chance by a team of scientists examining the region's geological characteristics. The location was disturbing because there was no clothing or personal things that would have instantly identified the deceased, and the grave was shallow. They informed law enforcement of the discovery right away. The scene was visited by a rapid reaction team that included crime scene detectives and forensic experts. Upon further inspection, it became evident that the remains had been purposefully hidden. Someone had made the effort to dig a shallow grave despite the difficult-to-dig ground in this area. Authorities quickly concluded that a lady was the owner of the remains. A violent conclusion was suggested by preliminary forensic analysis. The fact that several of the bones were damaged indicated that the incident that resulted in her death had not happened suddenly. The media swiftly learned of the disturbing revelation. Local news outlets broadcast an urgent report the same evening. Reporters described the remains' discovery and speculated that they might be connected to a long-running missing persons case. On social media, the tale quickly gained traction and sparked heated debate. Many remembered a well-known disappearance that rocked the nation in 2022. Chile is where Javiera Jimenez was born and reared. She was raised in a loving and encouraging familial setting. She grew up with a great sense of duty because she was the oldest daughter. Her parents instilled qualities of drive and independence in their children from a young age by working hard to provide them a nice existence. Javiera soon discovered that she would need to rely on her own tenacity if she were to succeed. She has a reputation for being vivacious and motivated from an early age. She demonstrated a keen interest in academics throughout school, especially physics and math, but she found working with people to be the most fascinating. She was always willing to provide a hand and form connections because she had a natural ability to connect with others. She decided to pursue a career in dentistry as a teenager. Following high school, Javiera went to college to pursue a degree in dentistry. Her goal was to develop into a proficient practitioner and eventually start her own business. She put forth a lot of effort to juggle her academics with a part-time job because she was driven to succeed. She secured a job as a hostess at a pub, where she welcomed patrons and contributed to the friendly ambiance. In addition to giving her a paycheck, this work helped her improve her communication abilities. Javiera was actively expanding her social media following as well. She began by posting brief updates on her everyday activities, but soon a larger audience started to see her work. She worked with regional firms to market apparel, cosmetics, and other goods. Her ability to engage others and her personality helped her blog become well known very quickly. Javiera didn't confine herself to her academics and job. She was committed to being financially independent and spent a lot of time on personal growth. She left her family's house at the age of 18, paying for all of her living expenses on her own. Her early independence and capacity to overcome any obstacle made her loved ones happy. Javiera always found time for her family, even with her hectic schedule. She shared her future aspirations and frequently visited her mother and brothers, with whom she was close. She had no intention of living a life of stagnation. She was constantly trying to get better. She had enormous ambitions before she vanished. She was wanting to advance her social media profession and further her schooling while getting ready to move to a new location. In 2022, Javiera Jimenez met Andres Sutars. A group of common friends introduced them. She often spent time with Sutars. Andres Sutars initially expressed no worries. He came across as affable, self-assured, and adept at building relationships. He had a good first impression. He seemed genuinely interested in her life and was considerate and attentive. Their discussions quickly turned into a loving partnership. Everything appeared to be ideal at first. He expressed admiration for her independence, supported her, and promoted her goals. But as time passed, alarming symptoms began to appear. Javiera started observing Andres Sutars overtly. He was suspicious of her work at the bar, monitored her contacts, and often demanded answers on her movements. His actions grew increasingly invasive over time. Even when she told him she was busy, he would still show up without warning. He combed through her phone, asking questions about each new number. His jealousy became more and more irrational. Andrés Soutars didn't like Javier hanging out with friends, particularly when there were guys around. Other troubling information later came to light. Regarding his personal actions, Andrés Soutars was frequently evasive. Despite not having a reliable work, he always appeared to have money. He evaded providing precise answers whenever she inquired about his work. Javier eventually discovered that Andrés Soutars' name had been brought up in some circles associated with illicit activity among a select few friends. There were rumors that he may have been involved in illegal activities. Rumor had it that he might have been involved in copper theft and illegal trafficking. Javiera was cautioned to exercise caution by some acquaintances, but initially she ignored their advice. When Javiera became certain that Andrés Soutars was leading a second life, their relationship took a drastic turn. She didn't want anything to do with illegal activity, and she didn't want to be near people who could endanger her. She eventually decided to break up with him, stating that she didn't see their relationship going forward. Andrés Soutars, however, didn't agree with her choice. He persisted in following her, calling frequently, unexpectedly showing up, and attempting to persuade her to return. Her rejection was not taken seriously by him. He had faith that she would reconsider. Andrés Soutars grew more adamant when Javiera began to avoid him, telling her that he was aware of every detail about her and would not allow her to leave. Javiera was unaware that there would be permanent repercussions from her breakup. For Javiera, August 26, 2022 began as a typical day. Before her impending transfer, she had a get-together with her mother, Gladys Gallegos. They discussed the upcoming changes in Javiera's life while eating lunch in a shopping center. Since her parents were preparing to move, she had been anticipating this new chapter. In order to have more freedom and space, she planned to remain in the family house. Javiera expressed her ideas regarding the future during their talk. She discussed finishing her education, advancing her work, and boosting her salary on social media. She was vivacious and ambitious. Gladys was pleased to see how happy her daughter appeared. When they got home from their excursion, Javier assisted her mother with housework. She was prepared to start this new chapter in her life and had already packed her things for the move. Javier informed her mother she would be spending the night at a friend's house later that night, right before she left. It was not out of the ordinary. She frequently spent time with friends. She and her mother kept texting when she got to her friend's house. As usual, they exchanged ideas and talked about their plans to move. Everything appeared to be typical. However, as midnight drew near, a message arrived that altered everything. Javier was overjoyed when Andrés Soutars texted her, saying, "I found your dog." She had been looking everywhere for her dog Lucky, who had vanished a few days prior. On social media, she had shared the story and promised a reward to anyone who could assist return him home. She had been devastated by the loss of Lucky. Thus, there was a prompt reaction to Andrés Soutars' letter. She never replied after sending her mother a text to inform her that she had reached her friend's house. All phone calls to her were not returned a few hours later. Javiera was expected to come home the following day, but she never did. No one knew where she was, so her family started phoning her friends. She vanished without warning. Her loved ones' last chat with her and the note that would later be a crucial component of the investigation were the only hints they had. Family and friends were extremely concerned about Javiera Jimenez's disappearance, but Andrés Soutars was the only one who didn't seem to care. He responded distantly and without concern when Gladys Gallegos eventually reached him. With composure, he said he had no idea where her daughter was. He then started outlining his account of what had happened. He claimed that he had met up with Javier that evening in order to assist her in finding her missing dog. Despite driving to multiple areas, they were unable to find anything. He proposed that they visit Calama, the city where he was raised, to help her forget about her problem. Javiera concurred with his version of events. She may have intended to spend the night at his house because she was packing to relocate the following day and had a suitcase with her. His story became more and more erratic from that point on. They got into an argument during their trip, he said. He claimed that Javiera became acutely aware that her suitcase was missing. It was said to have dropped from the trunk. She was upset and demanded that they go back and find it. According to Andres Sutar, he stopped and volunteered to assist in looking for her possessions. Javiera, however, would not return to the vehicle. She simply declared she didn't want to continue the journey and got out. "I left her there because that's what she wanted. I figured she'd find a way to get home," he said. This account of what happened didn't make sense. He didn't try to persuade her to get back in the car after Javiera allegedly found herself stranded on a highway in the middle of the night, far from the city, without a way to call for assistance or transportation. He never even looked to see if she was okay. Gladys knew from once that his tale was strange. Andres Sutaris began contradicting himself as she prodded him for specifics. He first stated that he had dropped her off close to Calama, and then he stated that it was somewhere before returning to Antofagasta. The fact that he was unable to identify the precise spot where this had occurred only increased suspicion. Andres Sutars hesitated before answering Gladys's question about why he hadn't called her or any of Javiera's friends to inform them that he had left her alone at night. "I thought she was just upset and would get home on her own," he answered. But it didn't sound credible. He rewrote his story a few hours later. This time, he stated that he had been in a car accident after departing Javiera. He said he had gone to the hospital to be looked out after his automobile was struck from behind by another motorist. He claimed that this was the reason he never returned to find her. Gladys Gallegos, Javier's mother, received an unexpected message late on Saturday night, over 24 hours after her daughter vanished. It was an odd-sounding call from an unidentified number. "Mom, it's me. I left. There was an accident. I need some time. Don't worry about me. I'll come back once everything is settled. Love you. Take care of Grandma and my brother." Gladys read it repeatedly. There was a strange feeling. The language sounded impersonal and remote. But it was the errors that worried her the most. Her daughter never abbreviated words, never made spelling mistakes, and always wrote with care. Typographical errors and language that didn't sound like her were present in this message. Calling the number that had sent the message was her first inclination. The call was unsuccessful. The telephone had already been switched off. Her concern grew. She contacted Javiera's pals right away and shared the text with them. They all responded in unison. This is something Javiera would never have written. They were familiar with her messaging style, tone, and typical facial expressions. This message didn't feel like her. It was robotic and frigid. Additionally, the content seemed oddly ambiguous. In what location was she? What sort of mishap had occurred? Why hadn't she explained the situation? Instead of calling, why send a brief, mysterious SMS from an unknown number? Gladys immediately rushed to the police. The message was recorded as a probable attempt to deflect suspicion away from a possible crime and mislead the inquiry. The case was promptly given to a task group. Initially, investigators were able to identify the SIM card from which the communication originated. The phone provider attested to the fact that the number had been linked to a fraudulent identity, which is a typical practice when buying anonymous prepaid cards. Law enforcement then made an effort to locate the phone. Although the device had been turned off soon after sending the message, they anticipated being able to locate a broad area. It was located close to Calama, where Andres Sutars had reported last seeing Javiera, according to the last known signal. Subsequent investigations showed that this was the only time the phone had been used for this message. This implied that the text had probably been prepared in advance to deceive her family and give the impression that she had departed on her own volition. Experts also looked at the message's actual substance. It was written by someone who was not familiar with Javiera's usual writing style. According to linguistic analysis, the errors and odd wording were obvious. Her voice wasn't this. This finding turned as the main defense of the message's falsification. Law enforcement was reassured that Javier had not chosen to go missing. Andres Sutars became the main suspect as detectives began treating the situation as a potential crime. There was no question that foul play was engaged once the police concluded that the communication sent under Javiera's name was fraudulent, but the probe proceeded slowly in the absence of hard proof. Andres Sutars could do as he wanted. because he was merely a suspect in the eyes of the law. Javier's relatives and friends began their own inquiry after realizing that each day that passed without answers diminished their chances of discovering the truth. They investigated Andres Sutar's past, talked to those who knew him, and looked for any indications that he had engaged in illegal activity. They soon discovered evidence that connected him to illicit activities. They discovered individuals who said Andres Sutar had participated in rail copper theft through mutual relationships. He allegedly belonged to a gang that engaged in illegal metal extraction and sales. Reports of his hostile behavior also arose. His short fuse was described by those who knew him. He had been in physical altercations, got into arguments often, and couldn't stand being contradicted. The family's anxieties were only increased by these facts. He was more than capable of committing a significant crime if he had a history of hostility, particularly when he was furious. Javier's friends remembered that she had told them about Andres Sutar's growing obsession and control. They discovered past texts in which she had complained that he was following her, contacting her several times a day, and requesting to know her whereabouts. The police performed a forensic analysis of Andres Sutar's vehicle while her family members persisted in their investigation. His car might contain important evidence because he was the last person to see Javiera alive. Investigators discovered blood traces. Stains on the passenger seat and the inside of the door were discovered at initial inspection. Additionally, they found fibers that seemed to be identical to what Javiera had been wearing. DNA analysis was performed on the blood samples. The greatest worries were confirmed by the results a few days later. It was Javiera Jimenez's blood. Andres Sutar's claim that he had just dropped her off on the highway was totally demolished by this discovery. Why was her blood in his car if she had voluntarily gotten out? Why hadn't he reported her injuries, assuming any had occurred? His car also provided GPS data to the police. According to the analysis, Andres Sutar had in fact been traveling toward Calama the night before Javier vanished, but he had chosen a secondary road that led into the desert rather than the main one. His vehicle stayed in that isolated location for a long time before moving on. The case changed course as a result of this information. Investigators now thought that this place might have been the scene of a crime or a hiding place for evidence. Andres Sutar knew he was going to be arrested as soon as he heard the police had obtained the forensic results. His attitude shifted. He no longer communicated with anyone he had previously trusted. He abruptly packed a bag and fled his flat the day before he was supposed to be questioned by the police. He was seen carrying a little rucksack as he left his building and got into a car on surveillance footage. Later, neighbors attested to the fact that he had departed in haste and never came back. A warrant for his arrest was promptly issued by the authorities, but he had already left. Upon more examination, it was discovered that Andres Sutar had crossed the border using forged documents. He was now considered a fugitive. Although his name was added to a global criminal database, he had escaped detection. All that was left for Javier's family was to wait and continue to seek for justice. One thing they knew for sure was that he would eventually make a mistake, and the law would then catch up with him. The initial efforts by law enforcement to capture Andres Sutar failed. He was not there when his automobile was discovered abandoned on the outskirts of Antofagasta. It was obvious that he had meticulously prepared his escape route beforehand. His phone records were examined, and it was discovered that he had called a number of people who were already being investigated by the police for possible criminal activity in the hours prior to his disappearance. This supported the idea that he had vanished by using his contacts. Investigators soon verified that Andres Sutar had escaped Chile by illegally entering Bolivia. He had used less well-known smuggling routes, which are frequently used by traffickers, to get via official checkpoints. He took on a new identity after arriving in a foreign nation. Even though he knew that authorities were constantly looking for him, he was able to remain hidden for months. Javier's loved ones persisted in their investigation despite its difficulties. Gladys Gallegos made sure Andres Sutar stayed on worldwide wanted lists by persistently working to keep the case in the public glare. The family produced brochures using his picture, raised awareness on social media, and contacted the media. Somewhere, they hoped, someone will recognize him and call the police. However, their announcement of a reward for information leading to his capture proved to be the most successful move. Anyone with reliable information regarding his whereabouts would receive a sizable payment from the family. This strategy was successful. Soon after, in late 2023, the first leads appeared. Andres Zutars was said to have been seen in a city in Bolivia. He was leading a solitary life, avoiding notice and interacting with locals only seldom. The Bolivian officials used information obtained from informants to start following his whereabouts. They learned that he had been working odd jobs, living under a false identity, and avoiding the use of official documents that would reveal who he really was. However, he had failed to fully vanish. Motivated by the incentive, a local citizen gave police his precise location in January 2024. In order to apprehend him, authorities launched a focused operation right away. The building where Andres Zutars had been hiding was encircled by police on January 5, 2024, in a city in Bolivia. It was a quick operation. Without resistance, he was immediately placed under arrest. He didn't act aggressively or in terror when he was arrested. He seemed at ease, as though he had already come to terms with his lot. However, there was no way out this time. Officially in jail, Andres Zutars would soon be brought to court in Chile. Bolivian officials started the extradition process after his capture was confirmed. Andres Zutars was returned to Chile in a matter of days so that he might finally face justice. At last, Javier's family was able to witness justice being served to the individual who killed their daughter. For them, however, this was just the start of a protracted battle. They were committed to making sure he was given the harshest punishment possible. Andres Zutars was put in a prison center right away after being extradited to Chile. With the main suspect now in jail, the inquiry moved into a new stage. For almost a year and a half, authorities had a genuine chance to obtain the answers they were looking for. He initially remained silent. He consistently insisted that he had nothing to do with Javier's disappearance, avoiding direct queries. Investigators, however, were ready. His involvement was evident from the evidence they had collected. The pressure increased. He eventually gave up trying to hide the obvious. He added in a chilly, emotionless voice, "I killed her." His confession sounded emotionless, as though it were a factual statement. He made no effort to defend his behavior, and there was no regret. He didn't apologize. He didn't try to play the victim. He continued to speak in an unsettlingly composed tone, as though he were narrating a routine incident. His earlier claims were totally at odds with the information he supplied. He acknowledged that he had not originally wanted to hurt Javiera, but he made a decision he never intended to change after she refused to make amends and ended their relationship permanently. He enticed her in by claiming to have located her misplaced puppy. She agreed to meet because she trusted him and didn't know what was in store for her. He said the crime happened on an empty highway late at night. Under the guise of looking for a missing luggage that had allegedly fallen from the trunk, he stopped. He struck Javiera fatally as soon as she got out of the automobile. In the belief that the severe weather would destroy any traces, he then drove farther into the desert, excavated a shallow grave, and buried her bones. Investigators started looking for the burial place the day after he confessed. Andres Zutars gave them the coordinates, and they used them to search the region. Human remains were found by officials in mid-January 2024. The location, a shallow grave covered with sand, was closely inspected. The identification process was started by forensic experts, although Javiera's family members were already aware of the facts. Forensic analysis a few days later validated their fears. Javiera Jimenez was the owner of the remains. The pursuit of justice was not yet ended, but the search was. Her family called for the perpetrator who did it to have the worst punishment possible. The case was turned over to the court after his confession. The question of his culpability had been resolved. There was no reason to reject his own statements, the proof, or the finding of Javier's body. The court now had to decide how to punish him. The maximum punishment, life in jail without the chance of release, was what Javier's family sought. They were positive that he was a threat to the community. There was no other meaning of justice for her mother, Gladys Gallegos. She was convinced that Andres Zutars would conduct another crime if he were ever freed. The court was provided with all of the evidence by the prosecution. The premeditation of the crime was proven by experts. The choice to take her to an abandoned place, the false invitation, and the total lack of any effort to assist her all suggested a well-thought-out deed. Any assertion that this had been an accident was refuted by forensic experts who recorded injuries. Nonetheless, the defense made an effort to advocate for a lighter sentence. From a legal perspective, the lawyer contended that his client's voluntary confession and assistance in finding the remains may be regarded as collaboration with the investigation. On the basis of this technicality, they asked for leniency. Xaviera's family was infuriated by this dispute. Andres Sutar's confession was clearly not an act of regret, in their opinion. Only after being forced into a corner had he come clean. He wasn't guilty. He was just attempting to shorten his phrase. Several weeks passed throughout the experiment. Gladys watched the process take place at each session. Her unrelenting determination was evident in her eyes, but she never allowed her emotions to control her. The judge allowed her a chance to speak at the last hearing. There was silence in the courtroom. She raised her voice and said, "This man took my daughter from me. He ended her life, buried her in the desert, and then ran away, hoping no one would ever find him. He has not regretted it for a single second. He feels no remorse. If he is ever released, he will do this again. I ask this court to impose the only sentence he deserves: life in prison. I'm not asking for revenge. I am demanding justice." Before the court adjourned to render a decision, her remarks served as the last argument. The judge came back a few hours later and read the ruling. Andres Sutars was convicted of Javier Jimenez's premeditated crime. The court condemned him to life in jail without the possibility of parole in light of the seriousness of the deed and his attempt to elude punishment. Silent applause erupted in the courtroom as she embraced her loved ones. Gladys Gallegos started crying. This marked the conclusion of a protracted battle, but her suffering continued. At least justice had been done, even though her daughter would never come back. Andres Sutars would now be in prison for the remainder of his life, which is precisely where he should be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. A behavioral tendency known as overprotectiveness occurs when parents or other adult relatives take on an excessive amount of control over a person's life, always protecting them from the outside world. Another important characteristic is the total abdication of personal accountability, which spares the person from having to deal with the fallout from any mistakes or inappropriate actions. The main risk associated with this dynamic is the breakdown of sound personal boundaries. People who are continuously micromanaged in one or more areas of their lives eventually start to think that all of their issues will be resolved. This creates the delusion of immunity from repercussions and an attitude of entitlement. The peaceful and tight-knit hamlet of Mountain City, Tennessee, was rocked by a vicious double crime involving two young parents in 2012. In the end, 4 persons were found guilty of this heinous conduct, but 3 of them were later shown to have been duped by someone with a very specific goal in mind. The Janelle Potter case serves as a chilling illustration of what can occur when unbridled control and compulsive protection go too far and have disastrous results. On January 17, 1982, Janelle Potter was born in a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania suburb. She was the youngest of Marvin and Barbara Potter's 2 daughters. Marvin was a former Marine, and Barbara was a secretary for a small retail business. Janelle grew up with her older sister, Christina, who was 6 years her senior. However, because of the way their parents handled things, the 2 sisters' relationship was difficult and hostile from the beginning. Janelle was delicate and frequently sick from birth due to her early birth. Her parents were very cautious and careful with her, always keeping her safe. As their youngest and most beloved daughter, she was free to do as she pleased and was forgiven for everything as long as she continued to be joyful and smile. The older daughter, Christina, was supposed to assist in taking care of her sibling. She was expected to take care of Janelle's every need at their parents' insistence, making her more of a caregiver than a sibling. Christina started to object to this unjust arrangement as she grew older. She was reprimanded and chastised for pushing back when she demanded her own time and space. Janelle was the focal point of the Potter household. She was treated like a princess, showered with praise, and made to feel that she was genuinely unique. From an early age, her parents closely monitored every aspect of her life, taking every precaution to shield her from any potential danger or error. Janelle was consequently raised in a sort of emotional vacuum, deprived of the opportunity to gain knowledge from experience or deal with the inevitable fallout from her deeds. Marvin and Barbara started to pay more and more attention to Janelle as she grew older, eventually ignoring Christina. Christina disappeared into the distance. She struggled to get even a small portion of her parents' attention and was left on her own. Her achievements were disregarded or underappreciated, despite the fact that she put a lot of effort into her studies, achieved high marks, continued to participate in sports and dance, and succeeded in many other ways. It didn't seem to matter what she did. However, Janelle was fully aware that she was the favorite. She began testing boundaries even as a child, only to discover that there were none for her. No one ever disciplined her for the frequent lies she told. Her parents blindly believed her when she blamed her sister for anything that was damaged or ruined, even though Christina hadn't done anything wrong. She was the one who received reprimands or grounding. When Janelle was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 10, her parents' level of supervision and control over her only increased. They got completely overly protective. Barbara, in particular, was mostly responsible for this, and Marvin generally followed her instructions. Janelle was not permitted to go outside with other kids her own age. She couldn't go anyplace by herself. She was always watched over. Janelle struggled academically as soon as she started school. She was deemed disinterested, inattentive, and unwilling to work hard by her teachers. But her parents didn't agree. They said the teachers were out to get her, or blamed her health issues. They consistently reassured her that homework didn't really matter, and never reprimanded her for receiving low grades. At school, Janelle never quite fit in. She always blamed someone else for her arguments with pupils, made up stories, tipped off professors, and engaged in small-scale antics. Almost every day, Barbara and Marvin would show up at the school and confront the teachers and other pupils, asking that their daughter be treated like a queen and given every luxury. Janelle appeared extremely demanding and spoiled to most of those around her due to her frequent tantrums and altercations. Teachers even advocated for her suspension or her expulsion from the school. Her parents, however, never noticed any issues. To them, it was always the fault of others. There was nothing their darling Janelle could do wrong. They believed that she was perfect and could not make a mistake. Christina's parents never took joy in her achievements, despite the fact that she graduated with honors and was admitted into a reputable university. They no longer even acknowledged her existence. Their younger daughter was the center of their life, so Christina decided to take matters into her own hands. She moved out, obtained a job while she was still in school, and became financially independent. She progressively separated from the family because she was tired of being the scapegoat. Janelle grew more dramatic, conceited, and challenging to be around as she grew older. She was always complaining, making demands, and starting arguments. Her mother, who was always quick to protect her in any circumstance and wasn't scared to debate with anyone who dared challenge her daughter, was rarely seen without her. The calm, suburban community didn't exactly embrace the Potters. Most people thought they were strange, and some even felt sorry for Janelle since they thought her emotional health had been severely harmed by her mother's overbearing control. Nevertheless, in order to prevent any drama or dispute, the majority of neighbors decided to keep their distance. College wasn't even an option for Janelle because she had a below-average GPA when she finished from high school. But Barbara didn't seem to mind. She assured Janelle that she didn't have to work or study. Janelle was absolutely content with the fact that they could take care of her completely. She spent her days on the computer and watching TV, and no one ever set time limits for her. Her parents tightly regulated every aspect of her life, even when she was in her 20s. She was not permitted to drive, go on dates, or even socialize out with her classmates. Janelle lacked fundamental social skills, never made her own decisions, and had no friends. She didn't understand personal accountability or repercussion. Citing Janelle's precarious condition, Barbara and Marvin justified their actions as an act of love and protection. Janelle made no protests. She was released from all blame and obligation. No matter what, her parents always gave her praise and shielded her. The Potter family made the decision to move to Mountain City, a quiet, little Tennessee community of just over 3,000 people in 2006. It was the type of community where almost everyone knew one another, and there was very little crime. At first glance, it appeared to be the ideal location for a peaceful, stress-free existence. They purchased a small but cozy house in a quiet neighborhood. The locals took notice of the visitors right away. The neighbors showed genuine interest in getting to know the new family in town, stopped by to introduce themselves and offered assistance. Everything went well at first. The neighbors even became friends with Barbara, but soon everyone started noting strange behavior from everyone in the house. The adult daughter first came across as courteous and accessible, but Janelle would react with dramatic outbursts or emotional meltdowns if anyone disagreed with her or provided even the smallest criticism. Her mother would then leap in to protect her, without even asking what had happened. Marvin established himself as a fixture at neighborhood hangouts, where he was frequently spotted having a drink and telling extravagant stories about his valiant military past. People in the town soon realized that most of these stories were either fabricated or greatly exaggerated. Nevertheless, they were sympathetic to him and called him the village storyteller in jest. Though she didn't appear to know how, Janelle also made an effort to make friends. She eventually discovered a tactic that helped her get the attention she so desperately sought. She started telling people she was very ill, claiming to have a variety of crippling and incurable illnesses. She even revealed to others that she had been given a terminal diagnosis and had not long to live. People took her seriously and felt a great deal of sympathy for someone they believed to be nearing the end of her life. Who would lie about such an event after all? However, as time went on, and she continued to make irrelevant diagnoses, people began to suspect her. Before long, a lot of people realized that her stories were not consistent. Social media has really taken off by the late 2000s. It developed into a location where people could meet new people, reconnect with old acquaintances, and perhaps find love. Still largely confined to her house, Janelle spent endless hours every day on the internet, creating accounts on various platforms. The internet became into a sort of window to the outside world, and it was actually the only one she had. She appeared to have a social life because of it. She stuffed her pages with made-up information about herself, bragging about made-up hobbies, phony achievements, and an exciting lifestyle. To her credit, she managed to pull it off with remarkable inventiveness. Janelle downloaded images from the internet, including concert and party photos, and picked out images where the faces were hidden by shadows or bright lights. After that, she added words and applied filters to each photo to give the impression that she had been there. She occasionally even went so far as to post in-depth accounts of entire events she said she had been to, replete with names, locations, and lengthy narratives. Everything appeared remarkably realistic. Janelle became well known on social media very fast. The story she was selling, one that was full of parties, travel, and thrilling adventures, was easily embraced by people who didn't actually know her. Her profile soon gained thousands of followers after she sent out hundreds of friend requests every day. She got dozens of likes and positive comments on every picture and post she uploaded, which gave her the boost she needed. She had created a whole dream world in which she was successful, well-liked, and surrounded by supportive people all the time, but eventually something started to seem lacking. She became aware that one essential component was missing from her well-constructed online persona: a romantic plot. Janelle immediately made a phony profile, pretending to be a man this time. She used the same process, searching the internet for eye-catching images, editing and applying filters, and then sharing them as though they were her own. That account also became popular, eventually gaining more than 1,000 followers. In order to create the appearance that the two were going to events together, she began sharing party photos from both pages that were exactly the same and tagged the same locations. Janelle used this fake account to post poems, emotional remarks, and praises to herself beneath her images, all of which were staged for her followers to view. Some even commented on how fortunate she was to have such a considerate love partner, expressing envy. Janelle had also joined a local online forum at about the same time. It resembled a message board or town-wide forum where inhabitants of Mountain City exchanged updates, discussed events, and posted local news. Although some users used their real identities, the platform provided anonymity, and many users used aliases. Janelle rarely posted on the forum, although she would occasionally browse it. She mainly just perused conversations. She wasn't as drawn to the platform because she couldn't shine or fake fame there. The members of this group did, after all, know her and were aware of her reputation, which many people thought was strange. When Janelle eventually made her first true friend, she was getting close to 30. She was born and reared in Mountain City and went by Tracy Greenall. Tracy was a well-read, intelligent, and approachable employee at a nearby pharmacy. Janelle started to gradually venture out into the world with Tracy. They would spend every day talking on the phone, hanging out in cafes, taking walks in the park, and shopping at the neighborhood mall. Janelle's parents welcomed Tracy into their home and, for the first time, didn't object to her making friends. Janelle flourished in this new, laid-back environment. She was heard. She no longer had to manipulate or exaggerate in order to command attention. The fact that someone actually cared about her was utterly novel and reassuring. After a while, Tracy introduced Janelle to her wider network of relatives and friends, and before long, the two of them were spending time with a large group of people, rather than just one. Billy Payne, Tracy's stepbrother, was one of those pals. He was young, intelligent, attractive, and quick with a joke. Billy was the type of person who, wherever he went, inherently became the focus of attention. Janelle was enthralled at once. She felt genuine romantic feelings for the first time in her life, but they weren't reciprocal. Janelle had no idea how to casually express affection or flirt. Rather, she yelled for attention and grew obviously agitated when it wasn't given back. Billy was pushed away by her strong and unpredictable behavior. She immediately caught his attention as strange, and he began to avoid her. Janelle started acting in an obsessive preoccupation as her emotions grew stronger. She started showing up wherever Billy happened to be and sending him loving notes on social media, but Billy continued to distance himself. After roughly 6 weeks, he came clean about his relationship with Billie Jean. He declared her to be his girlfriend in front of the entire bunch of friends. Billy gave his new relationship his whole attention after that and ceased spending any time with the group. Janelle, meantime, was falling apart. She was emotional, unpredictable, and demanding, like someone who had lost their favorite item. Her entreaty to Tracy to intervene between her brother and Billie Jean only served to exacerbate tensions between the two friends. The town began to hear rumors that Billy and Billie Jean were engaged at about the same time. The pair was praised by others who described them as a perfect combination. Even on the town's local chat site, their romance became a big issue. Except for Janelle, everyone appeared sincere in their happiness. She didn't think she had just lost a crush. The love of her life had been stolen. That feeling of loss eventually gave way to resentment, which in turn gave way to retaliation. After a while, Janelle made amends with Tracy, her lone friend, and sought assistance in finding a new partner. In agreement, Tracy presented her to Jamie Curd, her cousin. Jamie, an IT specialist at a nearby company, was 7 years Janelle's senior. He had never been very successful in relationships, in part because he was perceived as a little aloof and awkward. He and Janelle might have been a good match on paper, but she had other plans. Janelle devised a strategy because she was afraid her parents would disapprove of her dating someone much older. Under the guise of needing assistance with her computer, installing software, troubleshooting, or setting it up, she invited Jamie around. Every time she lavished him with praise in front of her parents, highlighting the importance of his abilities. Jamie became a welcome regular at Barbara and Marvin's house when they invited him to stay for supper one evening. A month or so later, Janelle told her mother in private that she was attracted to Jamie. She lost little time in moving forward at full speed with her mother's approval. Janelle and Jamie announced their relationship a few days later and started going everywhere together. In actuality, though, Janelle had no genuine feelings for Jamie. She was trying to make Billy envious by using the relationship as a ruse. It was unsuccessful. Billy didn't mind at all. Janelle was able to gain an invitation to Tracy's house for a family dinner while she was still attempting to attract his attention. Clearly wanting to make a statement, she arrived clutching Jamie's hand, but she was in for a nasty surprise of her own. Billy made the shocking announcement that he and Billie Jean were getting married at dinner. He also disclosed that they didn't want to wait long to get married because they were expecting a child. The news was like a lightning strike to Janelle. Her hopes vanished in an instant, and a much darker scheme took their place. A few days after the meal, some unsavory stories started to circulate on the local chat forum in Mountain City. In anonymous posts, Billie Jean was accused of leading a careless life, having dated numerous men in the neighborhood and having previously received treatment for a serious illness. According to the posts, she was now tricking Billy by claiming that he was the father of her child, even though he wasn't. None of it was real, but people love to talk, and rumor spreads quickly in small towns. It was obvious that someone was stoking the flames by making fresh charges to keep the debate going. Billie Jean soon found herself the target of vicious online assaults and outright abuse. Billy supported her in spite of the deluge of criticism and public condemnation. He refused to go since he didn't believe any of it. Together they attempted to protect Billie Jean's reputation, but it soon became apparent that retaliating on social media was futile, so they reported the abuse to the police. They didn't know who was actually responsible at that point. Despite the forum's anonymity feature, local detectives quickly identified the slander campaign's origin. The pair demanded that Janelle stay away and stop all communication as soon as the truth was revealed, and they filed for a restraining order against her. However, the struggle that ensued was just the start of something much more profound. Now surrounded, Janelle made several phony social media profiles. She started sending herself threatening messages, claims of bodily harm, based on those profiles. After showing her parents these texts, she told them she was afraid for her life and believed Billy and Billie Jean were going to hurt her. Marvin and Barbara have complete faith in their daughter. When the family returned to the police, the officers discovered that Janelle was the one who had sent the texts. Nevertheless, the evidence was rejected by her parents. Their belief that their daughter was the victim persisted. Janelle and the couple's tension turned into what could only be called a protracted conflict. Billy and Billie Jean almost always ended up in a furious altercation with a member of the Potter family in town, complete with yelling, accusations, insults, and even threats. Each party requested restraining orders against the others in several police reports. This back and forth continued for almost a full year. After then, things appeared to settle down. Neighbors began to think that the dispute had finally subsided, when it ceased to garner headlines in the town forum. Actually, Janelle had just changed her approach. Rather than more yelling and public altercations, she was getting ready to act. At this point, Barbara started getting emails from a man posing as Chris, a CIA agent. He alerted her to the fact that there was solid evidence that Billy and Billie Jean were planning to hurt Janelle. The threat was genuine, he added, but there wasn't enough hard proof to make arrests. Insisting that Janelle was in grave danger, Chris also started writing to Marvin and Jamie. He underlined the necessity of taking action before the pair could carry out their purported plan. Surprisingly, this enigmatic agent was able to win over Janelle's parents and boyfriend in a matter of weeks. Before long, the four of them were exchanging messages and continuously formulating what they thought was a plan to keep Janelle safe. About a month later, Chris alerted them to the fact that Billy and Billie Jean were actively seeking a person to execute their purported scheme. He supplied a thorough step-by-step breakdown of what needed to be done and warned that time was running short. Following the agent's directions, Jamie and Marvin drove to the residence where Billie Jean, and their 8-month-old baby, Tyler, were sleeping early on January 31, 2012. The family was unaware of what was going to occur. Through a window on the first floor, Jamie and Marvin went into the couple's bedroom. Marvin had a revolver with him that he had stolen from home. He approached the bed in silence and shot Billy in the face, instantly taking his life. Billie Jean was startled by the sound and scurried out of bed in fright and bewilderment. In an attempt to save her son, she hurried to the nursery, but the guys followed her. Before she could even make it to the door, she was shot twice in the back as she was picking up her infant. Little Tyler somehow made it through the trauma. He was traumatized, but not gravely hurt. The two males left the scene of the heinous act. The sound of gunfire startled the neighbors, who promptly called emergency personnel. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. Authorities discovered a terrible scene inside the residence. The body of a young man who had been shot in the head was in one room. In another, a small toddler sat beside his mother's dead body in a pool of blood. The Potter family, who had been embroiled in a savage conflict with the victims for years, was almost instantly identified by police authorities as the source of all the evidence. Marvin and Barbara initially disputed everything, but as the pressure increased, they gave in. They exposed everything, including Jamie's direct role in the incident, the purported conspiracy to harm their daughter, and the so-called CIA agent. Investigators swiftly verified that the emails came from within the Potters' own house after tracking down the IP address associated with Agent Chris's emails. It was revealed that the enigmatic agent was actually Janelle. They had all been duped by her. All 4 of the people involved were arrested after her frantic attempts to defend herself failed. Jamie promptly consented to cooperate in return for a reduced sentence. He gave a thorough account of what transpired on the morning of the attack. He maintained that he had no idea who Chris was, and that he genuinely thought he was rescue the lady he loved. Jamie received a 25-year prison sentence. The perpetrator of the deadly killings, Marvin Potter, was given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Barbara, his wife, was found guilty of aiding and abetting the scheme and was sentenced to life in prison. The mastermind, Janelle, entered this with the idea that she could control everyone and get away with it, but her complex plan backfired. She received a life sentence after being found guilty of planning a violent act. Ultimately, she had made her closest friends and family become pawns in a scheme that killed 2 innocent individuals, all while pretending that she was the one in peril. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Faith Hedgepeth, then 19 years old, was discovered dead in her Chapel Hill apartment in 2012. When authorities started their investigation, they soon encountered a wall of uncertainty and dead ends. They were diverted by conflicting accounts from her closest friends and family, odd 911 calls, and false leads. Investigators were frequently left with more questions than answers. When a seemingly promising lead turned out to be a dead end, the case became colder as time went on and important pieces of evidence stopped making sense. The identity of Faith's killer remained a mystery despite constant efforts. Why did the inquiry stall so significantly, and who was responsible for her brutal death? Let's investigate this case. Unaware of the tragic turn their day would take, Rosario and her companion Marisol Rangel arrived back at their flat just before 11 a.m. on September 6, 2012. They called for Faith as they walked in, but the place was oddly silent. Uncertain of what to anticipate, they approached Faith's bedroom with trepidation. They were stunned by what they discovered. Faith's corpse was on the ground, partially wrapped in a blanket and covered in blood. 3 years after Faith was brutally killed in an apartment she shared with a friend by a killer who is still at large, there are still many unanswered questions and speculations surrounding this case. Shocked, Rosario called 911, her voice shaking as she described what she had found. Once vibrant, Faith was gone, leaving the friends to wonder forever, who could have done this, and why? We must examine the final hours of Faith's life in order to comprehend what transpired to get to this point. Around 5:45 p.m. on the evening of September 5, 2012, Faith went to a rush event for Alpha Pi Omega, a Native American sorority at the University of North Carolina. She met Rosario after departing at 7:15 p.m., and the 2 of them studied at the library until almost 9 p.m. Around this same period, Faith texted her father about her plans for the future. He still has the final voicemail he ever got from her saved. After returning to the flat at around 11:30 p.m., they went out once more, landing at The Thrill, a nightclub, at 12:40 a.m. They danced and socialized for around an hour and a half. Their departure was captured by security cameras. Since Rosario wasn't feeling well, they made the decision to return to the flat, arriving just as Faith's Facebook account was accessed. Faith's phone sent a text message to Rosario's ex-boyfriend, Brandon Edwards, at approximately 3:40 a.m. "Hey B, can you come over here, please? Rosario needs you more." You know. Please let her know you care." 3 minutes later, the same phone sent another message that contained the word "than," which was thought to be a correction for a typo in the first message. The last known activity on Hedgepeth's phone was this text exchange. After that, Rosario attempted to get in touch with Edwards and then collegiate soccer player Jordan McCrary, but neither of them answered. Rosario thought Faith was asleep when she left the flat at 4:25 a.m. She stayed at a friend's place until the next morning. Rosario attempted to contact Faith once more at 10:30 a.m., but received no response. She contacted Marisol out of concern, and the two of them proceeded to the apartment where Faith's death was found. Who was in charge? Is Rosario Rangel or another person involved? Faith's cause of death is still unknown, but as the inquiry progresses, more information will become available. Faith Hedgepeth, a proud member of the Holly-Washapani Native American tribe, was born in 1992 in Warren County, North Carolina. After her parents divorced, Faith was raised by her mother, Connie, and she grew up in a difficult home. Connie, who had 3 children already, named her Faith because she thought it would give her the courage and optimism she needed to raise a 4th kid in a challenging situation. Faith was a good student in spite of these obstacles. As a cheerleader, honor student, and involved member of multiple clubs, she succeeded in high school. She attended the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, thanks to her diligence, which earned her a Gates Millennium Scholarship. Faith dreamed of becoming a teacher or a pediatrician and wanted to be the first member of her family to earn a college degree. Despite taking the spring 2012 semester off, she had a successful first 2 years at UNC Chach. She shared a Chapel Hill off-campus apartment with her friend Karina Rosario and Rosario's boyfriend Eric Taco Jones throughout that summer. But Karina and Eric had a violent relationship, and Faith assisted Karina in obtaining a protective order against Eric after he twice attempted to enter into their apartment. Eric lost his temper and even threatened to kill Faith if he couldn't reconcile with Karina. Faith's life had taken a dark turn, and even though she continued to have hope for the future, she found herself in a precarious situation. Faith's family was devastated by her passing. Faith's loss was unfathomable to her mother, who had already dealt with a lot of difficulties as a single mom raising her children. Having lost a sister who served as a support system and role model, Faith's siblings were also devastated. Her family was left to deal with her passing. She had been a bright, kind young woman with a bright future. In addition to being extremely personal, Faith's passing was a setback for the entire community, which had supported her aspirations and watched her develop. Her family was left feeling incredibly empty and unable to comprehend why someone so full of promise had been brutally ripped from them. The choice to start the investigation into Faith's death in secret sparked immediate criticism. In contrast to standard police practice, the Chapel Hill authorities took considerable care to conceal information. All records were sealed by a court order, and even the media's repeated requests for information were turned down. The police worked discreetly behind closed doors, gathering evidence from the incident without disclosing what they had discovered, while the community awaited answers. Semen and extracted DNA were the first important clues from the actual crime site. When the autopsy report stated that Faith had died from blunt force trauma to the head, most likely from a rum bottle, the question became even more complicated, even though it matched male DNA discovered elsewhere in the apartment. From the beginning, the police focused on one man, Karina Rosario's ex-boyfriend, Eric Taco Jones. He was a prime suspect because of his history of domestic abuse and his previous threats against Faith. "Forgive me for what I am about to do," Jones had even warned in a text message to a friend the night before the murder, and he later shared the same statement on Twitter. He altered his Facebook banner to a haunting precursor to what appeared to be an admission of guilt 3 days after Faith's death. "Dear Lord, forgive me for all my sins and the sins I may commit today." Police were unable to directly link Jones to the crime in spite of these warning signs. He provided a DNA sample, but it did not match the evidence gathered at the scene. No matches were found in additional DNA testing from other individuals, including those who had visited the local nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent time. After Jones was formally ruled out as a suspect, the inquiry appeared to come to a standstill. It appeared as though the puzzle pieces would be put together fast when the inquiry into Faith's death originally started, but as time passed, detectives discovered evidence that only made the mystery more complex. The disclosure of some anticipated and some surprising details suggested an incomprehensible level of intricacy. The 911 call, which would subsequently come under close examination, was a crucial piece of evidence in the case. After discovering her friends dead at their apartment, Karina Rosario called. Many found it strange that she only referred to Faith as her buddy during the call, never mentioning her by name. Reporter Tom Gasparovia questioned the legitimacy of the conversation, speculating that it might not have been Rosario but perhaps Marisol Rangel, whose voice sounded similar. Additionally, Rosario appeared abnormally hesitant during the conversation, despite the dispatcher's repeated requests for her to check Faith's respiration, Gasparovia noted. Was the individual who found the body truly as innocent as they appeared to be? Was the 911 call itself a hint? The people who were following the case started to have these types of questions. The odd information wasn't limited to the 911 call either. Confusion was further exacerbated by another important piece of evidence discovered close to the crime scene: a mysterious letter written on a piece of ripped paper. Written in a sloppy hand with a ballpoint pen, the message said, "I'm not stupid, bitch, jealous." Its rambling, angry writing appeared to be the result of a fit of wrath, but it was unclear what it meant. Why would someone leave a letter at a murder site? The ripped piece of paper seems to have come from a takeaway bag from Time Out, where Faith and Karina had eaten at that evening. However, was the note a spontaneous outburst or a private communication to Faith? When forensic specialists examined the note, they discovered that the handwriting was erratic. The word "stupid," which was written much more clearly, was underlined by one, perhaps by someone attempting to hide their identity or deceive investigators. Even more concerning was the fact that the message seemed to be written before the murder because there was blood all around the room, and the note itself seemed free of blood. Why abandon it? Was it a deliberate deception or a hint? Reporter Tom Gasparelli speculated that Faith might not have been the intended recipient of the note. The murderer might have planted it to trick detectives. Was it a last desperate communication, or was it a lie? The note's emotional tone suggested intense annoyance or jealousy. Was it Faith or someone else that the murderer was angry at? Faith's own phone provided yet another horrifying piece of evidence in her case. Faith's phone unintentionally called a friend the night before she was murdered, recording a brief but unsettling chat. With background noise and muddled conversations, it initially appeared to be a simple pocket dial accident. However, when audio specialist Arlo West examined the call, he found some concerning snippets. West also claimed to hear a woman's voice saying, "I think she's dying," followed by a man's voice saying, "Do it anyhow." References to Eric and Rosie that seemed to connect the conversation to Faith's roommate Karina Rosario and her violent past with Eric Taco Jones were also heard. The call's timestamp of 1:23 a.m. coincided with the claimed time when Faith arrived at the club. Police initially brushed it off, thinking the call was simply background noise from a night out. However, West pointed out that there were several oddities, such as the unusual absence of typical nightclub sounds, which gave the scene a strange vibe. Did the call record the last seconds before Faith was killed? Or might it have been recorded earlier? These unresolved issues gave an already terrible case a troubling undertone. Investigators were left with more questions than answers as they combed through this perplexing evidence. Although these pieces of evidence were far from conclusive, they were sufficient to raise the possibility that the murderer may have left behind more than just tangible evidence at the site. They might have left a trail of psychological hints that, if the investigators could decipher their actual meaning, could tell us a lot about the killer's mental state. The public's annoyance increased while the case went unresolved. A $29,000 0-cents reward was given by the university, the Halawashaponi tribe, the local Crime Stoppers chapter, and the apartment complex where Faith had resided for any information that resulted in an arrest. It was believed that the reward would lead to a tip that would completely unravel the case. However, months and weeks went by with no improvement. There was still no breakthrough when Governor Bev Perdue increased the award by an additional $10.00. The probe was conducted in secret in the interim. The UNC student newspaper, the Daily Tar Heel, petitioned for the release of the secret documents in November 2012. The case remained sealed beneath a veil of silence when the court rejected their plea. Despite publicly claiming that their daughter's death certificate verified she had been battered, Faith's family was also kept in the dark about several specifics. The town of Chapel Hill remained uneasy as the months passed. The FBI has created a profile of the male DNA recovered from the scene by January 2013. According to the authorities, this person had lived close to Faith, had expressed interest in her, and his actions had probably changed after the crime. The court nevertheless mandated that the records be kept secret in spite of this development. The public was left in the dark about the case, which appeared to be proceeding behind closed doors. The police didn't formally ask the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation for assistance until September 2013, a full year after Faith's passing. Chris Blue, the police chief for Chapel Hill, acknowledged that they had run out of options and that the case had gone cold. The murder of Faith was still a mystery, and the case files were still sealed. After 2 months, the inquiry took yet another unsettling turn. Publications such as the Tar Heel started to doubt the investigation's objectivity. Why hadn't the police pursued important leads? Although the police had never thoroughly searched the neighborhood, neighbors in the apartment building where Faith had resided said they had concerns about Eric Jones long before the murder. Only Faith's apartment had actually been completely examined. The other apartments in the complex, including the woods beyond the building, had not been looked at. When it was discovered that police had never examined security footage from the Thrills parking lot, a significant lost opportunity became apparent. The owner of the towing firm that was in charge of the parking lot, the nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent the night before the murder, had installed security cameras that may have recorded important footage. But it wasn't until almost 19 months after the incident that the police requested to view it. The court eventually ordered the records to be opened in 2014, following a great deal of public pressure. Following the release of important papers by investigators, such as the search warrants and investigative notes, there was a flurry of media coverage. These documents demonstrated the extent, or lack thereof, of the police involvement in the case. They also offered the first glimpse of the chronology of events that preceded Faith's demise. The autopsy report was eventually released to the public in September 2014, over 2 years after the murder. It validated the suspicions of many. Faith had suffered severe physical abuse. Blood was discovered beneath her fingernails, indicating that she had retaliated against the severe blow to her head. Initially believed to be the key to identifying the murderer, the DNA recovered from the site remained a mystery. The question of who killed Faith Hedgepeth and why remained unanswered despite ongoing investigation. Unanswered questions became more pressing as the investigation progressed. Had the police conducted the inquiry improperly in the beginning? The most disturbing of all was the identity of the man whose DNA was discovered at the scene, and the reason behind Faith's murder. For years to come, these questions would still exist. Faith Hedgepeth's death remained a mystery for years, with many speculations but no conclusive solutions. One thing was certain: despite the speculation about suspects and motivations, Faith's killer was probably someone who knew her. According to Chapel Hill police, the murder was committed by a member of her UNC Chapel Hill social circle rather than at random. Investigators interviewed more than 2,000 people over the years, obtained 750 people's DNA, and reduced the number of potential suspects to 10. Chief Chris Blue stressed in 2016 that the case was still very much alive despite the lapse of time. In their quest for the truth, the police continued to concentrate on this core group. However, the issue still stood. What motivated the murderer to carry out such a heinous act, and who was the murderer? But on September 23, 2016, almost 4 years after Faith's passing, the case took even another unexpected turn as the inquiry proceeded to uncover. Unexpectedly, the Chapel Hill police announced that they had teamed up with Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic testing business that had created a device that could create physical representations of suspects using their DNA. This public image provided a unique look at the unidentified culprit and was solely based on the DNA profile found at the crime site. It wasn't a perfect portrait, of course. It was predicated on phenotyping, which is the process of predicting physical characteristics from an individual's genetic makeup. Snapshot: Parabon's technology uses DNA to forecast skin tone, freckles, eye and hair color, and even the shape of a person's face. The president of the organization indicated that, while their system could provide a remarkably high level of detail regarding a person's possible appearance, it was unable to forecast a person's height or weight. A man of mixed ancestry, mainly Native American and European with some Latino heritage, was the image produced by DNA analysis. In addition to having origins in Mexican, Colombian, and Iberian civilizations, He was probably dark-skinned, black-hailed, and freckle-free, with faint indications of South American and African heritage. The forecast provided a very accurate likeness and was made with over 80% confidence. Investigators were able to see a potential suspect for the first time thanks to this picture, but it also made them wonder, who was this person? Why had the police failed to identify them? And how did their DNA get to the crime scene? Notwithstanding this recent development, journalist Tom Gasparoli hypothesized in 2017 that the murderer might be a distant acquaintance of Faith's who harbored animosity or resentment toward her. When authorities began concentrating on Faith's roommate, Karina Rosario, this theory gathered traction. Since Rosario never mentioned Faith by name and only ever referred to her as a friend, her 911 call raised questions. Faith's texts to her ex-boyfriend that evening conveyed a sense of urgency over Rosario's need for him. Although Rosario claimed to have left the flat while Faith was asleep, there were questions raised regarding her account. Rosario remained silent and had moved away, but she kept in touch with investigators. Gasparoli made hints that she might be more knowledgeable than she was admitting and that she might have the secret to cracking the case. The question was whether the truth will ever be revealed for so long. A significant development in the case did not occur until 2021. A breakthrough in September 2021 would finally provide resolution after almost 10 years of mystery, but it also sparked new inquiries. Miguel Salguero Olivares, 28, of Durham, North Carolina, was taken into custody by Chapel Hill police after he had not been previously considered a suspect. Why was he arrested and what changed? DNA was the solution. In August 2021, Salguero Olivares was detained on a different charge of driving under the influence. However, the DNA found during his arrest would eventually link him to Faith Hedgepeth's murder. According to court records filed in January 2022, Salguero Olivares' DNA and the palm print on the murder weapon both matched those taken from the crime site. Even though the discovery marked a sea change in the case, the police were still hesitant to speak in public. Chief Blue informed the media that although Salguero Olivares had been taken into custody, the full narrative will take time to develop. Now, it was unclear how Salguero Olivares, an unidentified player in the case, had gotten involved. How did he relate to Faith? Although the arrest introduced a new level of intricacy to the case, it did not provide all the answers. Did Salguero Olivares have a close relationship with Faith, or was his involvement only incidental? What had motivated him to carry out such a horrific crime was maybe even more disturbing. Salguero Olivares is currently in 2024, awaiting his trial, and minimal information is available about him. New possibilities and previous ideas of Faith's death blended together as investigators examined Salguero Olivares' involvement. Did he have a deeper connection to her? Or was he just a stranger? What did that mean for Rosario and other suspects if he was involved? Roland Hedgepeth, Faith's father, conveyed his appreciation and thanked God for allowing him to see this event. Connie Hedgepeth, Faith's mother, assured the public that the truth regarding her daughter's passing will eventually come to light. While Salguero Olivares' arrest provided some clarification, it also sparked other inquiries. After years of research, the case remained mysterious, and the full tale was still unknown as it entered its second decade. Although the arrest didn't end the investigation, it did offer a new dimension and raise questions about whether this was the last piece, or merely a new development in an ongoing mystery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On April 7th, 2021, 29-year-old Helene Arias disappeared from her house in the city of Oviedo, Spain. Her previous partner's family lived in a little rural location in the province of Leon, and she was on her way there. There were no concerns raised by the excursion. This was a path Helene had previously followed. She was going back that same day and had made no mention of any problems. However, she stopped answering messages by the evening. Her phone also went silent shortly after. Later, her personal items were still in her car. but Helene was nowhere to be seen. What started out as a missing person case swiftly developed into a well-publicized inquiry. The mystery was only made more complex by contradictory reports, the silence of important witnesses, and a number of factors that simply didn't line together. The plot darkened with each new hint, but none could have predicted where it would end up at the time. Oviedo, a city in the northern Spanish autonomous community of Asturias, is where Helene Arias was born in 1992. She was raised in a middle-class household. Her parents worked regular jobs, lived a calm, steady life, and made an effort to provide a secure and nurturing atmosphere for their daughter. As their only child, Helene was raised with a strong emphasis on independence and responsibility. There was seriousness and quiet in the family household. There were hardly any arguments. Helene was notable for her organization and excellent self-discipline even as a young child. She regularly fulfilled her commitments to her parents and teachers and didn't require continual supervision. She was an excellent student in elementary and high school. Outside of school, she preferred spending time alone with her family or doing hobbies by herself to being in big social groups. She had already made up her mind about her future by the time she started high school. She wished to assist people. Helene chose to major in social work and psychology at the University of Oviedo after graduating. Her primary objective was to acquire useful skills to assist others going through the most trying times in life. She stayed quiet while she was at college. She only focused on topics that matched her own interests and ideas, avoiding social activity and university politics. People who knew Helene said she was serious, quiet, and compassionate. She liked a sedate, steady pace of life and was not attracted to dangerous situations. She never acted impulsively and always made well-considered decisions. She spoke with honesty, even though she didn't display any emotions. Throughout school and college, she was regarded as a reliable person and had a small, close-knit group of friends. She avoided shady organizations and unruly conduct. Helene was a few years younger than José Alejandro Bobadilla. He was already employed and out of school when they first met. They first met in 2018 while hanging out with common acquaintances in Oviedo. They stayed in contact after that, and their bond gradually grew. There were no overt indications of confrontation, and it was steady. José first struck me as considerate and deferential. He was kind, on time, and really interested in Helene's life. He also respected her personal space. Helene had no reason to suspect him because all of this aligned with what she thought was proper behavior in a relationship. José presented Helene to his family a few months into their romance. In the province of León, he resided in the small rural village of Prado de la Guzmán. In 2019, Helene got to know the Bobadilla family. His father, mother, and younger sister, Andrea, were presented to her. Everything appeared to be quiet on the surface. Helene was met with no opposition from his parents. They had a polite but formal talk. Andrea, José's younger sister, appeared interested in and amiable toward her brother's fiancée. During that initial visit, Helene saw nothing concerning. His family seemed kind, albeit a little reticent. Their bond kept evolving as time went on. Regular travels from Oviedo to Prado de la Guzmán became a regular part of Helene's routine, and she began to spend more time with José's family. José assisted her with daily problems and was encouraging. He talked about their future together and frequently shared his long-term objectives without setting unreasonable expectations for her. On the other hand, his employment status wasn't as stable. His income fluctuated, and he owed more than 13,000 euros in unpaid debt. Although Helene knew about it, she didn't consider it a warning sign. She didn't feel compelled to intervene because she considered it to be his private matter. Helene and Andrea also kept up a cordial relationship. José's sister was friendly, outspoken, and frequently expressed her opinions to Helene. Helene gradually integrated herself into the Bobadilla family's daily routine and became more interested in their lives. However, by 2020, things between Helene and José started to change beneath the tranquil exterior. There were cracks beginning to appear. More often than not, their conversations became tense. José started acting erratically and making evasive allusions to personal difficulties. He didn't go into great detail, but it seemed that the fundamental problem was that same debt, which was still outstanding, and was now more than 13,000 euros. Jose refrained from talking about repayment plans, even though Helene had been aware of it. He refused to clarify whether he was under pressure from anyone else and never made it clear how he planned to handle it. He didn't ask for assistance or provide any specific answers. Jose instead became more reclusive. He would occasionally go silent for extended periods of time, disregarding messages and providing no justification. He grew more and more irritated and aloof. Emotional distance was starting to manifest in what had formerly appeared to be a stable relationship. Andrea's influence in their life started to become more apparent about this time. Jose's sister was frequently close by, participating in discussions and attending gatherings. Even while she never publicly showed animosity, there was a sense of uneasiness in her actions. She lost the warmth of her interactions with Helene as they became more professional. Andrea never spoke out against her brother's behavior or offered direct criticism, but her quiet only served to highlight the rising hostility in the family. The problem of Jose's unpaid debt started to get more urgent at the beginning of 2021. He began by saying that creditors were making quick demands for payments. He made it apparent that the situation was serious, but never disclosed the precise identity of the person applying the pressure. Although Helene didn't press for clarification, it was clear that he was becoming more and more stressed. He started whining about not having enough time and using evasive justifications to call off meetings. He stopped talking about their future together and started sending shorter texts. When Jose mentioned selling the car they had previously driven together to settle some of the debt, the tension increased. The automobile was technically his. His family had assisted in the acquisition. Although Helene didn't protest, the suggestion itself was a warning that things were rapidly getting worse. Although Jose was now searching for short-term solutions, he excluded his family from these financial conversations, which led Helene to wonder if he was genuinely attempting to resolve the problem or if he had any actual plan at all. Communication between Helene and Jose's parents stopped about this time. She used to occasionally talk to them when she visited, but now she never did. She continued to communicate with the family only through Andrea. However, even that function had diminished. Helene found herself increasingly unaware of what was happening. The urgency of the debt crisis increased, but the information flow simply decreased. Jose had become aloof, shunned conversations, and turned down assistance. Although they didn't have any direct disagreements, his growing passivity was the most obvious indication that their relationship was failing. By spring 2021, formality had taken over. They seldom ever met anymore, and they just texted each other sometimes. Plans for collaboration vanished. Jose had lost interest in long-term potential and had stopped discussing the future. He had obviously pulled away, even though he never formally stopped the relationship. Helene made no effort to bring them back to their former state. She knew that he needed to take the next step if they were to be together, but he never did. A bigger breakdown started with that financial dispute. Jose's actions revealed an internal conflict that he was unable to resolve. Around 9 in the morning on April 7, 2021, Helene Arias left her Oviedo home. She was on her way to Jose Bobadilla's home in the little Leon province village of Prado de la Guzman. Helene continued to visit Jose and his family occasionally, but her visits had become less frequent. She was going home that same day, and the road was familiar. She assured her mother that everything was all right and told her that she was going to Prado de la Guzman. There was no hint of concern in her voice. Up until about midday, Helene's phone was still in use. Around 1 p.m., the last action was noted. Then she stopped talking. Helene stopped returning calls, stopped answering messages, and failed to show up on 9 separate attempts to contact her. Helene's family didn't initially realize anything was amiss. Her mother reasoned that she might have just been late. However, anxiety began to increase as the evening wore on, getting closer to 8 p.m. Helene's phone was off and she had yet to make contact. She had always kept her family updated on any modifications to her plans, but she had not returned home. There was no activity on her messaging apps, and messages remained unanswered. By 10 p.m., anxiety gave way to fear. Jose said he hadn't seen Helene that day and hadn't heard from her when the family tried to get in touch with him. She had informed her mother that she was going to visit him, so his response didn't set well with her. They were not prepared for his statement. His lack of urgency was much more noticeable. He didn't drive to Oviedo, he didn't offer to help, and he didn't try to get engaged. He acted in an abnormally submissive manner. Helene's family formally reported her missing to the police the following morning. The police started looking into her contacts and last known whereabouts. Tracing her phone was one of the initial steps. Helene had certainly arrived at Prado de la Guzman, according to the statistics. The last location on her phone indicated that she was in the vicinity at around noon. The signal was lost after that. Officers started talking to locals as they walked around the neighborhood. Earlier that day, a witness reported seeing someone who fit Helene's description close to the town's boundary, but no definitive identification could be made. The area had few security cameras, and none of them had captured any footage of Helene. There was no proof that she had visited the Bobadilla residence. Jose maintained that she never showed up. Andrea recounted a similar story. The phone's geolocation information did not support the theory that Helene had not arrived at her destination. The suspicion was only heightened by that. Investigators started examining Jose's family history and Helene's relationship with him. Helene's family used social media to solicit assistance at the same time. The first public communication of her disappearance started to circulate after they uploaded her picture and description. No evidence of a forced disappearance was discovered by authorities during the first 24 hours. In a nearby town, the vehicle Helene had drove was close to a train station. It was secured, undamaged, and contained everything she owned, including her ID and luggage. There were no indications of conflict or chaos inside the car, but the phone was gone. That particular information sparked more worries. Helene wouldn't have abandoned everything she owned if she had gotten out of the car willingly. The idea that she had fled or decided to go missing on her own didn't fit her nature or the facts. She had no past history of self-destructive inclinations, impulsive behavior, or mental health issues. The search had to be formally expanded next. Police contacted residents, conducted building and forested area inspections, and started planning a concerted effort. Drones and search dogs were used. Community volunteers also joined in. After local news outlets carried the family's plea for assistance, the situation began to receive more public attention. The first 48 hours following Helene's disappearance produced no solid leads regarding her precise location, despite increasing attempts. She couldn't get her phone to work. Jose insisted that he and his family had not seen Helene that day. Neither he nor Andrea publicly voiced their concerns or offered to help with the search. The case was formally considered a possible criminal act by the conclusion of the second day. A case was initiated by investigators in accordance with statutes pertaining to potential forced disappearance. They made the decision to concentrate their search within 3 miles of Helene's last known phone signal. The case's status shifted. A specialized investigating unit received it. From that point on, the possibility of an accident was ruled out. A team of civilian volunteers who joined the search found Helene Arias's body on April 11, 2021, 4 days after she was last seen. One of them spotted broken branches and odd patterns that went toward a ravine while they were searching through an area close to the town's outskirts. The body was near the bottom, buried under a layer of rubble and thick foliage. The site was promptly cordoned off by police. Helene was discovered sleeping on her back during the initial check. Plastic zip ties had been used to secure her wrists. She had an obvious head injury that indicated blunt force trauma, and marks around her neck suggested strangulation. Although there were no indications of a struggle at the scene, her face was damaged. Drag marks were visible in the nearby earth, suggesting the remains had most likely been moved there. After the death, local investigators discovered a ripped bag, shreds of cloth, and cut zip ties. There were tire marks nearby, indicating that a car had been driven. Based on the state of her clothing and body, there were no signs of intimate assault. But nearby, hair strands that weren't Helene's were discovered and sent for DNA testing. Every piece of evidence was recorded and gathered from the location. In order to estimate when the body had been deposited in the ravine, authorities noted its depth, potential access points, and a general date. Although the strike to the head was severe and probably rendered the victim unconscious, The forensic analysis verified that asphyxiation was the cause of death. The moment Helene's phone had ceased sending signals coincided with the time of death. According to medical professionals, she died 1 to 2 hours after her last phone call was recorded. Her body had been transported to the location after death and quickly covered with whatever materials were available, as there were no indications that it had been exposed to the weather for an extended period of time. Law enforcement responded quickly that same day to find and apprehend individuals responsible. Andrea Bobadilla and her ex-partner Raul were the first to be arrested. Andrea divulged important information while being questioned. She named Jose as the one who started the act and acknowledged that she had assisted in hiding the body. Only a few hours later, Jose Bobadilla was arrested. He didn't fight being arrested. He denied any involvement and maintained that Helene never visited him that day throughout his initial interrogation. Andrea's testimony and information from Helene's phone's geolocation records, however, later refuted this assertion. Items uncovered at the Bobadilla home matched evidence gathered from the location where Helene's body was discovered. Traces of blood were found on a utility room floor. The blood was identified as Helene's by forensic testing. The packaging made from fabric remnants and zip ties was exactly the same as what was discovered at the ravine. Authorities were able to piece together the events as the inquiry went on. Jose greeted Helene when she arrived in town. Eventually, there was a confrontation. Helene lost unconscious after Jose hit her. He then went ahead and asphyxiated her to death. Raul and Andrea helped dispose of the body by moving it to a secluded gully during the night. Nobody was around to witness any of this. Investigators collected sufficient evidence to press formal charges within 48 hours after the arrest. Officially, the matter was categorized as a criminal offense, including concealment and planned activity. Raul declined to testify when he was being questioned. He didn't provide a different version of events or corroborate Andrea's story. According to his lawyer, Raul was there but didn't know why they were there. However, based on Raul's subsequent actions, not reporting what had transpired and aggressively aiding in its cover-up, investigators came to the conclusion that he had participated knowingly. Jose partially acknowledged what had happened during his third interrogation, saying he acted out of emotional exhaustion. However, investigators found that he acted with purpose and intention. He actively worked to hide what had happened, never reported the incident, and made no attempt to seek for assistance. Raul and Andrea were found to be accomplices. Both had the option to leave, but they chose to assist in destroying evidence, according to case documents. Physical discoveries, Andrea's statement, DNA testing, cell phone logs, and forensic examinations of objects from the home and the graveyard comprised the body of evidence. Charges resulting from the inquiry included complicity, unlawful killing, concealing a body, and making false statements. All three were still being held pending trial. Early in 2022, the trial for Helene Arias's death got underway. Jose Bobadilla, his sister Andrea, and Andrea's ex-partner Raul were the principal accused. The act, which involved several participants in efforts to conceal the body and destroy evidence, was designated by the prosecution as an intentional crime. The Jose admitted to the debate and the physical altercation, but denied purpose during the court procedures, thereby partially acknowledging his role. He had been emotionally unstable, provoked, and did not intend for things to go out of hand, according to his defense. In the end, the court rejected that version. The court regarded Jose's behavior after the incident, witness testimony, and scene evidence as intentional. During the trial, Andrea affirmed her prior claims. In keeping with her prior description, she described the roles of each person. She and Raul helped to hide what had transpired, but Jose was the primary offender. Her defense team requested that the court take into account the strain she was under from her brother and the fact that she refrained from engaging in any violent behavior. Raul said nothing at all during the exchange. He had no intention and didn't completely understand what he was getting himself into, according to his lawyer. The court found all three guilty at the end of the trial. Jose Bobadilla received a 25-year prison term. Andrea's sentence for aiding and abetting the crime was 8 years. For assisting and abetting, Raul received a 6-year sentence. The sentences were judged fair by the prosecution. The proceedings were attended by Helen's relatives. The position of a private plaintiff was assumed by her mother. She took a hard stand. She advocated for the harshest punishments imaginable. She was disappointed when the decision was read, saying that Andrea and Raul had received too light terms. Jose's relatives chose not to respond. Jose Bobadilla's defense team appealed his sentence a few months after it was handed down. Their primary contention was that important evidence from the first trial ought to have been declared inadmissible. The objects discovered in the family home did not prove Jose's involvement in the crime, according to his attorneys, and Andrea's confession had been forced. Additionally, they questioned whether the forensic evaluation complied with the necessary legal requirements. The case will be reviewed by the appellate court. The prosecutors defended their position at the second trial, citing Jose's coordinated activities, his failure to seek for assistance, his fraudulent statements, and the hiding of Helene's body. New points were presented by the defense, nevertheless. They asserted that medical findings did not definitively indicate asphyxiation, and that Helene was not killed by the hit she sustained. They underlined the impact of public pressure and the lack of a clear motive. Andrea withdrew portions of her earlier confession during this second phase of the trial, claiming that she had said while in emotional turmoil. Furthermore, Raul did not back up his earlier statements. The prosecution's case suffered as a result. Some of the earlier evidence was declared inadmissible by the court. The court determined that there was insufficient evidence to support a guilty finding because of Jose's retracted statement and the absence of concrete evidence of his physical harm. Jose was freed from custody in 2023 after being found not guilty owing to insufficient evidence. The public reacted strongly to the decision. The judgment was deemed unfair by Helene's family. The court was accused by her mother of eroding confidence in the legal system. The higher court refused to reconsider the case when prosecutors appealed the acquittal. After Jose Bobadilla was found not guilty, there was weeks of heated public discussion. A large portion of the discussion on social media was critical of the justice system. There were differing views. While some cited the absence of conclusive evidence, others said the acquittal was a miscarriage of justice. The public's trust in the courts and law enforcement was closely examined. Less attention was paid to Andrea and Raul's predicament. They carried on with their sentences. Following the conclusion of the court proceedings in Helene Arias's case, the Bobadilla family refrained from making any public statements. In both trials, certain important concerns were left unexplained, particularly about Jose's motivation. Investigators think that a relationship breakdown, mental stress, and unsolved financial difficulties are what caused the conflict to escalate. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Not a good morning. Early on July 4, 2011, a woman's body was discovered 5 miles outside of Wayland, Massachusetts. A woman on a bicycle who happened to be passing by a swampy region made the discovery. She was enjoying the view as she rode. All of a sudden, something strange and fantastic caught her eye. The woman approached and was appalled when her curiosity overcame her. A deceased girl lay in the grass and muck along the road. According to appearances, the unfortunate girl had experienced unheard of abuse rather than drowning. She had a bungee cord twisted in her hair and an obvious wound on her neck. In an attempt to control her excitement, the bystander reported what she had witnessed and called emergency personnel. Her intentions for the day abruptly changed. She waited for the police, putting aside her business. After examining the body and pulling it onto dry land upon arrival, law enforcement officials promptly transported it for forensic analysis. The girl's appearance had not changed much because she had only been in the water for a short while. Officers identified 18-year-old Lauren Astley, who had been on everyone's wanted list since the night before. When Lauren didn't come home or show up for a meeting with friends the day before, she was reported missing. On July 3, she entered the shopping mall where she worked as a sales clerk at around 10 a.m., and CCTV footage showed her exiting the premises at 6:45 p.m. after her shift was over. At this point, it was proven that Astley was speaking on the phone. Unfortunately, she wasn't seen alive again after that. No one ever heard from her. Malcolm, the heroine's father, then started to worry. Ultimately, his daughter was known for being reliable and on time. She would not alter her route arbitrarily. At best, she would have mentioned that she was running late. Therefore, if she had stated that she would arrive home by the scheduled time, she would have done so. Mr. Astley promptly reported the disappearance to the police after realizing that something negative had occurred. The police officers began the search right away and didn't wait for the appropriate amount of time. The girl's friends and family also joined in at the same time. Word of mouth, incidentally, spread swiftly, and acquaintances quickly learned that she was missing. Soon after, a red Jeep belonging to the missing was discovered in the local beach's parking lot. Her personal items, including a laptop and a pocketbook, were inside the car, which had its windows down, but not in it was the girl herself. Furthermore, it was unclear where she may have gone after abandoning the car in such a risky manner. Malcolm headed straight to the location where he attempted to determine his daughter's whereabouts after learning of the car's finding. Seeking her as though she had drowned, he strolled along the shore and threw a flashlight into the water. After him, Lauren's pals showed up. In an attempt to be the first to see her, they made the decision to stay the night at the location. They searched the region all night long, wondering where Lauren had vanished to. The young men had no idea where to look for her or what to think. But none of them could have predicted that Lauren had suffered an irreversible injury. The scene appeared to be something out of a movie. The person you were conversing and joking with a short while ago couldn't simply vanish in that manner. Lauren's body was discovered less than 12 hours later. Her father was the first person the officers phoned. They were invited to attend the identification and told about the awful discovery. Despite his final refusal to accept that the girl on the pathologist's table was his daughter, Malcolm finally came to his senses and acknowledged his child. His young, intelligent girl, who had just had her entire life ahead of her, lay before him. The man's heart was wounded by unbearable pain. However, nothing could be reversed or reverted. He now had two crucial tasks to complete: inform his ex-wife of the tragic news and identify the person responsible for his daughter's death. No one in the city believed what had happened when the depressing news got out. Lauren had no enemies or ill-wishers, according to a united voice of family and close friends. The only person who unintentionally came under suspicion was Nathaniel Fujita, her ex-boyfriend. Everyone was very hesitant to say his name, since they knew how much he loved Lauren and would never do her any harm. But the deformations that occur to someone who has experienced a breakup are different, and you never know what can happen to someone who can't let go of the past in their first love. A person's first love is a powerful emotion that enters their life. It shifts. The normal way of life is totally destroyed. Such feelings infuse reality with new hues while nourishing and inspiring. It also brings with it the first kiss, the first personal encounter, the first employment, the first time away from the parental house, and so forth. When some feelings are superimposed on others, it's a very vivid part of life, but this kind of love is frequently short-lived. When circumstances separate two people, they break up. Someone recognized they didn't fit together, and someone couldn't handle the inconsistencies that resulted. After that, most of us experience the understatement and incompleteness that will continue to fascinate us till the end of time. But not everyone has the strength to go past it, say goodbye, and express gratitude for the time spent. The negative aspects of love, heavy addiction, and jealousy that broke young hearts are the subject of this tale. The entire high school is envious of Lauren Astley and Nathaniel Fujita. She is a small, attractive brown girl who makes a statement with her originality and activity. Many girls adore him since he is a tall, driven soccer player. Young individuals showed themselves to one another, even though they had known one another from childhood. Later, they dated for 3 years, starting in high school. With all the repercussions, it was a pretty colorful romance. They would argue and then reconcile, they would split up and then reunite. Despite their challenging personalities, the lovers made an effort to treasure the brittle bond that developed between them. For the first few years of their partnership at least, this persisted. In 1993, Lauren Dunn Astley was born in Boston. In Mary and Malcolm's family, she was the only kid. As a result, the young girl became the sole object of their attention. She was raised with strong morals because both of her parents were educators. Their daughter's development into a decent adult was their first priority. Astley and Lauren separated when Lauren was 6 years old. However, this had little impact on the girl's upbringing. They have a young beauty and they all still care about her and encourage Lauren in all of her pursuits. Codile was a great deal. Her entire day was planned out minute by minute, and she was always enthralled with something. She has a wide range of fascinating interests. Lauren was a member of the Youth Symphony Orchestra, enjoyed playing soccer and tennis, and sang in a musical group. In addition, she was a counselor at a children's camp, a member of her church choir, and the lead in a theater production of Annie at the local arts center. She was always present at school and community concerts. A lot of people were in awe of her boundless enthusiasm. She was everywhere and very active. Social interaction was the second area of interest for the girls. Astley took part in numerous charity endeavors. She assisted Hurricane Katrina victims in New Orleans, Louisiana when she was 12 years old. She later made 2 additional trips to the region on a similar mission. She had a large, compassionate heart that was open to everyone and everything. As a result, she gave more thought to others than to herself. Everyone in her immediate vicinity was aware that they could always rely on her for guidance or assistance. Lauren and Nathaniel Fujita attended the same high school. He showed a lot of promise and was a superb player for the school soccer team. In addition, he had an ambition of tying athletics into his future. He was regarded as the company's soul and a hard-working pupil. The young man was Beta and Tom Fujita's eldest son. One could argue that his family was well off and well known in some circles. His father taught at Boston's Berklee College of Music and was a well-known guitarist. He was a unique individual who stood out from the crowd. Maybe Lauren and Nate's romance began when the girl conducted an interview with the boyfriend's father for a class assignment. She then started to visit their home more frequently, and as young people stopped keeping their emotions to themselves, their parents started talking to each other and visiting. As I mentioned before, the lovers' relationship was ideal for the first 2 years. The coupling was striking and they were both quite gorgeous young adults. Together, Nate and Lori did everything, went out, played sports, studied, and took part in events. And later on though, such a close relationship seemed stuffy. The guy controlled everything and wouldn't let the girl go any place by herself. He frequently saw things that weren't there because he was so envious of her. Nathaniel wanted her undivided attention and to keep it to himself. This was the cause of their disagreements. No one heard Lauren complain of any physical impact, but they increased in frequency as the young man started to respond more violently. Their relationship generally devolved into an emotional roller coaster. The tranquility was gone. Although it didn't work for them both, they were unable to return to their relaxed feelings. Lauren considered the future on multiple occasions and made a decision regarding her future life as her education came to a conclusion. She obviously understood that it was time to say goodbye after listing all the benefits and drawbacks of her relationship with Nate on paper. Additionally, she had never liked the way he behaved around her mother. Lauren didn't want that kind of conduct, and she had unintentionally projected their connection into her alleged existence with him. Furthermore, the upcoming enrollment was a significant factor in their lives. Already paths were splitting. Her partner received an invitation to play soccer at Trinity College in Connecticut, while Lauren was applying to Ohlone University in North Carolina. Breakup. On her birthday, April 1, 2011, Lauren made the tragic announcement. Since they still had time to adjust to their new circumstances and begin their lives over, she thought it was the ideal moment. Everyone was going to be busy and make new friends, which would help them forget about their depressing thoughts. But Nathaniel didn't have the same goals as Lauren. He experienced intense loneliness and grief. He had lost his enthusiasm for attending college. He quit going out and practicing. He spent the entire day watching TV and lying on the couch. The man descended into a profound sadness that he was unable to overcome. Everyone observed that he had changed from a once active and vivacious young man to a reclusive and melancholy individual. Furthermore, Fujita developed an addiction to marijuana and alcohol as a means of escaping the harsh realities of his life. Lauren found it difficult to witness his behavior, let alone to be the reason behind it. The girl sought her friends for advice on how to help him and what to do in this situation, but they all advised her to let him deal with this anguish on his own and not get involved. If she did, he might see her involvement as an opportunity to have everything fixed and given back. The suggestion from her friend was good. She should not have revealed her face to him because his condition deteriorated when he saw her. Regretfully, the girl had turned into his trigger. anticipating things. Her willingness to help and her goodwill later turned against her. About 150 individuals attended the large party that Astley and her friends planned after graduation. Young people danced and enjoyed themselves with the invitees during the event, which was hosted under a large dome. Additionally, it was revealed that Nathan, the heroine's ex-boyfriend, arrived at the party intoxicated and observed Lauren dancing in the center of the dance floor. She asked him not to disturb her or ruin the celebration when he tried to talk to her. It was useless to engage in idle chatter. It has all been said before, multiple times. Second, she didn't want to talk to him while she was in that state. The man, however, followed her and requested that she begin anew. His attitude deteriorated with every minute that went by, and his aggressiveness became more pronounced. He got so enraged at one point that he moved aside and struck the pole supporting the structure as hard as he could. The building stumbled and fell in reaction. The festivities were utterly destroyed. Everyone was upset and wanted Nathan to leave the gathering. Later, Lauren sobbed as she told her mother that her ex-boyfriend follows her around and never leaves her alone. The girl went on to say that he acted disgustingly and wouldn't let anyone dance with her at the graduation function. The fact that she was content without him infuriated him. Be suspicious. Questioning everyone Lauren was connected to in one way or another was the first thing the police did after learning she was missing. Every path went to Fujita. He was the only one who appeared to have an incentive to hurt her. But his whole entourage told her that was not the case. Officers have, however, frequently seen situations in which criminal activity was committed by those who were not expected to do so. At the door, Nathaniel and his mother greeted the detectives. The youngster was perplexed throughout the chat. He seems impressed by his beloved's abrupt exit. He said that he had lately seen her at around 7 o'clock. After a pleasant talk, the girl drove away after stopping by him in her car. The man said that their talk lasted no more than 5 minutes. Furthermore, the young man stated that he was at home and did not leave when Lauren vanished. His mother concurred with her son's statement, although it was challenging to verify his alibi because he was alone himself at the time. Mrs. Fujita acknowledged that on the day she paid her a visit, she had also run across Nathan's ex-girlfriend at the shopping center where the latter was employed part-time. Her son had changed, and the mom was upset by this. She wanted Lauren to speak with him for that reason. In actuality, the young man's parents had previously sought out a psychiatrist for assistance, but his efforts proved fruitless. Their boy simply existed and had lost all interest in life. In order to go on, Beta thought Lauren's remarks would give him courage, or at the very least a sense of masculine pride in himself. Lauren's preparations were derailed by the request, but nobody was aware of it because the meeting wasn't expected to last long. It found out that she and Nathan had spoken on the phone just after the meeting with his mother, as captured by the mall's security cameras. The girl called her ex-boyfriend and set up a visit for 7:05 p.m., since she was still worried about him. The information that Nathaniel and Beta gave the police officers was undoubtedly helpful. Astley drove up to Fujita's house and texted him, saying, "Here," but it was unclear what happened to Lauren after that, or why her car was abandoned on the beach. When the poor girl's body was inadvertently discovered in the swamp in the morning, the case became more obvious. The police decided to pay Nathan another visit because they were certain that the girl's body most likely belonged to Lauren Astley. He wasn't at home this time, though. His presence was unnecessary. The officers did, however, have a search warrant. Need proof to support the investigation's account on the ex-lover's role in the murder. The garage was the first area examined. Skilled experts quickly demonstrated that something negative had occurred in it. Bloodstains were discovered somewhere on the floor, and multiple elastic cords that matched those twisted in the girl's hair were hanging prominently on the wall. The residence also had blood traces. There were faint splatters on the bathroom sink, kitchen floor, doorknob, and kitchen sink. They were clearly the result of someone's sloppy and rather hurried attempt to sweep them up. In the basement was a black gym bag. It contained filthy, soggy tennis shoes. Detectives discovered a pair of bloody shoes and damp, bloody garments in Nathan's bedroom, which served as a sort of hiding spot. Although the samples had to be sent to a lab for a formal determination, the dirt on the shoes appeared to match the muck from the swamp where Lauren's body had been discovered. Experts later validated the detective's suspicions. Unquestionable proof of Nathan's involvement in the ex-girlfriend's killing had been collected, and they also concluded that the blood discovered in Fujita's home belonged to the deceased, but his location remained a mystery. As a result, the case investigation moved forward at an unthinkable rate as soon as the man was listed as sought. The suspect was located a couple of hours later. He was lodging with a cousin in a nearby town during this entire period. Ultimately, Nathaniel was taken into custody on suspicion of murder early on July 5, 2011. He was silent, distant, and did not struggle when he was arrested. He also refused to assist with the investigation at that time. He made no mention of the alleged offense when being questioned. The investigators thought of it in two ways. He didn't say a word because he was either unable to justify his actions or he was scared to speak too much. The version of the investigator. According to the investigation, Lauren Astley met with the ex-boyfriend's mother before paying him a visit. The girl chose to speak with him and lift his spirits since she was concerned about him. The two of them then went to Fujita's garage shortly after that. Nathan may have attacked her and started strangling her with a bungee cord after a fight broke out there. He drove the girl's red Jeep to the beach after killing her, then tossed the keys into a storm drain. He went back home, loaded his sweetheart into his car, and took her to the swamp when they discovered the invader. He then made an effort to conceal the evidence of the crime. Everyone knew that her boyfriend was occasionally uncontrolled and capable of hostility, even if he had not before used physical violence against Lauren. Therefore, during a preliminary hearing on August 23, 2011, his motivations were underlying anger and an inability to accept the breakup. First-degree felony assault and battery with a dangerous weapon was Nathaniel's charge. The lover hardly made a sound when asked if he would enter a guilty plea to the charges against him, indicating that his attorneys had engaged in foul play by developing a particular line of action and defense. In order to prevent the defendant from being released on bond, the prosecutor filed a motion. The prosecutor's request was granted by the court. Fujita appealed the trial on February 13, 2013. Showed up in court. William Sullivan, Nathaniel's lawyer, said the defendant was insane. He acknowledged that there had been a murder. However, he said that the defendant had a psychopathic attack on the evening of July 3, 2011, as a result of having a severe case of clinical depression. The man attacked the girl since he couldn't explain what he had done at the moment. The defender's statements on Nathan's behavioral changes were corroborated by his friend. They disclosed that he had undergone a significant transformation and had ceased to be present at the organization. The fact that he had previously simply been tired of soccer and had never missed training, even when ill, astounded everyone. Additionally, he lost interest in something that had a significant role in his life after splitting from Lauren overnight. At the court hearing, Fujita's psychiatrist also gave a statement. He was the one who made the diagnosis and recommended treatment and medication. But Nathaniel declined. It was alleged throughout the trial that the athlete's several repetitive head injuries were the primary cause of the defendant's mental health issues, and that the breakup made matters worse and caused a violent seizure. However, the defense lawyer's arguments were not supported by the prosecution. The defendant, according to prosecutor Lisa McGovern, knew what was going on, behaved with purpose and planning, and committed the offense with ulterior motivations. As evidenced by CCTV footage and Lauren's circumstances, it was discovered that the man persistently trailed the girl and refused to let her rest. Even on that particular day, just hours before the end of her workday, he showed up in the shopping center and observed her. It was a chance for Nathan to act on his criminal purpose at his mother's request. The prosecution's case was supported by witness testimony. It was obvious that Fujita had no regrets. On the terrible evening, one witness saw Nathan driving home with music playing in his car. Additionally, a cousin testified against a relative in a denunciatory manner. She claimed that on the evening of July 3, her brother called and invited her to hang out, and the girl declined because she was busy. He became quite irate and claimed that he wanted to divert his attention, but it didn't seem to be working. When word of Lauren's passing spread the following day, his cousin got in touch with him once more. He said that no one would ever know the truth about her death or the whereabouts of the murder weapon when she asked him if he knew. He also acknowledged that he had traveled to the local beach in the ex's vehicle. As a result, the sister convinced Nathaniel to surrender himself up after realizing his involvement in the tragedy. As it turned out, there was one odd episode in 2009 when the young folks split up once more. Lauren attended the disco with her friends. One guy was open about his interest in her. Lauren chose to give a new admirer a chance after the breakup, and they even shared a kiss. Nathan noticed this and threw his fists at his opponent. If the young man ever approached Lauren again, he would slice his throat. Considering the severity of Lauren's injuries from the murder, it was evident that Nathan was a jealous guy who got irascible and capable of many things when he drank alcohol. This incident not only implicitly implicated Fujita as the offender, but also validated his violent outburst. Other horrible facts also surfaced, such as the discovery of wounds on the deceased's body that had been caused prior to her passing. The so-called defensive wounds were evident among them. The girl had attempted to fight back. The defendant's condition was also evaluated by a forensic psychiatrist who was invited by the prosecution. He claimed that, in contrast to the last one, he was sane and made wise choices at the time of the crime. Given that Fujita's sentence would be drastically lowered if he was deemed insane, the prosecution and defense engaged in a heated battle. He was still charged, of course, but his guilt was much lessened. In every way, this trial was emotional. Both sides' relatives were present. These men had known one another in the past. They were all hurting in different ways in this predicament. The entire time, Nathaniel's parents were in tears. They felt a great deal of remorse for their son and were shocked by what had transpired. His loved ones were left to bear the consequences of his conduct. Malcolm and Mary were devastated. Lauren was dying in pain at the hands of the man she loved. They had lost their only daughter too soon. After cutting and tightening the cord around her throat, experts determined that the girl had survived for a few minutes. Lauren's mother wanted to know how long the verdict and subsequent life had been planned, as well as why this had occurred to her daughter. On March 7, 2013, Nathaniel Fujita was convicted guilty of all charges following a 3-week trial. It took the jury a day to render a decision. The 20-year-old received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Following the ruling, Nathan's parents were approached by Lauren's father, who gave them a hug. The man's act demonstrated the depth of his heart and the strength of his character. The most valuable possession of both families has been gone. The Lauren Dunn Astley Memorial Fund was later created by Mary and Malcolm Astley to educate teenagers about positive relationships. They think Nathaniel could have avoided the crime he did. The girl's family has committed the rest of their lives to raising awareness about how to overcome a breakup and prevent partner violence. Mandatory life without parole sentences for individuals under the age of 20 at the time of the offense were eliminated by the state superior court in 2024. Nathaniel was able to enjoy his freedom as a result. Given that he permanently took the life of an innocent girl and denied her parents happiness and tranquility, is that fair? Some people believe that it only takes one step to go from love to hate. Crazy behavior can occasionally result from envy, selfishness, and obsessive love. A tragic illustration of this is the tale of the Astley and Fujita families. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. French television producer Sophie Toscan de Plantier was brutally murdered in December 1996 outside her vacation home in West Cork, Ireland. Although the investigation got off to a good start, the case ultimately ended because the police were misled by false witness statements. No one has been held responsible for her untimely death, even after all this time. What went wrong in this well-publicized investigation, and why does Sophie's murder continue to plague her family and the neighborhood? Let's investigate the specifics of this enduring enigma. On July 28, 1957, Sophie Toscan du Plantier was born in Boulogne-Billancourt. She was born into a wealthy French family that appreciated the arts, and raised in the energetic city of Paris. She developed an early interest in the film industry and later became a television producer. She wed Daniel Toscan du Plantier, a well-known figure in French cinema, in 1991. They became a vibrant couple and reared Sophie's teenage son Pierre-Louis from her first marriage. He had a particular place in her heart because he was her only child. They had a close relationship based on mutual respect and trust. Sophie made it a point to be actively involved in his life, from supporting him at events to helping with school projects. They loved spending time together, whether it was traveling around Paris or hosting comfortable movie evenings at home. Sophie's and her husband's lives were frequently in the spotlight in the busy city of Paris, where they both worked in the film industry. Sophie's tenacity was apparent in all she did. She put a lot of effort into achieving her goals. Young and fervent, Sophie never let anyone discredit her aspirations or goals. She pursued her profession while upholding her moral principles because she firmly believed in justice. Pierre Louis, who saw his mother as a role model, was among those who admired her bravery and strength. Every day he was inspired by her tenacity and resolve, and their relationship gave them both strength to handle the difficulties of life in the spotlight. But the bustle of the city might be too much to handle. Sophie frequently fled to Shull, a quiet village on Ireland's west coast, in search of tranquility. Even though the surroundings were serene, Sophie was unaware that this would be her final journey. Shull, which has a population of only 700, is renowned for its breathtaking landscapes and welcoming community. Attracted by the serene waters and striking cliffs, artists and writers congregate here to find inspiration. After making multiple trips to Ireland as a teenager, Sophie bought a cottage in Toormore in 1993, which she used as a vacation getaway. Her maiden name, Munoz, was well known among the locals. Sophie arrived alone in Ireland on December 20, 1996. She couldn't wait to spend Christmas in her comfortable cottage in Dunmanus, West Cork. She used this small sanctuary as a place to unwind and rejuvenate after a long day of work in Paris. Sophie fell in love with the local charm as soon as she arrived. She ran errands at the village shops and talked to her amiable neighbors. Since they had known her since she was a young girl, the locals gave her a warm welcome. She felt at home in the stunning scenery and cool winter air. But beneath the quiet, a horrible event was on the horizon. A tragedy that would permanently alter the close-knit community was set to upend the tranquil days. Nobody could have predicted Sophie's fate in this peaceful region of Ireland. Shirley Foster, a neighbor, sadly called the police on the morning of December 23. She had witnessed a horrific scene, a corpse outside her neighbor's house. The scene was startling, and it was a cold morning. The victim, who was later identified as Sophie, was seen by the Irish police or Gardaí when they arrived. It was difficult to immediately identify her because of the severe damage to her face. She was wearing a comfortable dressing gown over her pajamas, but her boots were still on, as though she had gone outside for a little while, maybe to breathe. It became evident that the blood-stained concrete block next to her might be the weapon used against her. Along the path to the back door, where the keys were still stuck in the lock, and on the gate, blood was also discovered. Everything inside the house appeared normal. 2 wine glasses were left unattended on the drying rack. Whatever had occurred seemed to have happened outside in the bitter cold. She was attacked shortly after leaving the pub, most likely in the early hours of December 23, according to forensic experts. Given how violently she died, there were immediate concerns about the attack's motivation. The small village of Shull and beyond were rocked by the discovery of Sophie Toscan Duplantier's body. A once tranquil location swiftly became a crime scene, garnering significant media coverage from France and Ireland. It was a difficult task for investigators to piece together the circumstances surrounding her death while the public and media watched closely. Together with forensic teams, local law enforcement stepped in an effort to locate any forensic evidence that could aid in identifying Sophie's killer. They painstakingly gathered evidence from the scene. In an attempt to create a timeline for Sophie's final hours, investigators spoke with locals and customers at the local pub. But their task was made even more difficult by the lack of immediate suspects. Early on in the investigation, one of the major problems surfaced. It took 28 hours after the body was found for Dr. John Harbison, the state pathologist, to reach the scene. Due to this considerable delay, important evidence may have been contaminated or washed away by the rainy weather. This sparked questions about the police investigation and whether it would result in answers or remain unsolved. The Gardaí came under fire for improperly managing evidence during this period. While in their custody, a number of items, including a blood-stained gate, disappeared. More questions were raised, even though they later stated that the gate was thrown away because it wasn't useful as evidence. Although the police investigation was poorly managed, an investigative report found no evidence of high-level corruption. Public concerns were heightened by the fact that the investigation's records had been altered and that some pages were missing. The results of the final examination of Sophie's body were unsettling. She had fought back, as evidenced by the numerous defense wounds and scratches on her hands. She had also taken severe hits to her face and back of her head, leaving her hardly recognizable. Unfortunately, it was impossible to pinpoint the exact moment of her death because her body had been exposed to the cold for so long. Clarity was scarce at the actual crime scene. There were no signs of a struggle inside the cottage, except for some blood traces on the back door and gate. Sophie appeared to have gone outside for a specific purpose because she was wearing her boots over her pajamas. The keys left in the back door suggested that she may have gone outside for a moment, or that someone in the kitchen may have trapped her there. On the counter were 2 wine glasses. They could have been used by Sophie the day before, so their presence did not prove that someone else had been in the cottage. In general, there weren't many hints left at the scene. Only one blood sample from the collection was found to be unrelated to Sophie. Although DNA testing was still in its infancy at the time, it turned out to be the investigators' only meaningful lead. Given the scant evidence, the police started tracking Sophie's whereabouts ever since she moved into the cottage. By contacting local businesses and talking to anyone who might have seen her, they attempted to piece together her last days. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that finding answers would be difficult. The small village of Schull was rocked by Sophie's murder. The fact that a married mother was murdered just before Christmas added to the shock of the first murder in almost a century. The locals couldn't believe such violence could occur in their peaceful neighborhood. The villagers gathered to grieve and support one another, and they stayed up to pray in Sophie's honor. This sad incident sparked important conversations about safety, particularly for women, and the value of being vigilant even in quiet rural communities. The media significantly influenced public perception of the case as the investigation went on. There was a moral panic brought on by the coverage. The murder of Sophie was widely covered by the media as a change from a multicultural safe village to one that is now afraid. Crazy theories about what transpired were frequently included in the stories. Others offered strange theories, such as the idea that Sophie was killed by a horse, while others conjectured about French hitmen. 2 London-based crime podcasters made the decision to delve deeply into the case and produced a multi-episode series that attracted the interest of major networks like Netflix and Sky Atlantic. This renewed interest sparked crucial conversations about how crimes against women were portrayed in the media and the necessity of responsible reporting, even though these documentaries frequently concentrated on sensational elements and the question of who did it. For researchers, these developments brought up 2 important questions. First, how closely did the sensationalized stories that frequently accompany cases of violence against women resemble the recent media coverage of Sophie's case? There was also the question of whether documentaries and podcasts could offer a more serious examination of these crimes, going beyond sensationalism. Some important details that helped tell her story were discovered by the police as they investigated her last days. Sophie was seen shopping and chatting with amiable locals in Schull the day after she arrived. One store owner saw something strange. Sophie was being watched intently by a man wearing a black coat and hat while she was shopping, and he followed her after she left. Sophie made the decision to walk to 3 Castlehead the night before her body was found. The ruins of Dunlough Castle can be seen along this lovely track, which also offers breathtaking views. A local legend about the White Lady, the ghost of a bride who tragically threw herself off a cliff, is another reason for its notoriety. When people saw her, they assumed that something horrible was going to occur. Sophie said she saw the White Lady while out for a walk. She later told her friends about this terrifying experience, even admitting that the idea of having met a ghost frightened her. She returned to a nearby pub for tea after seeing her friends, where she engaged in conversation with the locals. Although it seemed like a typical evening, nobody could have predicted how it would turn out. Daniel, Sophie's husband, was in Paris when she last spoke to him. Around midnight, they received a phone call that was probably full of love and encouragement, but a horrible thing happened after that call. Sophie was murdered sometime between midnight and the time her neighbor discovered her. This demonstrated how urgent and intricate it is to comprehend the events leading up to her terrible destiny. Daniel Toscan, Sophie Toscan Duplantier's husband, was the first person the police looked at as a suspect in her murder. Sophie had learned that Daniel was having an affair, and the couple had made the decision to split up. Strangely enough, Sophie had recently made the decision to break up with the man she was seeing. To alleviate the stress of her separation, she decided to spend the holidays by herself in Schul prior to her trip. Daniel and Sophie's lover were in France on the evening of December 22, not in Ireland. There was a lot of gossip in the little town of Schul as the police started their investigation. People in the area thought that tourists might have been involved in Sophie's murder. But according to the police, the murderer was probably a local who knew the routes to her isolated cottage. Police continued their investigation, concentrating on a man named Ian Bailey, who was born in Manchester, England. Ian was born on January 27, 1957, and in the early 1990s, he relocated to Ireland. He sought a more tranquil life after a challenging divorce and worked as a freelance journalist, occasionally publishing under the name Ian Bailey. In addition, he worked on fish farms and had a market stand where he sold poetry and pizza. From 1992 on, Ian and his partner Jules Thomas resided in Goleen. Despite his enjoyment of life in Schul, he was perceived by many residents as conceited and intrusive. The couple hurried to the crime scene to collect information for a story after learning that Sophie's body had been discovered on December 23, 23 p.m. Ian was adamant about writing about the murder, the first in Schul in a century, even though the police advised them not to divulge any information. Sophie's tragedy garnered international media attention because she was a well-known person. Ian started writing about Sophie's relationships and other aspects of her life. According to the article Sophie's Tangled Love Life, she had been inviting different men to her cottage. Sophie's family promptly made it clear that she was only seeing one man, and that they had broken up with him prior to her trip. This clarification caught investigators' attention and sparked additional rumors. Some neighbors insisted they had met Sophie, despite Ian's claim that he didn't know her well. He persisted in speculating that Daniel was responsible for the murder, implying that he did so to protect himself from financial loss in their divorce. The violent nature of the crime, according to the police, did not align with this theory. A crucial piece of information was revealed on January 11th. At 3 in the morning, an unidentified caller claimed to have seen a man at a bridge close to Sophie's home. December 23. He wore a black coat and hat just like the man a store owner had seen on December 21 after Sophie. The shop owner, Marie Farrell, turned out to be the source of the tip. Because she was at the bridge with another man and didn't want her husband to find out, she had filed an anonymous report. Police named the man as Ian Bailey and made him the primary suspect based on her description and other witness statements. Ian had scratches on his face and arms when he was interviewed a few days after the murder. These came from cutting down a Christmas tree, he explained. His injuries could not be inspected later because no photos were taken of them. Ian named him a suspect and implied that Sophie's ex-husband had hired a hitman, but police believed a local person was responsible for the crime. Despite keeping a close eye on him, they were unable to present a compelling case. Ian Bailey was taken into custody by the police on February 10, 1997, in order to establish a solid case. Police discovered evidence of a fire in his yard when they searched his house. Ian said the fire had occurred earlier in December, but a neighbor had reported seeing smoke coming from his house a few days after the murder. There was no evidence at his house or studio that connected him to Sophie's murder, according to the police. Jules Thomas, Ian's partner, was also taken into custody and interrogated. She claimed that after spending the night of the murder at a nearby pub with Ian, they drove to a vantage point where they could see that Sophie's and the neighbors' homes had lights on. However, Jules stated that he woke up in the middle of the night because of work, whereas Ian stated that he slept through the entire night. Ian lied and claimed to have gone to his studio when he was questioned about this. It was not until 9 a.m. that Jules saw him the following morning and saw what she believed to be a previous wound on his face. But there wasn't much evidence against him. Blood traces discovered at the scene were highly contaminated and did not match anyone. The timeline was made more difficult by the cold. and important pieces of evidence, like the gate from Sophie's house, which also contained blood traces, had been lost. After reviewing the case, the Director of Public Prosecutions was unable to formally charge Ian. There was no solid evidence linking him to the crime scene, even though he was detained for 12 hours and insisted on his innocence. He was consequently set free. Ian was furious because he felt he was losing control of the story when the media started to name him the primary suspect. His mental state appeared to deteriorate as the investigation went on. People said they saw him carrying a stick he said had magical powers, or howling at the moon. A condition known as howling at the moon occurs when someone expends time and energy attempting to accomplish an impossible task or obtain an unachievable goal. Some neighbors even claimed that Ian had confessed to killing Sophie as more information surfaced, but they later claimed it was just dark humor. Ian was arrested once more on January 27, 1998, in the hope that he would eventually confess because the police believed he had evidence against him. But nothing had changed, and the evidence was almost completely gone. Ian was again released without formal charges. The way the police handled the investigation drew harsh criticism once more. After his second arrest, he invited the media to his house to denounce the media frenzy surrounding him and to claim his innocence, despite the fact that many people thought he was guilty. He gave the police samples of his and his partner's hair. No new evidence emerged, and the case cooled off after 2 unsuccessful attempts to coerce a confession. Ian lost his defamation lawsuit against multiple media outlets in 2003. Police files were made public as a result of this loss, which only increased public suspicion that he was involved in Sophie's murder. The main witness, Marie Farrell, testified during the trial that she saw Ian close to the crime scene. He threatened to change her statement, she said. It was also revealed that Ian and his partner had a tumultuous relationship, which included past instances of domestic abuse. The public saw Ian as a violent man, despite Jules' defense. Ian was going to be charged after losing the defamation trial, it seemed. He would not be charged, though, as the Director of Public Prosecutions determined that there was not enough evidence to connect him to the crime scene. Dissatisfied with this result, Sophie's family wanted Ian to be charged in France, where the law permitted charges based on circumstantial evidence. Since there was not enough evidence to deport Ian from Ireland, they asked in 2008 that all files be moved to the French legal system so that he could stand trial. In a shocking turn of events, Marie Farrell withdrew her statement during the trial, 10 years after she had initially made it. Marie claimed that although she had seen a man the night of the murder, she had lied about who he was because the police had pressured her to do so. She emphasized that her initial testimony was false and clarified that Ian Bailey had never threatened her. This retraction revealed a number of issues with the inquiry. It demonstrated how the case had been impacted by biases in law enforcement's approach, the loss of crucial evidence, and police misconduct. These problems cast doubt on the veracity of the testimony used against Ian, as well as the integrity of the investigation. The Association for the Truth was established in 2007 by Sophie's family to advance the investigation. Ian Bailey's deportation was authorized by the Irish High Court after a French magistrate issued a European arrest warrant for him in February 2010. In March 2012, Bailey filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. The French government did not plan to try him at the time, according to the Supreme Court's decision in his favor. Furthermore, because the alleged offense took place outside of French territory and there was inadequate cooperation, 4 of the 5 judges concurred that the European arrest warrant stopped his deportation. Ian filed a lawsuit against the Irish government in November 2014, claiming that they were unfairly singled out for Sophie's murder. Marie Farrell's withheld statements were to be used by his legal team as evidence that the police had influenced him. She would not, however, reveal the identity of the man she had been with that evening when she was asked to testify. Ian lost the lawsuit as a result of this lack of credibility, which seriously hurt his case. Additionally, it was discovered that phone conversations at Garda stations had been surreptitiously recorded that same year. This sparked worries that there may have been anomalies in the abandoned Garda station's recordings of the Sophie murder investigation. 297 recorded calls pertaining to the case were reviewed by the Fennelly Commission. The commission discovered evidence that suggested the Gardaí had thought about deleting or changing evidence that could have cleared Ian Bailey. It came to the conclusion, though, that there was no evidence that they truly did this. The commission also pointed out that the Gardaí had improperly given journalists and other civilians access to private information regarding the investigation. In order to clear his name, Ian Bailey wrote to the Director of Public Prosecutions in 2016 and asked for a trial in Ireland. However, this did not occur. A European arrest warrant issued by French authorities, who wanted to deport him to stand trial for the murder of Sophie Toscan du Plantier, led to his arrest in Ireland in March 2017. The warrant was granted by the Irish High Court, but Bailey managed to evade extradition. Despite Ian's absence, a French court determined in 2018 that there was sufficient evidence to hold a trial. As a result, a trial without Ian started in France in 2019. Because there was no jury, only 3 judges, and more than 30 witnesses, the trial was unusual. A Paris court found Bailey guilty of murder on May 31, 2019, and he was given a 25-year prison term. An arrest warrant was issued for Europe. He was permitted to stay in Ireland after the High Court of Ireland decided there was not enough evidence to deport him. Following that, Ian Bailey was prohibited from leaving Ireland for fear of being arrested and deported to France if he traveled to another European nation. A specialized Irish police unit declared in the summer of 2022 that Sophie's case would be thoroughly examined. Ian Bailey passed away outside his Bantry home on January 21, 2024 at the age of 66, following a suspected cardiac arrest. Due to his history of domestic violence against his partner, which resulted in her hospitalization in 2001, his life was tainted by controversy. In Shull District Court, he was found guilty of assault. According to a psychiatrist's report, he exhibited aggressive and egocentric conduct, particularly when under the influence of alcohol. In order to fill the profound void left by his mother's absence, Sophie's son Pierre-Louis continues to visit Shull. Her death still hurts 25 years later, and he still finds it hard to move on from this tragic period of his life and find closure if the case is not resolved. One of the most well-known unresolved cases in Irish history is the murder of Sophie Toscan du Plantier. Complicated witness statements and her family's intense grief have complicated the investigation. The pursuit of justice feels far from over, even with the appearance of fresh leads. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Driving under the influence has always been treated as a grave offense in the United States, one that carries life-changing consequences. Whether it's alcohol, illicit drugs, or even prescription medication, getting behind the wheel in an impaired state puts lives at risk. And when that impairment leads to a deadly crash, the law does not take it lightly. These aren't just traffic violations anymore. They're felonies that carry years, even decades behind bars. The case of Macy Lathers is a prime example of how quickly a moment of recklessness can turn into tragedy, and how the fallout can echo far beyond the crash site. Macy Lathers wasn't just any driver. She was a public figure, a model, and an influencer with thousands of followers. Her life looked picture-perfect online, but on one shocking day, all of that came crashing down, literally. In a popular resort city buzzing with vacationers, Macy caused a devastating multi-car collision. 2 people lost their lives, 2 more were left with serious, life-altering injuries. But what made this tragedy even more disturbing was what happened next. When police arrived on the scene, they found Macy in a dazed, erratic state, clearly under the influence of psychoactive substances. The body cam footage captured her incoherent behavior. Witnesses filmed her staggering, yelling, and resisting officers. What was already a heartbreaking crash spiraled into a viral media storm. Overnight, Macy's name was everywhere. From news headlines to heated social media debates. Was this the fall of another influencer blinded by fame and excess? Or was it a deeper reflection of how privilege and recklessness collide? To understand how it all unraveled, we need to go back to where Macy came from. Macy Marie Lathers was born on July 16, 2000, in Fort Plain, New York, a quiet rural town nestled in Montgomery County. She was the middle child, the only girl among 3 siblings, raised in a home filled with warmth and stability. Her parents weren't wealthy or famous. They were ordinary people who worked hard, loved their kids, and built a life of modest comfort. Their house sat near the peaceful Mohawk River, in a town so small that everyone knew everyone else. Fort Plain wasn't the kind of place you expected scandal to come from. It was safe, slow, predictable. The kind of town where nothing much ever changed, until Macy changed everything. Macy grew up in what many would call a sheltered environment, largely disconnected from the outside world. She rarely left Fort Plain, and when she did, it was usually under the supervision of older family members. A high achiever in school, she consistently earned top grades and graduated at the top of her class. Macy was also active in sports, particularly gymnastics and track and field, though she never considered athletics as part of her long-term career goals. As a teen, Macy blossomed into a striking young woman. Suitors were constantly trying to win her attention, and there were even rumors of rivalries among the guys hoping to date her. She enjoyed socializing and going on dates, but she never let that interfere with her studies. Teachers described her as intelligent, focused, and driven, someone who always set high standards for herself. Macy graduated as valedictorian and was accepted into the State University of New York at Albany, where she chose to study linguistics and international communication. The campus was just over an hour's drive from her hometown, so Macy decided to stay at home with her family instead of moving into a dorm. Her close bond with her parents and siblings made this arrangement comfortable and natural. Albany, the capital of New York State, is a bustling modern city. Quite the contrast from tiny Fort Plain. To Macy, it felt like an entirely different world, full of energy, possibilities, and experiences she had never been exposed to before. With her charm, intelligence, and striking appearance, Macy quickly made friends and became a standout presence in her social circle. She continued to excel academically and soon became one of the top students in her program. At the same time, she and her new friends began frequenting local bars, clubs, and nightlife spots around the city. It didn't take long for Macy to adjust to this new rhythm of life. Days were spent in lectures and libraries, while nights often turned into late-hour adventures in the city's nightlife scene. Despite her increasingly active social calendar, Macy showed up for class, passed her exams with flying colors, and looked effortlessly put together. As is typical in many college nightlife environments, there was frequent consumption of alcoholic beverages. Over time, Macy began drinking more regularly, and what started as casual, social drinking gradually became a daily habit. Still, her young, healthy body seemed to handle the lifestyle well. She maintained excellent academic performance, and her professors continued to praise her intellectual gifts and talent. At home, her family didn't notice anything particularly alarming in her behavior or lifestyle. However, during her junior year, Macy decided to move out of her family's house and into an off-campus apartment near the university. She shared the place with a group of girlfriends, a change that marked a new chapter in her increasingly independent life. Around this time, Macy began experimenting more actively with a range of powerful and mood-altering substances. She typically obtained these restricted items directly from nightlife venues, often consuming them on site. Despite the growing frequency of her use, she didn't see it as a problem. In her mind, she could stop anytime she wanted. By the time she graduated from college, Macy had fully embraced the party lifestyle. Nightclubs, dancing, and the constant presence of alcohol and other prohibited items had become a regular part of her world. Nevertheless, she managed to complete her degree, defend her thesis successfully, and receive her diploma. Even then, though, she already knew she didn't want to spend her life behind a desk in some stuffy corporate office. Macy came of age at a time when social media platforms were exploding in popularity worldwide. Unsurprisingly, she created profiles on several major platforms while still in high school. Back then, living in the quiet and remote town of Fort Plain, her online presence was modest, just a few dozen followers, mostly people she knew. She occasionally posted family photos or scenic shots from the area, but never cared much about likes or follower counts. Everything began to change drastically after Macy moved to the city for her 18th birthday. Her parents gifted her a luxurious white Mercedes-Benz, something she had dreamed of for years. They also continued to support her financially, which allowed Macy to enjoy a carefree social lifestyle and showcase it extensively on her social media accounts. With her stunning looks, vibrant personality, and high-energy lifestyle, Macy quickly gained traction online. Her social feeds painted a picture of non-stop parties, fun, and glamour. Her follower count skyrocketed, and soon she had developed a loyal following that made her something of a local celebrity. During her final years at the university, Macy had already realized that she wouldn't be pursuing a traditional career in her chosen field. She was more interested in finding ways to turn her passion for fun into a source of income. She began taking dance lessons and sent out her modeling portfolio to various agencies, hoping to catch the attention of professionals who might offer her a lucrative contract. Despite her good looks, slim figure, and strong charisma, Macy wasn't able to break into any major modeling circles. However, her online popularity continued to soar. She portrayed a glamorous lifestyle, talked about her success, and occasionally promoted products or services on her platforms for small fees. After graduation, Macy informed her parents that she was planning to move to sunny Florida and settle in Miami. Her goal was to work as a hostess at one of the city's trendy nightclubs while continuing to pursue opportunities in modeling. Naturally, her parents were both surprised and disheartened by her decision. After all, she had always been a top student full of promise and had just completed her degree at a respected university. Now it seemed like she was walking away from all that for what? Still, they didn't pressure her or try to change her mind. In fact, they continued to support her regularly, sending money to help with her expenses. So, in early 2023, Macy relocated to Miami. She rented a modest apartment and began job hunting. At the same time, she immersed herself in the city's nightlife, hoping to make useful connections. She quickly became a fixture in the scene, fully embracing the party lifestyle once again, and she had no intention of slowing down. Over the years, Lathers had taken on various roles in the nightlife and entertainment scene. She worked as a promotional model, a dancer, and even served as a ring girl at combat sports events, stepping onto the mat in a skimpy outfit to display the round numbers to the crowd. During this period, her public profile began to rise. Local media outlets featured her several times, and she was even invited for a few interviews. By the spring of 2024, Macy's following on social media had grown into the tens of thousands. She rebranded herself as a fitness influencer, promoting sportswear, supplements, and beauty products. However, behind the carefully curated image, her real lifestyle was far from the clean and healthy image she projected online. She was a regular at nightclubs and parties, frequently indulging in strong alcoholic drinks, and was often open to trying new restricted substances offered in those settings. Over time, this pattern of behavior began to catch up with her, both personally and legally. At one point, Lathers was caught driving under the influence and had her driver's license temporarily suspended, but she violated the law again, this time resulting in her license being permanently revoked. Still, that wasn't enough to make her change course. On the morning of August 10, 2024, around 6 a.m., the streets of busy Miami were unusually quiet. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the screech of brakes and the sound of multiple loud impacts. A major collision had occurred at an intersection involving 3 vehicles. Bystanders rushed toward a black Range Rover, which had taken a heavy hit on the driver's side. The man behind the wheel had a bloodied face but was conscious. Witnesses carefully helped him out of the twisted wreck. He had suffered head trauma and broken ribs and could barely remain standing. Good Samaritans provided first aid, doing their best to stop the bleeding while waiting for emergency responders. The second vehicle was a Suzuki minivan, which sustained even more severe damage. The frame was crumpled and the doors were jammed shut. Inside were 3 individuals: a middle-aged woman behind the wheel, a man in the front passenger seat, and another man seated in the back. All 3 were seriously injured. The driver and rear passenger were unresponsive, while the front seat passenger appeared to be in shock. Since there was no immediate fire hazard, rescuers avoided pulling them out through the windows, fearing it could worsen potential head or spinal injuries. The third vehicle, a white Mercedes-Benz, was barely damaged. It had swerved off the road, lightly clipping the other 2 vehicles before striking a curb. When witnesses approached it, they found it empty. The driver was nowhere in sight, and the interior, covered in pale leather, showed no signs of injury. No blood, no visible struggle. It was clear the person behind the wheel had left the scene voluntarily, either unharmed or with only minor scrapes. Soon, eyewitnesses came forward. Several had seen a young woman leaving the Mercedes-Benz just moments after the crash. She exited from the driver's side, moving carefully and trying not to draw attention. She wore blue jeans and an oversized hoodie with the hood pulled low over her face. She crossed the street and quickly walked away from the scene, vanishing into the early morning quiet. The unidentified young woman attempted to blend in by joining a group of early morning joggers passing nearby. Since no one tried to stop her, she managed to slip away unnoticed. None of the bystanders were able to give a clear description of her appearance. When first responders, police, medics, and rescue crews arrived on the scene, they focused on freeing the injured passengers from the mangled vehicles. By that time, the man in the front passenger seat of the minivan was unresponsive. Medical examiners later determined that he had suffered extensive head and internal injuries, with massive internal bleeding cited as the cause of death. The woman who had been driving the minivan and the man in the back seat were both transported to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought hard to save their lives. The driver of the Range Rover was also hospitalized with moderate injuries. His life was not in immediate danger, though he had sustained a serious head injury and damage to one of his lungs. After speaking with witnesses, investigators determined that the person behind the wheel of the third vehicle, believed to have caused the crash, was a young woman who fled the scene. Fortunately, the intersection where the crash occurred had multiple surveillance cameras installed, and investigators quickly began collecting and reviewing the footage. The video clearly showed a white Mercedes-Benz speeding through the intersection, ignoring a red light. The other two vehicles were moving within the speed limit and had the right of way. The woman in the minivan appeared to try and avoid the collision, swerving at the last moment, but still clipped the Mercedes. Her vehicle then spun into the Range Rover before finally crashing into a utility pole. From the footage, it appeared that the woman in the Mercedes was not seriously injured. She jumped out of the vehicle, pulled her hoodie tightly over her face, and attempted to disappear among the joggers. She then veered off into a nearby park where the trail went cold due to a lack of camera coverage in that area. Who was the mystery driver of the white Mercedes-Benz? Why had she run? And where had she gone? None of the witnesses could describe her with any certainty or say where she had headed. Detectives turned to the vehicle registration to trace the owner, but before they could complete their investigation, the woman in question surfaced in the most unexpected way. While police were still reviewing footage and speaking with witnesses, a strange call came into emergency services. A construction worker laboring just a few blocks from the crash site reported an incident involving a young woman in a highly disoriented state. According to the caller, the woman had initially tried to flag down cars in an erratic and dangerous manner, running into traffic and throwing herself toward passing vehicles. Then she suddenly began undressing. She removed her hoodie, then stripped off a small top, leaving her in jeans and unclothed from the waist up. She started yelling profanities, spinning in circles in the middle of the road, attempting to force her way into random vehicles by yanking on their door handles. Eventually, she lay down across the roadway, rolling around on the asphalt. The witness who contacted emergency services rushed to help her. He tried to pull her to the sidewalk, but she was surprisingly strong and kept breaking free, shouting incoherently. Realizing he couldn't move her, he stood nearby and directed traffic to prevent vehicles from hitting her. He remained by her side until police arrived. When law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, the first thing they did was cover the half-dressed woman and try to ask her some basic questions to determine her identity. But she seemed completely detached from reality. At times, she muttered incoherently, then suddenly screamed, clearly under the influence of some kind of substance. She couldn't even say her own name, but was shouting about extraterrestrials, warning that they were on their way and would be arriving soon. Then, in a sudden shift, she calmed down and claimed she had come from the future, could travel through time, and possessed a magical orb. When asked what the last thing she remembered was, she paused for a moment and said, "I remember dying." It was clear that attempting a proper interview under these circumstances was nearly impossible. Her speech was a mixture of delusions and hallucinations. But then, unexpectedly, She asked if anyone had seen her white Mercedes-Benz and expressed concern that it might have been taken by aliens. At that moment, investigators no longer had doubts. She was clearly the same woman who had fled the scene of the crash. She repeated several times that she was from the future, then sat down on the asphalt and began speaking to someone who wasn't there, as if she were having a heartfelt conversation with her mother. "Mom, I'm gone now. Don't cry. I can time travel. I'll come visit you," she said. Then she looked around and asked where her car was, before turning back to her invisible companion. By the time paramedics arrived to assist the so-called visitor from the future, she had managed to recall her name, Macy. But other than that, her condition remained unchanged. She was hallucinating vividly and speaking in fragmented, irrational thoughts. Based on her behavior, the medical team suspected she had consumed a dangerous mix of strong alcohol and powerful psychoactive substances. To treat her properly, they needed to figure out what exactly she had taken, so they could administer the right medication to neutralize the effects of the substance. Macy's condition fluctuated rapidly. At moments, she seemed coherent and aware of her surroundings, and then she would drift off into conversations about aliens and time portals. When asked directly what she had taken, she couldn't provide an answer. In fact, she didn't even seem to understand the question. Then suddenly, she started making sprinkling motions with her fingers, as if tossing glitter, whispering, "Pink, pink, pink, powder." It sounded like more nonsense, but one of the medics recognized the reference immediately. She was likely referring to a potent street substance, often nicknamed pink cocaine, a synthetic blend of various psychoactive chemicals. The danger of this mix lies in its unpredictability. There's no standard formula, and the balance of ingredients varies with each batch, making the effects anything from mild euphoria to vivid hallucinations or even fatal overdose. It had become particularly trendy among the club scene due to its flashy appearance and low cost. The signature pink color was usually achieved with food dye and sometimes mixed with glitter to give it a stylish, glamorous look. A toxicology screening conducted at the hospital confirmed the dominant component in her system, allowing doctors to administer the appropriate IV treatment to neutralize it. Meanwhile, law enforcement identified the woman as Macy Lathers, 24 years old, a fairly well-known online personality, social media influencer, and frequent presence in Miami's nightlife circuit. The crash caused by Macy Lathers involved 3 vehicles, including her white Mercedes-Benz. 4 people were seriously affected. In the minivan were married couple Juanita and Abraham Nandez, along with their friend Jesus Rubio, who was seated in the back. Tragically, Abraham, who had been in the front passenger seat beside his wife, he succumbed to his injuries before first responders could reach the scene. Jesus in the back seat sustained severe trauma and was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought for days to save his life, but he ultimately passed away without ever regaining consciousness. Juanita miraculously survived the collision, but the injuries she sustained left her permanently paralyzed. She now relies on a wheelchair. The couple's son, a school-aged boy, lost his father instantly and has been left without the daily care of his mother, who remains hospitalized. Jesus Rubio, a father of 2 and sole provider for his family, left behind loved ones, facing not only grief but significant financial hardship. The driver of the Range Rover was less severely injured than the others, but still required multiple surgeries and a long road to recovery. He remains unable to return to his previous work or lifestyle. Macy, on the other hand, escaped the crash without a single visible injury and attempted to flee the scene. It later emerged that she had already been caught driving under the influence several months earlier and had her license suspended. Following a second offense, her driving privileges were permanently revoked. Yet that didn't stop her from continuing to consume alcohol and restricted substances, then getting behind the wheel, until it all culminated in a devastating incident that claimed 2 lives. Macy Lathers now faces multiple criminal charges: driving under the influence without a valid license, vehicular manslaughter, causing serious bodily injury through negligence, and fleeing the scene of a crash. She was booked into custody without release, and her bail was set at $150,000, 0 cents. With no access to that kind of money, either personally or from family, she remains behind bars awaiting trial. Even though surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts strongly support Macy's responsibility in the crash, her defense attorney has argued that she should only be held accountable for driving under the influence and lacking a valid license. The rest, he claims, occurred while she was experiencing intense hallucinations, making her incapable of understanding her actions. According to him, the real blame lies with whoever manufactured and distributed the powerful synthetic cocktail Macy ingested. The prosecution sees it differently. They point to video evidence showing Macy behaving rationally in the immediate aftermath of the crash, covering her face, attempting to blend in with bystanders, and even joining a group of joggers to avoid detection. These deliberate actions suggest that Macy was fully aware of what had just happened and was actively trying to avoid responsibility. The episode involving public disrobing and fantastical claims of time travel, prosecutors argue, was an attempt to appear mentally unfit to stand trial, potentially leading to psychiatric treatment instead of prison. As of spring 2025, the legal proceedings against Macy Lathers are ongoing. No final verdict has been issued, and she remains in custody. To date, she faces 8 separate charges, and if convicted on all counts, she could face a life sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The instance of Sheila Labar, an angelic-looking demon. Early life, physical and psychological trauma can have a highly unanticipated impact on an adult's life. Although they do not always result in someone becoming ruthless and trying to harm others, trauma can, occasionally, give rise to a true monster. In his book, Anatomy of Violence, criminal psychologist Adrian Raine goes into great length regarding his belief that a person might become a cold-blooded killer due to hereditary and psychophysical factors. Perhaps our heroine today, Sheila Labar, can be linked to the many serial killers in history who had genuinely terrible upbringings. Because of her angelic look, this woman was able to entice her victims and then execute them with ruthlessness. Criminologists are certain that she committed many more crimes, even if the court was only able to prove 2 of them. Let's now examine this challenging tale from the outset and attempt to determine whether Sheila Labar was a born monster or if the abuse she experienced as a youngster caused her to turn into one. Sheila Labar is who? On July 4, 1958, Sheila Labar was born in Fort Payne, Alabama, a tiny rural community. She grew up with her brother and sister, Lynn, as the youngest of her parents' 3 children. She grew up on a farm surrounded by cornfields in a beautiful but somewhat remote location. According to Lynn's older siblings' recollections, Sheila was a creative, energetic, open-minded, and curious youngster. She enjoyed being the focus of attention, had a sweet appearance and a nice voice. She might have become a well-known singer or actress if her life had gone differently. However, her name adorned the pages of criminal chronicles rather than vivid posters. In addition to his unfathomable brutality, her father, Manuel Bailey, the family's patriarch, was an alcoholic for many years. However, it would be more appropriate to state that his addiction affected his entire family. He frequently went on rampages, becoming a true beast who delighted in mistreating his wife and kids. He beat them with anything he had and humiliated and degraded them. Might shut himself in the house and keep everyone out in the middle of the night when it was freezing or raining. Mothers, daughters, and boys frequently had to sleep outside in the field or in a barn. Manuel started hurling dishes and other items at his family members one day when he was intoxicated once more. Sheila, the youngest daughter, was struck in the head by one of her husband's flower pots, despite the mother's best efforts to shield the kids. Sheila meticulously concealed her temple scar with her hair after suffering a severe concussion that would last a lifetime. The hardest thing the sisters had to go through in their parents' house, however, was not even the taunts and beatings. Sheila and Lin-Manuel recall that they were forced to become intimate from a young age. The topic was never brought up, even though the mother might have known what was happening. Sheila fared well enough in school, though, in spite of the misery at home. She had aspirations of leaving the farm as soon as possible and taking over the big metropolis. The girl had a lot of drive and ambition. She had everything she needed to pursue her childhood dream of being an actress or pop singer. Charisma, a radiant appearance, and a lovely voice. Sheila was only 18 when she entered adulthood, and her first marriage. Although she moved out of her parents' house, adulthood was not always happy. She was not permitted to average her results in order to get into the university. and she lacked the funds to relocate to the big metropolis. Subsequently, Sheila secured a position as a maid at a hotel where her older sister was already employed. Sheila, it should be mentioned, was very lovely and had a slim physique. She had a mess of long, thick hair, a lovely grin, and large blue eyes. Over time, she learned to take advantage of the attention she received from men and control her suitors. A romantic relationship started between Labar and Bailey in the late 1970s, after they met a man named Jonathan Baxter. Although Jonathan had a young kid from a prior relationship, he was not quite 20 years old. The child did not, however, become a barrier, and the couple soon married. But this marriage was short-lived. After Jonathan discovered that the young wife had mistreated his daughter while he was off from work, he collapsed after a few months. To be honest, Sheila was irritated with the youngster and would either raise her hand or put her in a closet if she began to cry or misbehave. Jonathan didn't plan controversies or pay attention to justifications. He just put his wife and his possessions outside his home and filed for divorce. He didn't want to see or speak to her ever again. Sheila survived largely off of the men she dated after the divorce, but all of these relationships were short-lived, lasting only a few weeks to a few months, until she met Ronnie Jennings, her future second husband, in the early 1980s. After a turbulent courtship that ended in marriage, Sheila adopted the double last name Bailey Jennings. Two irascible and unstable persons who frequently cheated on one another, scandalized, and even fought, nevertheless, were in an unhealthy relationship. They were married for over 3 years. Sheila requested a divorce from her husband in 1984 following yet another family dispute, but he turned her down. Ronnie actually didn't keep the relationship going at all. He only intended to annoy and anger his wife, and he was successful in doing so. Sheila lost her temper, took a lot of drugs in front of her husband, drank a lot of booze, and then, after this hellish concoction, she got behind the wheel and drove off. Soon after, Sheila lost consciousness due to the effects of the drugs and alcohol, flew off the road, and collided with a tree at a high speed. She had a severe head injury but miraculously survived. Doctors gave no prognosis, and she remained in a profound coma for over a week. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric facility after she eventually regained consciousness and began to rehabilitate. Later, when she was under a lot of strain, she complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was bothering her all the time and might have been taking advantage of her helplessness. After all of this, Sheila went back to her second husband's house, but she started acting threateningly and aggressively toward him when she attacked Ronnie and jabbed nail scissors into his chest. During another controversy, fearing for his own life and well-being, Ronnie filed for divorce and quickly left the insane woman's wealthy lover. Following the dissolution of the second marriage, the young lady started searching for a partner by placing advertisements in the print media's dating columns. However, Sheila's tendency to control everything and firmly repress their partners in both personal and daily life meant that no guy stayed with her for very long. Wilfred Bill Labar, 60, soon became interested in the picture of a pretty female in the dating area. The man had been married twice before, and both of his prior marriages had produced grown children and grandchildren. He had been living alone on his spacious country ranch since he became a widow a few years ago. Bill was a reasonably well-off individual. He reared horses on the ranch and operated a chiropractic practice in Epping, New Hampshire. At the same time, he needed a strong, powerful woman because he felt lonely. Indeed, he discovered just that. Sheila was drawn to the affluence of her new acquaintance and thought that they would make a perfect match. To make Bill go completely crazy, she started sending him letters and postal mail, adding pictures of herself in the nude to make him laugh. Labara quickly asked a charming pen friend to visit his property after the trap was successful. They fell in love quickly. She moved in with him in the summer of 1987, since an old man is generous with costly presents for a young mistress. The fact that the doctor suddenly went out in public with a lovely companion who was half his age and suitable for him as a daughter is really flattering. He had no intention of marrying Sheila, however. Sheila, though, isn't waiting for a proposal. Became Labari after changing her name. Despite being taken aback by this development, Bill did not protest. Sheila started to meddle in every aspect of her old lover's life, taking charge of his business, finances, and property management. Furthermore, Bill was growing too old to meet a young woman's intimate desires. Sheila herself claims that after that he gave her permission to meet other men, whom she frequently took straight to their house. Wayne Ennis, a Jamaican, was one of Sheila's frequent lovers in the mid-1990s. Originally employed as an au pair on the ranch, he was significantly younger than Sheila. However, the young man quickly moved into the owner's home in 1995 with Bill's approval, which was most likely obtained under Sheila's insistence. After Sheila and Wayne had made their relationship legal, the husband reflected that he would be her exclusive partner going forward. He quickly discovered, however, that he was mistaken. Why? Because his wife kept going out with other men. This did not satisfy Wayne, and one day he leaped on Sheila and her next partner with his fists, hurting them. For the first time, Sheila, who was used to being controlled, was unable to handle her third husband, who fought whenever a competitor came within sight. She eventually filed for divorce, accused Wayne of assault and violence, and requested a court order to prevent him from approaching her. Sheila continued to meet with several boyfriends, changing them like gloves, and her chaotic personal life was unaffected by another divorce. It's true that Sheila's relationship was ending more frequently lately due to lawsuits from men who claimed she was not just nasty but also a menace to their health and lives. As a result, she intentionally struck one of her boyfriends with a car and nearly ran him over. Another scraped his face, leaving him permanently scarred, while another nearly smashed his head. Sheila became increasingly hazardous to others as she grew older. She expected all men to obey her, and when they did not, she became angry. Bill LaBar passed away from heart failure in 2000 at the age of 74. The old man's family was certain that Sheila was involved in his death, even though medical professionals and law enforcement did not find any evidence of criminal activity. Even though Bill and Sheila were never legally married, they believed that she had been slowly poisoning Bill for years and had even forced him into the spotlight. The will stated that Sheila would be the only heir to all of his assets. The family members made an unsuccessful attempt to contest this in court. They continued to believe that Bill was coerced into writing House of Temptation, the will that the mistress desired. As I said before, Sheila took full ownership of all of Bill's property after his death. She didn't have to think about what other people thought anymore. With the land she received, she was free to do as she pleased. She described her home as a haven of pleasure and seduction, where no boundaries existed. She enticed men to her by meeting them online, in bars and on the streets, then worked to keep them on the ranch for as long as she could. Their age, skin tone, or any other aspect of their physical appearance didn't matter to her. After promising them supernatural pleasure, she tried to repress and control them. Sheila frequently met couriers in the nude and offered them a different way to pay in an attempt to woo them. However, she failed to consider that she was not growing any younger and was not nearly as attractive as she once was. Couriers eventually just refused to deliver to her address. On the property, neighbors saw that LaBar had different guys arrive all the time, but some of them rushed out the same day. Others experienced a little delay as well. It was only possible to speculate as to what was happening within the house. So quickly, where had Michael DeLorge vanished to? Sheila made the decision to find love with men who were addicted or in desperate need of housing money. The most vulnerable group was also the easiest target for the crafty woman, who pretended to be a widowed millionaire everywhere and boasted about the enormous fortune she got in 2004. On one of the city's streets, LaBar encountered Michael DeLodge, a homeless guy. His life was challenging, and his addiction to illegal narcotics caused him to lose everything. When his family attempted to get him to a rehabilitation center, he fled and has been lingering ever since. Sheila was fond of Michael and extended an invitation to him, offering him food, housing, and the required medications in return for intimacy. The man had moved to the ranch and was totally reliant on his former mistress. Sheila rapidly became accustomed to the taste, and her desires grew increasingly complex. But he obliged with all of her requests, since he was scared to be on the street again. She enjoyed humiliating, beating, and binding Michael. He made multiple attempts to flee, hiding in homeless shelters and wandering dozens of miles, but he never chose to approach the police out of concern that they wouldn't believe him. In the meantime, Sheila consistently located him and returned him to the property. He desperately attempted to get in touch with his family to inform them of his predicament. When his loved ones heard this upsetting news, they reacted right away, but it was too late. Michael DeLoge vanished into thin air in October 2005. When Sheila was contacted personally by his relatives, she said that she and Michael were no longer together. She didn't know where he was anymore, and he had left her. None of the locations he had visited previously had Michael present. There was no means to get in touch with him, and no one who knew him had seen him. There was no response from the cops, and Labar stayed outside. Sheila's stories about her extravagant wealth were grossly exaggerated, and as she was suspected of having trusted Kenny County, she was obliged to seek a job in order to maintain the house and car. Sheila, of course, picked a career she liked. She started running a private phone service. Men were seduced by her genuinely captivating voice and offered to meet her face to face. One of these men was Kenny County, who was only 24 years old when they first met him. The young man was open, friendly, and had a nice appearance, but because of his low IQ, he was extremely credulous. Labar was searching for a man much like this. In fact, Kenny was dependent on his mother, with whom he had a tight relationship. However, Sheila was able to sever this bond and really entice Kenny to her with the use of deft tactics. She promised that they would always be this way, and gave him a night of love that he would never forget. The young man moved into Sheila's home after deciding he had found the woman of his dreams, and telling his family about it. After setting up an actual torture chamber in one of the chambers, Sheila soon revealed her true identity to the man. Intimacy invariably resulted in a vicious beating or worse each time. Despite Kenny's numerous cuts, bruises, abrasions, scratches, and burn marks, he was unable to leave the mistress's home since she had total control over him. Sheila prevented him from seeing and speaking to his family and loved ones, could only speculate as to Kenny's condition. Neighbors who saw the man from time to time and were appalled by his frail appearance were the ones who initially raised the alarm. The young man was photographed by a local store clerk using the camera on her cell phone a few days prior to his disappearance, and the photo was eventually included in the court case file. One could characterize Kenny's state in the picture as appalling. He was really slender, his nose was likely broken, and he had large bruises on his cheek and under his eye. All of these wounds had been caused at separate times, based on the degree of healing, indicating that the man had been severely beaten for a considerable amount of time, and his cart's contents were concerning. As it turned out, he rolled 2 big fuel canisters to the pay register for his own cremation. The store staff decided to report the man to the police for potential domestic violence, since they were so perplexed and even scared by his look. However, Sheila got away with it this time, and they were unable to bring any charges against her. Soon after, Kenny completely ceased communicating with his family, and when his anxious mother showed up at Labar's house, the owner acted hostilely and told her to leave Kenny alone. Every other effort ended in the same way, and Kenny County's family reported him missing to the police, citing horrible discoveries, a home cremation, and the possibility that he was being held forcibly at the rural ranch. When police got to Sheila's house, she said the young man had moved out and that Kenny had fled because his mother, whom he was supposedly afraid of, started coming to visit them often. Sheila offered an audio clip as proof, in which she asks her lover if his own mother had assaulted him, and he responds disgracefully in the positive. The following day, an officer who was visiting Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate since everything seemed more than odd. Although Sheila had previously been on the radar of the police on numerous occasions, and her name had been connected to another enigmatic partner disappearance, she had never been questioned, and her home and property had never been examined. Labar was not at home when the cops came, but they did notice other fires raging close to the barns. A mattress, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and other makeshift materials were used to create the odd-looking fires, which were then doused with a flammable mixture. There were bones in one of the bonfires that were obviously human remains. The team asked for forensic specialists to report all the findings as reinforcements. However, compared to what they found later, that proved to be only the beginning. Poorly cleaned blood traces were discovered almost everywhere in the residence. It appeared as though a true massacre had taken place, since there was so much of it. The blood turned out to have come from at least 3 separate individuals. 2 empty fuel cans, the identical ones the child had purchased at the neighborhood store the day before, were laying close by, and the bones smoking in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny. That wasn't all, though. The remains of Michael Deluge, who vanished a few years prior, and some fingers belonging to an unidentified third man were also discovered on the property. Numerous products that belonged to the same group, among other things. At the ranch, eyes belonging to different men were taken from the sump. Their whereabouts are unknown. The hostess herself had worked it out and fled, so she wasn't home when the police arrived. Sheila apparently hoped to get lost when she hitched a ride to Boston. She also wooed a motorist who gave her a ride on the way, and he kindly offered her to live in his home. However, the new boyfriend himself called the police the following day to tell that Sheila was now in his bed after seeing TV news about the hunt for a dangerous criminal. She was taken into custody there. A box of videotapes was discovered during the investigation of Sheila's house, which was another terrifying discovery. Kinney Michael and a number of other men admitted to heinous atrocities on the tapes, but based on their looks and state of health, it appears that they were tortured to make these admissions. There have been many concerns about Labarage's mental health since her arrest, thus the court mandated the required assessments. Sheila was diagnosed with schizophrenia symptoms and a delusional illness. She referred to herself as a heavenly angel sent to shield children from sexual predators. Her lawyer attempted to construct a defense based on Sheila's deteriorating mental condition. He referred to his client as gravely ill and attempted to demonstrate that she was unaware of what she was doing. Her childhood trauma, both physical and mental, was the cause of this. According to the defendant, she met God many years ago when she was in a coma near death after a tragic accident, and the deity instructed her to rid the world of those who violate children. Speaking in court, Sheila's ex-husbands and a few of her boyfriends described her as a wild, unstable, and violent woman. The third spouse, Wayne Ennis, also claimed that the ex-wife had constantly urged him to assassinate Mr. Labar so that she could have his property. It was established that Sheila knew what she was doing when she committed her crimes, despite the defense's efforts to persuade the court that she was mad and in need of treatment. She was convicted in July 2008 and given a life sentence without the chance of parole. Her appeals were all turned down. Sheila is currently incarcerated at Homestead Correctional Facility in Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most dramatic crimes in recent history occurred in Samara in 2025, when a startling and unsettling crime rocked the city. A prominent political person, a former mayor, and his spouse inexplicably disappeared. People who were close to them became very concerned when they vanished, which led to a thorough search. Investigators soon discovered, however, that their own granddaughter was the main suspect. She was seen touching a suspicious barrel on security cameras. Chemical traces were discovered in the flat, and the victim's money started to show up in suspicious transactions. All the signs pointed to a well-planned performance. But what? Financial difficulties, growing debt, or something far more sinister could have pushed her to this point? Was she truly acting alone? And why has she not spoken since being arrested? Situated strategically along the Volga River in Russia, Samara is a city rich in history. It is a significant industrial center where politics, business, and exclusive elite circles are closely entwined. A special equilibrium between the power of the government, large corporations, and underground networks emerged in the 1990s. The local elite's wealth was frequently derived from oil profits, secret transactions, and behind-the-scenes political scheming, and they had influence much beyond the area. Viktor Tarkov was a major member of Samara's aristocracy. Everyone knew his name, from powerful criminal types to government officials. He was more than just the city's leader. A large portion of its economy was under his control. Tarkov, who was born in Kubyshev, rose through the ranks from chemical engineer during the Soviet era to prosperous businessman, high-ranking official, and finally Samara's mayor. His influence grew as a result of this role, but he also made strong opponents. In addition to being rich, the Tarkov family was a dynasty used to luxury and power. Viktor Tarkov possessed a fleet of luxury vehicles, large land holdings, and upscale real estate, and his family benefited from all the perks that accompanied his position. However, there were significant problems hiding under the prosperity's surface. Viktor's granddaughter, Ekaterina Tarkov, was born in Samara in 1995 and grew up in a society where having money and power was just accepted. From an early age, Ludmila was lured to dubious circles since her father, Sergei Loganov, was referred to in some quarters as Lord. Her mother, Ludmila Tarkov, was brought up as the heir to a wealthy family. Even though her father gave her the best education and a wealth of chances, she opted for a luxurious and carefree lifestyle. She was firmly enmeshed in the underground world by the 1990s, surrounded by people from organized networks with whom she was quite comfortable. Konstantin Cherbuk, her first husband, was killed in 2001 after having connections to a notorious Samara criminal organization. Following his death, Ludmila started dating Sergei Loganov, who was not only associated with clandestine activities, but also a major figure in massive oil fraud schemes that generated millions of dollars. He was imprisoned in 2010 after being apprehended for allegedly planning an attack on a federal agent. However, Ludmila stayed close to his course. She participated in fraudulent operations, formed close relationships with organized groups, and ultimately faced legal repercussions. Ludmila Tarkov was at the focus of a well-reported judicial case by the summer of 2021. She threatened to make false personal information public and attempted to extort a sizable quantity of money from Alexander Malev, a deputy in the regional parliament. But her scheme fell apart in an instant. Malev called police enforcement right away. The arrest of Tarkov occurred in December 2022. She was sentenced to 7 years in a general regime penitentiary facility when the court found her guilty shortly after. Katerina Tarkov, on the other hand, experienced total independence and no supervision during her adolescent years. She never experienced financial hardship and had no appreciation for the actual worth of money because she was the granddaughter of a prominent political figure. She was never subjected to rigorous regulations, pressure to perform well in school, or spending limits like her peers were. A sense of entitlement was fostered by this lack of boundaries, and it only got stronger with time. Ekaterina adopted a life of luxury from an early age. High-end fashion labels, invitation-only events, and relationships with powerful individuals drew her in. Tarkov soon found herself encircled by the city's elite youth, the sons and daughters of wealthy families for whom extravagant entertainment was a way of life, as Samara's nightlife scene flourished during those years. Alcohol and illegal drugs were ubiquitous in this setting. Ekaterina was never worried about the future. Everything she needed was supplied by her grandfather, and her mother never got involved in her life since she was too busy committing crimes of her own. When Ekaterina started using illegal drugs heavily, and her behavior started to change, that's when the real issues started. Her need increased over time, and she found it more and more challenging to operate without consistent access. Her social circle also shifted. She found herself surrounded by people who would give her anything in return for cash, favors, or power. Her grandfather provided her with substantial financial support, but her spending habits became unmanageable. She met an Israeli citizen in Cyprus in 2016, when her reputation in Samara was already far from perfect. They quickly get married as their relationship blossomed. Ekaterina became Belskaya by adopting her husband's last name. They have a kid in 2017. Family life, though, did not alter her way of living. She struggled to control her emotions, drank a lot, and kept causing scandals. After 2 years, her spouse filed for divorce because he could no longer stand it any longer. Ekaterina left her baby in the custody of his grandparents and went back to Samara after the separation. Her family once again gave her their whole support. In spite of her actions, her grandfather, Viktor Tarkov, kept giving her money, but even it was insufficient for her. Ekaterina spent enormous sums of money on illegal drugs and pleasure, but when her income started to decline, she started to run into financial problems for the first time. By 2020, she was in a dire predicament. She made an effort to undergo therapy, but she quickly relapsed and resumed her old way of life. She started acting even more strangely. Her costly habits persisted, but she was no longer able to afford them. She began selling everything she owned out of desperation, including phones, jewelry, fancy handbags, and even religious icons that her grandparents had given her. She had no interest in family treasures at the time. Money was her top concern. Ekaterina gradually started taking out loans from friends, but people soon stopped believing in her. Her debts increased, and her creditors' demands for repayment got more tenacious. She had reached a dead end. She didn't want a job and didn't have any lawful income. Viktor Tarkov began reducing his granddaughter's financial assistance to Ekaterina after he saw that she had no plans to change. This was not an effort to assist. It was a betrayal. As far as she was concerned, he had to keep supporting her. Arguments became openly hostile, and family tensions increased. Ekaterina publicly blamed her grandparents for all of her issues and no longer concealed her disdain. Her rage only became stronger with time. She eventually came to the terrifying conclusion that eliminating the individuals preventing her from receiving her inheritance was the only way to permanently resolve her financial issues. Ekaterina's financial condition had significantly worsened by 2023. She had borrowed money from a number of places, including friends, high-interest lending firms, and people who weren't known for being patient when it came to return, and her debts were growing. She assured a number of lenders that she would pay off her obligations quickly, but in practice, she was unable to do so. The calls and threats intensified, and the pressure from creditors increased. Ekaterina started trying to sell her family's possessions at this point. She began searching for purchasers for her relatives' expensive belongings, since she was in dire need of money. Her attention turned to jewelry, old religious artifacts, and even her grandmother's automobile. The investigation found that she was able to sell some of these products. However, even that was insufficient. At that point, Ekaterina started thinking about selling properties that were registered in Viktor Tarkov's name. Her grandfather, on the other hand, was a wise and cautious guy who kept tight control over his possessions and would never let her handle it without his consent. She understood that she would never have complete access to his fortune as long as he was living. Viktor and Natalia Tarkov abruptly stopped returning calls at the beginning of January 2025. Their phones were off when friends, family, and business acquaintances tried to contact them. Concerns were immediately raised when they vanished. These individuals, particularly Viktor Tarkov, who maintained constant communication with former co-workers and business associates, were not the kind to abruptly go. Those close to him became very concerned when he did not reply to birthday greetings on January 3, 2025. Tarkov's former deputy was the first to sound the alarm. When he tried to phone Viktor several times without success, he got the odd message, "All questions to Katya." This appeared very suspicious. Although Tarkov was renowned for using correct grammar and punctuation, this message's writing style was entirely different. Efforts to contact the couple persisted without success. Tarkov's assistant was so alarmed that she eventually reported a missing individual to the police. The police quickly began an investigation once the report was lodged. First, detectives examined the Tarkovs' home, looked over their most recent financial records, and examined security footage. Unsettling information soon surfaced that pointed to Ekaterina Tarkov's peculiar actions. After police looked into her financial activities in the days before her relatives vanished, suspicions grew. After making dubious purchases, she made an effort to hide any signs that they were in the residence. An eerie scene greeted the investigative team when they got to the Tarkovs' house. The inhabitants were strangely clean, but there were no overt indications of a conflict. Chemicals that are frequently used to destroy biological evidence were found by forensic experts. Forensic experts employed cutting-edge equipment to find concealed traces that were invisible to the human eye. During a comprehensive examination of the apartment, they found biological residue in the kitchen and bathroom, which was later determined to include blood through laboratory investigation. The traces were determined by DNA testing to be those of Viktor and Natalia Tarkov. Investigators concluded that there was no considerable blood loss as the cause of death based on the minimal amount of blood found. Ekaterina's purchases in the weeks preceding the disappearance of her relatives also caught the attention of investigators. Transaction records show that she had ordered protective jackets, heavy-duty bags, chemicals, and plastic containers. Due of their unclear domestic aim, these transactions struck out as suspicious when made online. Furthermore, these significant expenditures were out of line with her typical spending patterns, and her financial status at the time was precarious. A closer look at her recent behavior showed that Ekaterina had also been quickly selling off her grandparents' possessions. She quickly advertised a number of important items for sale, including as jewelry, a Toyota RAV4 that had belonged to Natalia Tarkov, and antique religious symbols. Investigators were alarmed by the speedy sale of such costly goods because there was no proof that the property's legitimate owners had voluntarily given her control of it. Law enforcement also acquired comprehensive call and message logs of Victor and Natalia throughout this period. Even after their alleged disappearance, analysis revealed that their cell phones were still operational. Friends and family received reference messages from their numbers stating that the pair had left town. Investigators suspected that someone else had been using their devices after a linguistic analysis of these texts showed inconsistent wording and phrasing. Ekaterina's use of her grandfather's phone to access his online bank account was another cause for concern. Despite not having complete access to the money, investigators found that there had been several attempts to conduct financial transactions from Viktor Tarkov's accounts following his disappearance. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the fact that she attempted to utilize his money while his location was unclear. Following the collection of sufficient evidence, authorities took action to place Ekaterina Tarkov under arrest. Her grandfather's flat, where she had remained even after his disappearance, served as the site of the operation. Ekaterina was remarkably composed during her arrest. She didn't object, protest, or even inquire as to why she was being held. Unlike someone suspected of a severe crime, there were no outward indicators of distress or concern. She was brought to the police station and questioned. Ekaterina declined to testify during the first round of interrogation, saying she was feeling ill. Investigators kept working and showed her the material they had collected. However, she started altering her version of events rather than providing precise reasons. Her claims were in conflict with one another, and her logic was not convincing. More evidence was found as the inquiry went on, which helped put together a potential time frame of the crime. Investigators examined witness accounts, CCTV footage, and digital footprints on her computer and phone. These discoveries helped to clarify the events that had taken place. Complete denial of involvement was Ekaterina's main line of defense. She asserted that she had sold her relatives' possessions at their request and maintained that she had no knowledge of their location. But there was another picture that emerged from the facts. As they worked to piece together the events, investigators found more evidence that implicated her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These were the terrifying last moments of a 16-year-old girl who was killed by the guy she used to call her father. She was the third of 4 victims killed. The Killer family was prosperous, attractive, and seemingly ideal. The quintessential American dream. Strangers wanted a life like theirs, friends envied them, and neighbors looked up to them. However, beneath that well-maintained exterior was a raging maelstrom of secrets, deceit, and anger. Their idyllic life began to show fractures that were too obvious to conceal, and when they eventually fell apart, it was more than simply a family disintegrating. It was a catastrophe that no one could have predicted. The patriarch, James Craig Kaler, seemed to have it all: a steady career and a 6-figure salary. He provided a life of dreams. From straight-A report cards to local sports glory, his wife Karen was the epitome of the ideal housewife and supermom, running the household and providing for their 3 children, Emily, Lauren, and Sean. Under their parents' tutelage, the Kaler children appeared to flourish. They seemed to be the epitome of what a family should be. Let's go back in time and see how this ideal family came to be through silent battles, concessions, and sacrifices. To begin with, Karen sacrificed her engineering degree in order to wed Craig and help him achieve his goals. After getting married in December 1985, the couple relocated to Colorado, where Craig had secured a promising career. Karen couldn't handle the thought of a long-distance relationship at the time, even though she was still in her 2nd year of college and had a few more years to finish her degree. Thus, Karen took a decision that would change her life. She dropped out of school to concentrate on Craig's profession and her marriage. She fully accepted the sacrifice because she was committed to making their life together wonderful. On April 8, 1991, Karen gave birth to their firstborn daughter, Emily, marking their first significant life milestone. Life appeared to be picture perfect. Karen assumed the role of a stay-at-home mother as Craig's career flourished. But even after delivering a baby, Karen's mother Pat saw that her daughter was constantly prioritizing Craig's demands over her own. It was strange, as if Karen no longer lived for herself. Another shift in Craig's career came in 1992, when he was offered a high-paying position in Greenville, Texas. After moving, the family welcomed Lauren, their second daughter, in May 1993. The Collars seemed to have it all: two intelligent, successful children, Karen's commitment to her family, and Craig's career success. The eldest child, Emily, was intelligent and a people-pleaser. Like her mother, she aspired to be intelligent and creative. Lauren played bass and sang, while Emily played drums and sang. However, conflicts were simmering beneath the surface. A dispute over having more children was the source of one of those difficulties. With two children, Karen thought their family was perfect, but Craig desired a third. In a somewhat unconventional step, the couple drafted a written contract. Karen agreed to have one more kid in exchange for the opportunity to have a treatment that would stop her from getting pregnant in the future. Craig complied, and their son Sean was born in March 1999 as a result. Later, Craig had a vasectomy to make sure their expanding family wouldn't experience any more surprises. Life seems to have stabilized by this time. Craig's career continued to grow once he was hired for a new position in Weatherford, Texas, a quiet town close to Dallas. Karen adjusted once more and became fully involved in her new community. She developed a solid network of friends and resources by joining a local moms organization and rising to the position of president. She also ensured that her children were engaged and active. Emily was a talented student and musician. Sean became a budding baseball star, and Lauren flourished in band and sports. Although it appeared to be the ideal life from the outside, Craig's infatuation with perfection left little room for anything that wasn't perfect. He had very high expectations of everyone, even his own family. He started criticizing his daughter Lauren since she had attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder and didn't receive straight A's like Emily. Craig didn't hesitate to make fun of Lauren since he thought she wasn't good enough. Furthermore, Craig's need for control extended beyond his family. He started to come across as stiff, impolite, and even haughty. He was challenging to collaborate with because of his fixation on appearances. He even told others that women in leadership positions weren't worthy of them, demonstrating his lack of regard for them. He also developed a reputation for being frugal, asking coworkers to buy him dances, going to strip clubs with them, and borrowing tools for house improvements rather than purchasing them. Craig maintained strict control over the family's money, even though he made a respectable $180,000 annually. Every time Karen went shopping, she had to keep the receipts, and she had a strict weekly allowance. When Craig arrived home, he would examine each one carefully and become furious if he felt something was superfluous or overly costly. However, money wasn't the only factor. Craig had complete control over their lives, including their sexual lives. Karen had to go to bed at 8:30 p.m. every night as part of their regimen. She would apologize in a whisper to her friends if she answered a phone after 8 p.m. and explain that she had to leave because Craig needed her in the bedroom at a certain time. He would pay for it if she didn't comply with his request that she go to bed at 9. Their children even learned not to bother them after 8:30 because it had become such a ritual. Karen was required to follow Craig's instructions even when she was ill. Turning him away was risky. Karen was aware that it was simpler to simply give in when his rage frequently turned violent. Now, this was not always the case. Karen's life was less regimented when they initially started dating, but Craig's expectations became increasingly severe over time. To observe Karen and her together, he even proposed introducing a third party, a woman in particular, into their relationship. Karen found it hard to say no, even though she was completely uncomfortable with this. Karen discreetly joined a gym because she was desperate for some privacy and a place of her own. Exercise had always been enjoyable to her, and it gave her a sense of control over her life again. Karen had to perform odd jobs like baking cakes to pay for the membership herself, since Craig, who was always bossy, wouldn't pay. She scraped up enough money to join Powerhouse Gym by January 2006, and she soon established herself as a regular. She eventually even started working as a personal trainer on a part-time basis. Although Craig was surprisingly cool with her working at the gym, he did have one requirement. She had to be home by the time the kids got home from school. and Karen was excellent at all she did as usual. She made pals at the gym right away, and she soon found herself griping about Craig at work. She would talk about how they were always fighting, how she never seemed to be good enough, and how angry he was all the time. Sometimes one of the children had to step in to break up their fights because they were so fierce. Things would get physical on bad days, and Karen would have bruises to show for it. Craig's dominance over her was oppressive, even though everyone at the gym knew how unhappy she was and how much she wanted to end the relationship. She was on the verge of losing it, and meeting Sunny, a personal trainer, only appeared to make matters worse. Sunny helped Karen open up about the most painful aspects of her relationship, things she was unable to discuss with anyone else. Because she was composed and understanding, Sunny and Karen developed into more than just friends over time. The two developed a close romantic and sexual relationship. How this occurred is the subject of some conjecture. Others say Karen and Sunny had already had an affair before Craig even knew about it, while others think Craig encouraged it because he had previously requested Karen to add a third person to their relationship. Whatever the origin of their relationship, it developed into a threesome. Craig even bought flowers for both women, texted Sunny in a flirtatious manner, and urged them to go on weekend trips. Later on, though, he denied pressuring the two to get together. Craig's narrative was different from Karen and Sunny's, who were upfront about their connection. The main problem, according to him, was that his meticulously constructed picture of the ideal family was disintegrating, and Karen was destroying their marriage. Craig saw a chance to take back control in 2008. A higher-paid job in Columbia, Missouri was given to him, but it would require him to leave Sunny and Karen. He took the job offer right away, but Karen was heartbroken. She had roots in Weatherford, but she didn't want to leave Sunny. Her children participated in school activities. Sean played baseball, the girls were in a band, and Karen had strong connections to neighborhood volunteer organization. But as usual, Craig's wishes won out. Karen had to finish things at home because he relocated to Columbia a few months before her. Craig was unaware of Karen and Sunny's decision to remain together over the long term at this period. He believed that it was only a brief liaison, and that Karen would become the submissive wife he wanted her to be after they parted ways. Craig thought things had returned to normal when Karen and the children eventually moved to Columbia. He even permitted her to continue working as a fitness instructor while pursuing a health science degree at the University of Missouri. But Karen had gotten a taste of independence following her time with Sunny. Simply being permitted to work or attend school wasn't enough for her. She didn't want to live a life in which Craig felt entitled to dictate everything she did. Craig started to tighten his hold on his wife, Karen, after realizing he was losing control. His compulsive tracking of her every action, including who she spoke to, what she wrote in her emails, and where she went, soon devolved into a full-scale breach of her privacy. At an old friend's New Year's Eve party in Weatherford in December 2008, this toxic fixation reached a breaking point. Sunny, the last person Craig had ever wanted to see, was there when they entered the party, even though neither Craig nor Karen had anticipated seeing her. The situation was exacerbated by Karen's overt flirtation with Sunny. In front of everyone, they were cuddling, laughing, hugging, and sipping from the same glass using 2 straws. By this time, Craig was angry. His anger and jealousy overcame him, especially because Karen and Sunny's connection was now widely known. Craig felt that the disrespect was intolerable and that it was a total slap in the face. At the party, the rage erupted, with Craig yelling at Karen and Karen yelling back. It was a spectacle rather than merely a private dispute. Craig became so enraged and humiliated by their heated argument that he told everyone that Karen was having an affair. Karen retaliated by kissing Sunny in front of everyone. They were asked to leave by the host, who was obviously uneasy. The drama didn't stop there either. Outside on the front lawn, the altercation continued and quickly became physical. Karen was pushed by Craig, who was so furious that she fell and struck her head on the floor. They were both reeling from the ramifications by dawn. Despite the confusion, Karen started to reconsider how she was pushing Craig. Sunny refused to listen to her when she suggested that they take a vacation from their relationship. She informed Karen that Craig was the issue, not her. After seeing his violent outbursts, Sunny was extremely worried about Karen's safety. Karen bravely decided to file for divorce in late January 2009. She began sleeping in a different room, but she didn't leave the house right away. She and Sonny also kept up their long-distance friendship. Craig continued to monitor Karen's correspondence and even searched through her belongings, because he was still excessively controlling. He discovered several of Sonny's greeting cards and used them to follow her everywhere. Craig would follow Karen whenever she planned to see Sonny in an attempt to ruin their time together. He was unrestrained in his jealousy. Craig became more and more unstable at work. He would show off his photo album to his colleagues, asking them questions like, "Isn't this a happy family? Why doesn't Karen want to be a happy family?" Everybody felt uncomfortable around him, but Craig didn't seem to notice or care. His need to dominate Karen's life devoured him too much. Following Craig's comments during a municipal council meeting in March 2009, the atmosphere escalated. Karen, who was present to encourage him, got drawn into yet another contentious dispute. Craig's rage became physical this time. Karen phoned the police when he assaulted her. Craig was taken into custody on charges of third-degree domestic violence. Karen told the police that Craig had become more violent and domineering over time, and that he had physically obstructed her leave, putting her against a cabinet. Craig denied the assault, saying he was merely attempting to embrace Karen, but the marks on her body revealed otherwise. Craig was taken into custody and charged. Taking the children with her, Karen left their house and leased a flat across Columbia. Additionally, she took $50,000, 0 cents, out of their joint bank account, indicating that she was at last escaping Craig's harmful and poisonous influence. Now, Craig's arrest was absolutely terrible. His acts as a city official made headlines, and his strange and disturbing behavior at work only got worse when it was revealed. The city eventually released a public statement, claiming that Craig's resignation was caused by challenging family matters, but the reality was much more nuanced. His already brittle ego took a hit when he was fired, not voluntarily. The fact that his previously flawless reputation was now in ruins, no family, no career, and no control over anything, was too much for him to bear. Craig packed all his belongings and left his home to return to his parents' Kansas farm. He thought that working hard on the farm would help him decompress, but the distance didn't help. On the contrary, it made him more obsessed with his ex-wife Karen. Craig was baffled as to why Karen had abandoned him. He had imagined himself to be the ideal husband. She left, even though he had given her everything. He wouldn't acknowledge that his domineering actions might have driven her to the edge. He continued to stalk her at this time, reading her emails, texts, and even her cards. He blamed Sonny for everything and was unable to let go. Craig was furious when Sonny texted him to tell him that Karen didn't love him as much as he believed. Even though he had been cool with Karen and Sonny's connection, as long as he could see and participate in some perverse way, he began referring to them by name and using homophobic epithets. His daughter's rejection of him, however, was what ultimately drove him over the edge. They wanted to make their own decisions since they were sick of his domineering behavior. His eldest daughter, Emily, was the first to go. She demonstrated that she would no longer follow his instructions by choosing a college that he disapproved of. This felt like a slap in the face to Craig. He placed even more blame on Karen, accusing her of brainwashing the girls to rebel against him. When one of his daughters came out as bisexual on Facebook, things only got worse. Craig took this as justification to snap at her rather than offering her support. He was certain that their mother had also had an impact on this. Curiously, he began assembling a substantial case against Karen, gathering more than 3,500 pages of purported proof for his divorce lawyer. This had details about each time Karen visited Sonny, as well as screenshots of their private correspondence. He never provided any evidence to support his claims that the two ladies had sex in front of the children. Craig's actions become increasingly strange and unsettling. No one took him seriously when he told his buddies that he wanted to kill Sonny. Ignoring the warning signs until it's too late is a recurring theme in these situations. Not to mention that Craig was having affairs with several women in spite of his anger at Sonny and Karen. His actions were inconsistent. However, things appeared to be a little different with regard to his son, Sean. Craig said that the only person who hadn't entirely abandoned him was Sean. Craig tried to stay active in his son's life by spending time with him and taking him fishing and hunting. By all accounts, he was still making an effort to be a good father to Sean, even if he was a horrible husband to Karen and a domineering, aloof parent to his girls. It seemed as though Sean was Craig's one remaining chance, the one relationship that hadn't been ruined. Let's fast forward to Thanksgiving 2009. Karen continued to make an effort to maintain her family's closeness while Sean was with Craig. She wanted her girlfriend Sunny and all of her kids to spend the holiday with her grandmother Dorothy. Karen went to collect Sean from Craig's place and bring him to Dorothy's the day after Thanksgiving. At the age of 89, Dorothy resided in a peaceful farmhouse in the little Kansas town of Burlingame, which had fewer than 1,000 residents. However, a deputy was finishing up some paperwork on Saturday, November 29, 2009, when a call regarding a strange car in Burlingame was received. It was a little after 6 o'clock, following a neighbor's allegation of a little truck rushing through the neighborhood. They saw the driver arrive, exit the vehicle, and begin to stroll down the street. The man returned a short while later with a big object they were unable to recognize. The neighbors thought it might be a robbery, so they got a flashlight and went outside to confront him. However, before they could approach, the man put the thing in the back seat of the truck, got inside, and drove away. The deputies went to investigate, after the neighbors promptly alerted the sheriff's office. Minutes later, however, a second call was received, one that would result in a far more sinister revelation. Nothing could have prepared the deputies for what they would see upon arrival, but they realized right once that this was a serious situation. The first person they encountered when they arrived at Dorothy's house was Dorothy. She had been shot multiple times and lay profusely bleeding on the kitchen floor. She was scarcely alive anymore. Karen was discovered in the dining area as they hurried to the next room. She was already dead, having been shot twice. They found Emily, 18, resting behind the couch in the living room. She had been shot twice as well. She was probably instantly immobilized by the second bullet and had already passed away. Then, from upstairs, the deputy heard a faint voice requesting assistance. Lauren was the one. Lauren, 16, was still alive but severely injured, having been shot several times and barely surviving, just like Dorothy. Lauren muttered the name Craig as she was being carried away. Her feeble response to the question of who that was, "My dad," and it was not long before Lauren passed away from her wounds as well. Soon after came Dorothy, who had been struggling for her life with all her might. That left Sean, the family's lone survivor, a reluctant observer of this needless killing. He claims that when the nightmare started, he and Karen were sitting together polishing some old coins. Craig suddenly stormed in the back door, rifle in hand, and started shooting at Karen. Sean was frantic to get away and ran for his life in the confusion. More gunshots rang out through the home before he could reach Karen's phone to ask for assistance. Terrified, he realized he had to leave, so he ran away, heading for the next-door neighbor. Naturally, Craig's search order was issued right away, and the investigators quickly found his car, abandoned in the middle of nowhere, oddly out of place. As if he had been getting ready for something, the officers discovered a disturbing scene inside. A rucksack filled with necessities like soap, toilet paper, and tinned food, as well as a hoard of extra ammunition and unopened bottles of anxiety medication, but there was no sign of Craig himself. However, a few hours later he was seen appearing disoriented and unkempt while meandering down an empty road. He didn't try to flee when he noticed the officers coming. "I'm the guy you're looking for," he murmured instead, and was taken into custody without a fight. Craig's defense team contended that he was driven to the edge by his mental health problems, which included despair and numerous personality disorders. They said he lost control of his temper and snapped. The prosecution, however, presented a far more sinister image of a guy whose acts were terrifyingly premeditated. They provided a key piece of evidence to support their arguments. Craig had depression, according to his expert psychiatrist's testimony, yet he was still obviously capable of organizing the killings. One important aspect that showed his actions were deliberate rather than spontaneous was that he spared Sean's life. The last trial started 2 years after the killings. Sean, who was now 12 years old, showed incredible fortitude by taking the stand and vividly narrating the horrific events. He talked about the commotion that ensued after he saw his father shoot his mother. His evidence made it clear that Craig's actions were the result of months of simmering wrath and deliberate intent, rather than an impulsive moment of poor judgment. In her testimony, Sunny also revealed Karen and Craig's toxic relationship. She described how she tried to shield Karen from Craig's erratic behavior, and how at first he seemed unconcerned when she and Karen started dating. But his attitude changed dramatically, only turning nasty once Karen made the decision to leave him. Sunny acknowledged, though, that she had no tangible proof to support her testimony, which was based only on her recollection and what she had heard from Karen. The jury returned a unanimous decision after only 2 hours of discussion. Craig committed capital homicide. After his claim of insanity was denied, he was sentenced to the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. When Kayla received his fate today, he remained emotionless. The execution sentence is a form of retaliation for the 4 family members who were shot dead. The defendant is currently being sentenced to death by the court on the capital murder charge. In order to avoid hearing the victim impact statements, James Craig Kaler chose not to speak on his own behalf, and even requested permission to leave the room. He was ordered to remain by Chief Judge Philip Fromm. While many people in the courtroom felt that justice had been done, Sean was not at all relieved by the verdict. 12-year-old Sean had already experienced unfathomable loss. Standing in court, he stated, "I do not want my dad to receive the death penalty because it would be hard on my grandparents. I do not want my whole family gone." His voice was steady but full of emotion. Many were in disbelief when a toddler who had seen so much suffering said these remarks. Sean still considered Craig to be a father, a man who had shown him love and kindness, in spite of Craig's horrifying behavior. In contrast, Craig displayed no remorse for the lives he had taken. He started writing letters to the primary prosecutor and other individuals after being sentenced. They weren't excuses. Rather, Craig asserted that he was relieved to have liberated Sean from what he described as a poisonous atmosphere. An appeal was promptly submitted to the Kansas Supreme Court by Craig's legal team. The court rejected their claims that his mental health problems weren't adequately taken into account throughout the trial, and that the jury was biased. One court noted that Craig's mental health had been taken into account during sentence, while another said that Kansas law does not exonerate someone just because they have a mental illness. It just did not justify his actions. Craig's appeal was ultimately turned down. He was left to deal with the fallout from his decisions as his options for additional legal action became limited. He is currently still on death row, which serves as a sobering reminder of the horrible atrocities he did. Although justice may have been done, it's difficult to determine whether it really makes up for the lives lost. We can only hope that he pays for the destruction he wrought and lives out the rest of his days tormented by his deeds. Regarding Sean, his tale is one of remarkable fortitude. He was able to overcome all of the hardships and pain he had experienced. He is a live example of fortitude and tenacity in the face of unspeakable sorrow. He completed high school and is currently employed in Kansas. His story gives hope by demonstrating that there is hope even in the most dire circumstances. However, what about this instance? It remains with you. Do you believe that the proper assistance or action could have avoided this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 14 years later, the sinister mystery behind the disappearance is resolved. Due to a lack of witnesses or evidence, certain crimes can take years or even decades to investigate. Investigations are occasionally purposefully misinformed to cause misunderstandings or lead investigators astray. Many of these cases ultimately wind up as unresolved cases on the shelves of archives. However, investigations can be reopened at any moment when new information becomes available, and crimes involving life-ending acts and abuses of varying degrees of severity typically do not have a statute of limitations. Cases involving the disappearance of people, especially children, are frequently resolved quickly. The first 3 days, when there is a good chance of locating the individual alive, are thought to be crucial. After that, the likelihood of a positive result quickly decreases. Georgina Kruger, a German schoolgirl from Berlin who went missing, was the subject of an investigation that lasted more than 10 years and was regarded as one of the most enigmatic cases in German criminology history. The girl was only a few hundred meters from her home when she vanished during the day while returning from school. Even though the case was frequently reopened, there was little chance of solving the crime because no witnesses, leads, or evidence were discovered. However, the culprit was ultimately caught due to the careful work of undercover officers. How well known are Georgina Kruger and her relatives? Born in Munich on April 11, 1992, Georgina, also known as Gina Kruger, was the middle child of a modest household. She was raised with her younger sister Michelle, who was 2.5 years her junior, and her older brother Tommy, who was 8 years her senior. Gina's parents divorced when she was 11 years old, and her older brother, who was 19 at the time, elected to go home with their father. Their mother, Vesna, and their maternal grandmother were the main caregivers for the girls. Both girls were naturally creative, participated in dance and music, and excelled academically. The family led a simple life, and although their father stayed in touch with his ex-wife and children, he was more concerned with providing for his older son, whom he helped financially through school and in other ways. After receiving an offer of a lucrative position in Berlin, Vesna relocated there with her mother and daughters in June 2006. On September 1, the family moved into house number 8 on Stendal Street in the Moabit area. The sisters went to one of the top local schools, which was reachable by bus even though it was in a separate district. Vesna had high ambitions for the future and was thrilled with her new position, but the family's calm and collected life was quickly upended. Since she was little, she had aspired to be an actor. Gina took singing and dancing very seriously and gave them her whole attention. She attended acting and stage speaking classes, engaged avidly in school theater, and dreamed of a future in performing after being inspired by Indian cinema. Teachers who worked with Kruger as a child observed that she undoubtedly had the requisite skills and therefore foresaw her future success and notoriety. In addition, the girl was tall for her age, had a slim, feminine form, and a bright, expressive expression. In addition to keeping up with fashion trends, she made an effort to dress attractively and used decorative cosmetics with intelligence and expertise. It's important to note that Georgina used makeup and hired pros to do it for her friends and neighbors over the summer vacations in Munich and Berlin. She actively participated in casting calls in an attempt to get a job on television or the big screen. She was able to make a couple appearances in crowd situations, although they were extremely unnoticeable. But on Friday, September 22, 2006, she was finally blessed with good fortune. Her application was accepted for a guest appearance on the television show Turkish for Beginners. On Monday, September 25, Gina was expected to get a call back to confirm her cast status, go over specifics, and extend an invitation to sign a contract. The young beauty, who was the new beauty in town and at her new school, made a big impression right away and caught the interest of every boy in her class. But because the females openly envied her and viewed her as a rival, she found it difficult to get along with them. Her peers took a while to welcome her to the group and spoke with her grudgingly, despite the fact that Gina was outgoing, open, and kind, avoided confrontations, and made an effort to engage with every student in the class. In addition to being extremely attractive, the teenage lady was also a talented dancer and singer, and she even got an opportunity from a modeling agency to try her hand at becoming a photo model. She consented, but regrettably, she was unable to attend the scheduled early October photo shoot. Gina had a dream that she would eventually become a movie actress in Bollywood or Hollywood. Dreaming of fame, recognition, and film awards, she pictured herself alongside celebrities on the red carpets of major film festivals. She was prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill her dreams. A few miles from home, the schoolgirl abruptly vanished without a trace, just as she was about to make it happen. The schoolgirl had no qualms about her role in the TV show, so she was waiting for confirmation. Georgina's only thought during the weekend was the studio's impending call, which would ultimately determine her destiny. She could immediately picture herself on set, practicing her lines, and she was thrilled and motivated. As usual, she left for school in the morning on Monday, September 25. Since the call was anticipated in the late afternoon, Gina urged her grandma to accept any calls, vowing not to loiter anywhere, since she was scheduled to arrive home by 2 o'clock. For Kruger, the day went on and on. Since she hadn't disclosed her involvement in the casting, her classmates observed that she appeared stressed, was always looking at the clock, and was having trouble concentrating in class. By the conclusion of school, everyone had a different interpretation of her nervous state. After gathering her things, Georgina rushed to the closest bus stop, boarded bus number 27, which she took every day, and left for home. 3 stops later, Rue Rettenover, a short distance from her home, was where she got off. She disappeared somewhere in the middle of the trip to her apartment, though, and never returned home. Neither alive nor dead, Georgina Kruger was never seen again. Look for the schoolgirl who went missing. The grandmother had made lunch and laid the table about 2 in the afternoon as she waited for the girls to get home from school. The older granddaughter was excitedly anticipating the call and had no intentions to remain out, so it was rather odd that she did not show up. Georgina was scheduled to return first, and Michelle a little later, because she had extra sessions at the music school that day. The grandma became worried when Michelle got home at 3 and began phoning Gina to ask where she had disappeared to. But the schoolgirl's phone was off. Later attempts to contact her were unsuccessful as well. Anxiety increased, and Vesna recognized something serious had happened when she got home from work and discovered her daughter was missing and her cell phone was inaccessible. When the mother called the school first, she was told that Kruger had gone to all of her classes and had left on the bus as normal. In the hopes that the ladies had just gotten sidetracked in conversation or had stopped at a cafe on their way home, the woman then got in touch with a number of her daughter's friends. However, they informed her that Georgina was rushing and had gone straight home. After that, the worried women went to the police station and reported the 14-year-old girl missing. At first, the police were skeptical, speculating that the schoolgirl might have gone on a date, visited a friend, or gotten into a fight with a classmate and was sulking by herself in a park. Once every scenario had been tried, and it had been confirmed that the youngster was not present in any of the expected places. Assuming that the child might have run into problems, been hurt, or been harmed on her way home from school, detectives started looking through accident reports and contacting hospitals, but Gina had not been admitted to any of them either. Extensive searches and witness interviews started as night fell. As it turned out, the youngster was last seen getting off the bus and turning toward the street that led to her house at the bus stop. The schoolgirl wore a denim jacket, gray sneakers, a light blue t-shirt, and blue pants that were scuffed. She was carrying her cell phone, textbooks, and notebooks in a pink sports bag with a long, broad strap. The signal from the girl's device allowed investigators to follow her travels. In fact, she went to school all day, got on the bus, and got off at her stop. But the signal abruptly vanished about halfway to her house and never came back. A search team with canines trained to identify the scent of living or deceased persons was sent to Stendhal Street, where the Kruger family lived, and that is where the search started. Finding the teenage girl alive and unhurt was still a possibility at that point. Disappeared without a trace. Every residence was searched. All residents and possible witnesses were questioned, and basements and attics were examined by law authorities. Even dogs were unable to find Georgina's trail by the following morning. Despite conversations with staff at nearby shops and cafes, throughout the city, flyers featuring the schoolgirl's pictures and asking for any information on her have been displayed. The police station received dozens of reports about people seeing a girl who looked like her in various locations throughout the city, but regrettably, all of the leads were untrue. At the same time, investigators started tracking down all area individuals who had previously been convicted, as well as those who had been released on bond. Criminals and those who had displayed an unhealthy interest in youngsters received particular attention. All of these attempts, nevertheless, were unsuccessful. The schoolgirl did not return home, as if she had disappeared into thin air. It appeared as though she had never been at all, as no signs or personal items were discovered. A false lead. The investigation was put on hold after months of fruitless searching because there were no leads, no clues, and no notion which way to go. But a year or so after Georgina vanished, an unidentified caller called the police station and said that the girl's body was lying at the bottom of a local lake. Despite not being able to identify the caller, authorities held on to this information and chose to look into it for a few weeks. Using cutting-edge gear, highly qualified divers searched the lakebed. They definitely checked almost every inch, but they couldn't find any sign of Kruger. even though the lead proved to be untrue. It renewed public interest in the case. It was determined to carry out another search because the missing girl was being aggressively debated and covered by the media once more. The police brought in search dogs and conducted additional interviews with neighbors, but it was obvious that these efforts would probably be fruitless because the dogs had failed to detect the girl's scent on the day she vanished. After a year, there was little chance of success because the Kruger family did not accept the investigators' conviction that the schoolgirl was dead. According to the mythology Vesna created for herself, her daughter had fled to India and was now acting in Bollywood movies, singing and dancing as she had always imagined. With these thoughts, the mom comforted herself and kept living for her younger daughter. The monster next door. Search operations were sporadically revived, and in 2016, some 10 years after a girl went missing, a Stenhall Street resident complained to the police about a neighbor who was actively luring young females to his home. This neighbor turned out to be Ali K., a 35-year-old Turkish immigrant who was legally married, had 3 kids, and made an effort to project an ideal family man to everyone around him. After examining Ali more closely and analyzing his personality, the police were appalled to learn that he had already been the subject of an investigation 4 years before. He cleverly enticed a local schoolgirl at the time by offering to sell her a cutting-edge smartphone for a symbolic sum. He led the girl to his storeroom in the apartment building's basement, hit her over the head, and forced her into tight quarters. After making the youngster promise not to tell anybody about what had happened, he helped her clean up before she left and offered her a paper napkin to wipe away her tears. In order to avoid the monster's grasp, the girl vowed to be quiet. However, she informed her parents about the incident as soon as she was free, and the two of them rushed to the police to report the aggressive acts. The schoolgirl described the man's basement storeroom, describing it as more akin to a madman's lair. Despite sharing his version of events and strongly denying any responsibility, Ali was arrested that same day. Since the smartphone was in his basement closet, he claimed that he was in fact selling the device and that the girl herself had indicated a wish to purchase it. They descended together, and after looking at the gadget, the visitor explained she had always wanted one, but was willing to pay for it in another way because she lacked the funds. Ali claims that after the girl started kissing him and taking off her clothes, he tried to talk sense into her by pushing her away violently, which caused her to fall and strike her head. Because the man had taken a contraceptive, which he later disposed of, it was impossible to prove that they were intimately close, even if this explained the injuries and bruises on her body. Melik, Ali's wife, started accusing the girl of immoral behavior and attempting to woo her husband while simultaneously totally supporting her husband. The man was ultimately found guilty of causing moderate bodily harm and given a suspended sentence. However, when the police resumed their investigation into Kruger's disappearance, they made the decision to examine him in depth once more. Ali K. lived mostly on benefits and worked odd jobs to make ends meet because he had no stable job. He frequently accrued debt and loved to gamble. He frequently went to the Turkish coffee shop on the ground level of his building, where he met new people and received food and beverages as gifts. Desperate to appear younger than his years, the man kept his appearance under check. He occasionally even spent children's benefits on his stylish attire. This man's attraction to girls, however, was his primary peculiarity. He made repeated attempts to approach youngsters, ask them inappropriate questions, and gave them odd and unlawful assistance, such helping them acquire smokes or alcohol. In this new inquiry, the police had nothing against Ali, despite the fact that he most closely resembled Georgina's kidnapper. However, the appearance of a new suspect led to the reopening of the Kruger case and the start of a new inquiry. Ali K. was taken to the station and interrogated, although he course denied any connection to the case that had been going on for 10 years. An examination of his basement storage room revealed no signs of the missing schoolgirl. Investigators observed that this location did appear to be more of a gathering spot than a place to store things. In particular, Ali's storage room had not been examined because, first, there was no reason to, and second, residents claimed that the door was always locked, allowing only the owner to enter. It turned out that 10 years prior, he and his neighbors had been questioned, and his basement had been examined. Ali was one of the most involved members of the search team at the time, and had been actively involved in it. The police chose to put K under surveillance in order to gather as much information as they could about him, even though they had nothing specific to accuse him of. All of his phone conversations were recorded, and unofficial surveillance was set up. This soon produced preliminary findings, and investigators learned that the man had large obligations that his wife was unaware of. He had lost roughly 10,000 euros playing poker and was clueless about how to escape this situation. This element, undercover agents, was chosen as the investigation's main emphasis. It was decided to put an undercover agent in the suspect's inner circle in the hopes of winning his trust, getting the information he needed, and getting a confession to be recorded. To keep the suspect safe and avoid raising suspicions, everything had to be done gradually and cautiously. A special agent, codenamed Hakan, was developed and dispatched for this purpose. He pretended to be a prosperous businessman who had just relocated to the Moab Ed region to build a car servicing station. He went to Ali's building's cafe a few times, where he talked loudly with a partner about company matters and ambitions. The partner said they had to find a manager quickly, since they were leaving, adding that it was a well-paying job and that making the right decision was crucial. The second man departed after saying these things, and Hakan remained to finish his coffee when Ali unexpectedly came over and took a seat at his table. He instantly offered himself for the management role after falling for the ruse. After a brief but informal conversation, the businessman remarked that Ali would be a good fit for the position and then brought up the pay. When Ali saw the apparition, his eyes brightened. He started to fantasize about paying off his debt and purchasing the sports car of his dreams. The two rapidly developed a connection after exchanging phone numbers and starting to talk on a daily basis. In an effort to build rapport and earn Ali's trust, Hakan even began taking him on business trips to other cities. However, this friendship had the opposite effect, as the suspect tried to show his potential employer the best version of himself. He took pride in his accomplishments, no matter how small, and he would rather remain silent about any wrongdoing. After a few months, the investigation decided to bring in a new agent, this time a woman who would pretend to be Khan's girlfriend. After determining that the case was not moving forward, Susan entered the narrative at this point with the intention of becoming friends with Ali's wife Malik and attempting to learn whatever secrets the husband could be concealing. They got along after just a few meetings, and then the four of them began to interact like a family. Although Malik was outgoing, she thought her spouse was almost perfect. She had ignored his adultery for years, didn't trust the teenager who accused him of violence, and believed her husband was a fine man who was simply unlucky in his career. Now, though, things would soon alter. Susan came to the conclusion that Ali's wife wasn't merely acting as his stand-in. She really thought he was just not able to hurt anyone. The agents even chose to employ a ruse, spreading a story that an unidentified source had provided the location of Kruger's remains and that the case was making progress. Hakan went out. Ali had been borrowing his automobile from time to time, and there was a newspaper with this item in it. This vehicle also had a number of cameras and recording equipment installed. She quickly saw the newspaper left behind as the guy and his wife got into the car. Perused the piece quickly, expressed some astonishment that the case was still under investigation, and then tossed the paper aside without comment. Malik was obviously unaware of this, or else she would have unintentionally exposed herself. Good cop, evil cop. 6. The study ultimately came to the conclusion that their scheme had failed after several months. The K family had gotten to know the agents and even trusted them to take care of their kids, but there would be no admissions. Ali made an effort to come out as morally pure and honest, and his wife was merely ignorant of the crime her husband had committed. Furthermore, it was getting more and more expensive to keep their cover. To keep the man from becoming suspicious, they even had to sign a fake employment contract with him and lease a place for the fictitious auto repair shop. Then, in a last-ditch effort, the probe involved the introduction of a malevolent agent. The narrative said that Kaur was his name. In addition to having a criminal past and operating an underground enterprise, he was Hakan's cousin. It was hoped that Ali would open up and confess his sins after meeting a kindred spirit. The men's common interests led to a rapid relationship. Kaur bought drinks for his new acquaintance, and the two of them went to a number of seedy clubs and establishments. Ali voluntarily assisted the new friend in his desire to spend his money lavishly after he admitted that he had earned it through less than fully legal means. He also moaned about his girlfriend all the time, saying that he was unable to quit their relationship because she was blackmailing him and threatening to report his illicit business to the authorities. He claimed that her appetites were expanding and that she was always requesting money. One day, when he and his companion were drinking, Cor announced that he was prepared to pay 100,000 euros to anyone who would perform the dirty deed in order to get rid of his annoying, blackmailing girlfriend in a drastic manner. At this, Ali became excited and volunteered to do it himself. His companion concurred, but recommended that they talk about the specifics in a private setting once sober. In November 2017, while seated in the agent's vehicle, the men made a horrifying admission about their scheme to get rid of his bothersome girlfriend. And for 2 to 3 hours, at one point, Cord questioned whether Ali could actually kill someone. Ali responded by disclosing information he said no one else was aware of. He acknowledged that he had killed someone with his bare hands over 11 years prior. According to Ali, a beautiful young girl who had moved onto his block in 2006 enthralled him. On her way to and from school, she stopped by his house twice a day, so he had committed her schedule to memory and would go out to say hello and provide praise. Even though she was young, he said she was attractive, and his desire for her was intense. Ali saw his opportunity on a beautiful September day, when the girl was coming home from school and the street was unusually quiet and empty. Unaware of the risk, he requested a female who lived next door to assist him move some things out of his storage room, and she graciously accepted. He locked the door once they entered the basement and attempted to kiss the schoolgirl, who screamed and resisted. After the encounter, he took advantage of her and struck her in the head, knocking her unconscious. He chose not to let her leave because he was worried that she may call the police and report him. He put his hands on her throat and squeezed as firmly as he could. Ali gave a detailed account of the procedure, describing how he felt the crunch and saw her neck pulse diminish. For several days, the girl's body was left in the basement. Therefore, the search team would have found the criminal right away if they had examined his storage place. However, nobody had any suspicions, so after the chaos subsided, he covered the body with an old rug and threw it in a trash can that was headed straight for the landfill. After Ali's confessions were captured on a camera mounted in Cor's vehicle, he was arrested that same day's evening. Sadly, the girl's remains were never located, because her corpse was effectively burnt and the landfill's rubbish was routinely burned. The trial and verdict. It took an additional 2.5 years for the offender to receive a final verdict in this case. He vehemently denied any guilt, saying he had made up the whole thing to win Cor's trust. However, he was actually planning to turn in his friend to the authorities as soon as he got the money in order to save his fiancée. The criminal's own confession was the only piece of evidence discovered, but his comprehensive and in-depth description was sufficient to persuade the jury of this man's guilt. Almost 14 years after Georgina vanished, in March 2020, Alke was given a life sentence in prison without the chance of parole. Mellet, his wife, was certain that her husband had implicated himself while pursuing a good cause. Thus, she never thought he was guilty. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 3 identical luggage were discovered strewn around Virginia's Chesapeake Bay in May 2004. On Sunday, the third and most recent suitcase containing human remains was brought ashore. A recreational boat alerted police to its presence in the sea close to the second island of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. The second one was then discovered on Fisherman's Island last Tuesday by a student researcher. What's within? As awful as you might imagine, a heavy trash bag or something was placed over the contents. It was obvious what was inside of it. A pair of human legs, that is. It turned out to be 39-year-old Bill McGuire inside the baggage. The disturbing question reverberated. Who was Bill, and what secrets would have made him a prime candidate for such a horrific demise in the Woodbridge Township area of central New Jersey? It has a distinct charm because of the smooth blending of many cultures. Woodbridge is not merely a place. It's a cozy home where stories about safety are shared. With a low crime rate, Woodbridge Township is a typically safe place to live. There is peace and security in the community. In addition to offering beautiful splendor, the parks and waterfront are places where people of all ages can relax without worrying about anything. But beyond this amiable facade is a terrifying story that rocked the community. In the tale of Bill McGuire, a terrible incident occurred in an ostensibly tranquil community. It serves as a reminder that surprises can be concealed even in the most commonplace locations. Bill, whose real name is William Theodore McGuire, was born in Bloomfield, New Jersey on September 21, 1964. Ruth Theodora Sal McGuire and William Christopher McGuire were his parents. After graduating from Bloomfield High School in 1982, Bill grew up in Bloomfield. After that, he continued his education at Rutgers University, where he earned his degree in computer science in 1986. Bill worked as a computer programmer for several different companies after graduating from college. In his spare time, his coworkers held him in high regard because he worked hard. Bill loved spending time with his family, fishing, and playing golf. Bill was a good-hearted, giving man who was always ready to lend a hand. He was a humorous and gregarious person. In 1986, he married Marcy Pohl. However, their marriage was brief, and they divorced in 1994. In 1986, the couple relocated to Virginia Beach, where Bill was employed by the Navy as an electronics specialist. Marcy, a native of Vernon, New Jersey, accompanied him on this move. Bill and Marcy moved back to the Atlantic City region in 1990. However, Bill's behavior underwent a significant transformation in this new environment. He developed a serious addiction to binge drinking and gambling. At this point, Marcy saw that their relationship had drastically deteriorated. When Marcy filed for a restraining order against Bill in 1995 after he threw pebbles through her window, the situation became more heated and they eventually got divorced. Then, in 1998, Bill met Melanie Lynn Slate in a Woodbridge, New Jersey restaurant, where she was working part-time while pursuing her nursing degree. Melanie Lynn McGuire, formerly Melanie Lynn Slate, was born in America on October 8, 1972, and grew up in Ridgewood, Middletown Township, New Jersey, where she attended Middletown High School. South continued her education at Rutgers University, where she majored in both math and psychology. She graduated in 1994, placing second in her class. The Charles E. Gregory School of Nursing, which is now Raritan Bay Medical Center, is where she received her nursing degree. When he first met Melanie in 1997, she was the ideal match for his disposition. They fell in love right away, and the following year they were married. Soon after, in 1999, the couple welcomed 2 kids into their household. They welcomed their first child, a son, in 2000. Their second child, a son, was born in 2002, 2 years later. Their marriage appeared to be picture perfect, full of laughter and love. But fissures were starting to show beneath the surface. The couple started to feel the effects of financial difficulties. Bill, a computer programmer, had always been financially stable and prudent, but as debt mounted and their relationship became more strained, his gambling addiction had a negative impact on their finances. Melanie, a nurse, put in a lot of overtime to provide for the family, but it was getting harder and harder to make ends meet. Bill's gambling addiction caused them to experience mental distress in addition to financial difficulties. He would frequently go missing for days at a time, leaving Melanie to take care of the kids and run the house by herself. Their marriage's foundation of trust started to crumble, giving way to mistrust and animosity. Melanie stayed dedicated to her marriage in the hopes that things would ultimately get better, even if the tensions were getting worse. Their relationship grew more strained as she attempted to assist Bill in kicking his addiction. The McGuires intended to relocate to a bigger house in Warren County, New Jersey in 2004. On April 28, 2004, they closed on a new home, but the unimaginable occurred before they could move in. Bill disappeared from his seemingly normal existence on April 29, 2004, leaving a family in distress and a trail of unsolved questions in his wake. Bill went where? What would have caused him to vanish so abruptly? Bill had been nowhere to be seen for weeks. His loving wife and kids were left with a huge hole in their hearts after he was gone. However, they had no idea that Bill's destiny was far more remarkable than they had ever thought. 3 fishermen, Chris, Don, and their kids, went fishing from Virginia Beach in the direction of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel early on May 5, 2004. They came upon an unexpected catch while they were traveling north, parallel to the tunnel, a dark green suitcase floating in the water. They stopped in their boat, intrigued by the enigmatic object. They discovered something terrifying when they opened the bag, which was very hefty. There was a pair of legs inside a black sack. The fishermen were horrified by their discovery and called the police right away. They pondered whether further suitcases, each containing a different fragment of a human body, were concealed in the depth of the Chesapeake Bay. The remaining missing parts of this unsettling puzzle were soon the focus of police attention. A student researching Fisherman's Island's nature reserve made another terrifying discovery just days after the first suitcase was discovered. On May 10, 2004, a second suitcase that looked exactly like the first one was discovered on the beach. But this time it was a human torso, complete with head and arms. As the hunt for the missing body parts grew more intense, the wait for answers dragged on. On May 15, 2004, a fisherman made the last horrifying discovery 5 days after the second suitcase was discovered. A third bag, which was once more identical to the first two, was discovered floating in the Chesapeake Bay. The victim's legs and pelvis were inside, and the search area was difficult due to the size of the Chesapeake Bay. Investigators made the decision to ask for assistance from the public. In the hopes that someone might recognize him, they made the victim's sketch public. Amazingly, the sketch produced results in a matter of days. Bill's close friends Susan and John Rice, who hadn't seen him in weeks, were crucial in identifying his body. On May 21, 2004, they watched a sketch of the victim on television, and Sue recognized her friend's unique features right away. Although initially dubious, her husband John concurred that the drawing looked very like Bill, identifying their friend's features. They alerted the authorities right away. Additionally, the couple gave the inquiry vital information. They remembered that Bill had just rushed out of their house after getting into a nasty fight with his wife, Melanie McGuire. They believed that he had rashly run away to Atlantic City and distracted himself by going on a gambling binge. However, Bill didn't communicate for weeks, which worried his friends and family. As soon as Bill's identification was established, detectives started analyzing his fingerprints. Luckily, Bill's fingerprints were already on file, so a match was made right away. A terrible crime had now claimed the life of the man who had gone missing. Rumors of domestic violence, gambling addiction, and even a restraining order surrounded Bill's mysterious history. Marcy Pollock, Bill's ex-wife, had also come forward to talk about the physical and emotional abuse she experienced during their marriage. Following their wedding, she had said that their relationship quickly soured, leading to a restraining order in 1995 after Bill threw a rock at her window. In addition to making it challenging to identify the offender, these accusations presented a concerning image of Bill's personality. The challenge now for investigators was to piece together what happened before Bill McGuire died and find the person responsible. The question still stands: who was the murderer indeed? Consider the possibility of a loved one becoming missing, even for a single day. You'd be terrified and anxious, and you'd do your hardest to locate them. You would still call the police to report them missing even if you and the person had a disagreement. But in this instance, Melanie didn't report any missing persons to the police after Bill vanished. Rather than reporting him missing right away after being gone for over a month, she sought legal advice from a divorce lawyer. She additionally stated that she felt frightened in his presence when she filed for a restraining order against him on April 30, 2004. Since they had located the person in the sketch through Bill's pals, the police were taken aback that Bill's wife hadn't filed a missing persons report. When the police began to investigate Melanie McGuire, they discovered something really strange. 2 days after Sarah and Bill got into a heated argument, on April 30, 2004, she did something that would raise most people's eyebrows. Melanie was going to go out to Atlantic City and look for his car since she thought he might be there gambling. However, it's fascinating to note how people responded to her in a way that didn't make sense. They said he had physically abused her, but she went on to damage the car with a man she says she doesn't want to be near. Melanie's phone conversations were being tracked by the police as they started to keep an eye on her actions. One of these intercepted conversations had an important piece of evidence that the police found in the middle of seemingly routine chats. After a period of disconnection, Melanie spoke with Jim Finn, a former nursing school acquaintance who had a crush on her. In February 2004, they got back in touch, with Melanie contacting him when she needed something. Conscious of Jim's passion with guns, wouldn't you tell me that Jim, who was still in love with Melanie, advised getting a pistol for self-defense after she talked to him about Bill's actions prior to his disappearance? But after hearing their chats, investigators came to the conclusion that Jim was unaware of any murderous preparations. When authorities questioned Jim, he was shocked to hear that Melanie had bought a pistol and didn't know she was involved in any wrongdoing. On April 26, 2004, she then bought a .38 caliber handgun from a shop in Easton, Pennsylvania. Bill went missing 2 days prior to this. Melanie maintained her innocence and denied any involvement, in spite of ongoing observation and examination. 5 days after her husband's disappearance, she took another mysterious road trip, this time to Delaware. Investigators believe that Melanie's journey to Delaware for furniture was a cover-up, notwithstanding Melanie's claim to Dr. Miller that she was truly shopping for furniture in the early hours of May 4, 2004. In contrast to the regular route along the New Jersey Turnpike toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge on Route 13, which heads south to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, the route she chose would normally lead to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. According to Patty Precioso, Melanie drove Bill's remains to Virginia the night before she departed New Jersey. Naturally, though, Melanie finds this theory absurd. This theory was ludicrous, she said, because Virginia Beach was. Considering the significant distance, an extra 450 miles from Delaware, it was not feasible to cover such a large area in such a short period of time. Did Melanie McGuire really act by herself? Or was there someone who was complicit? It might have been Jim Flynn. However, why would someone go to such extent for a female with whom he had a romantic interest years before? But think about it. It might be a covert affair, someone nearby, or someone else. Maybe it was someone who would kill for her if necessary. Dr. Brad Miller was the voice you heard. Melanie was one of his nurses, and he was a partner at RMA Associates. At least for both of them, the romance started when Melanie was 8 months along with her second kid. Melanie and Dr. Miller had a serious relationship after she got back from maternity leave. Despite their married status and little children, it seemed as though they were becoming profoundly in love. Growing evidence that Melanie McGuire was involved in her husband's death was discovered by investigators. 2 syringes and a bottle of the tranquilizer chloral hydrate were found in Bill's automobile. Bradley Miller had written the prescription in Melanie's handwriting, according to Miller. Jennifer Seymour, a state police computer specialist, examined the McGuire's computers and portable electronics during the investigation, including a desktop computer in their apartment. Her analysis showed that a number of troubling subjects were looked for online between April 11 and April 26, 2004. The searches included questions on gun laws, toxic insulin levels, how to buy guns illegally, how to commit murder, and undetectable poisons. The gun, the online search, or the affair, among other pieces of evidence. One specific detail confused folks. It was the acquisition of a $500,000 home just prior to his disappearance. They were scheduled to close on the house at 2:00 p.m. on April 28, 2004. Throughout, Melanie maintained communication with Dr. Miller, who begged her not to move forward with the house purchase. He said he wanted to be with her and create a future with her. Melanie promised to take care of it. They were very excited when they got back to their rented townhouse after closing on the house and called John Rice, who was apparently very happy. Dr. Miller and Melanie had their last talk that evening. After drinking some red wine, I told him that Bill was dozing off on the couch and that they had closed on the house. When Bill woke up, Melanie intended to talk to him about the situation and ask for a divorce. According to Melanie's account, the incident involved a major quarrel between her and Bill, which happened early in the morning at approximately 3 or 4 o'clock. It all began with Melanie expressing that she had made a compromise on the house they were buying together. Bill reacted quickly and strongly, saying that it wasn't what he wanted and that he was unhappy. A furious argument ensued after he expressed his desire for a less expensive home in Virginia, which Melanie rejected. Melanie went on to explain how the fight became violent, mentioning that Bill shoved a dryer sheet into her mouth, demonstrating his obsession with them at these times. He then told her that he was going out and would never be coming back, and he even gave her instructions to tell their kids why they would not have a father. As he packed and made multiple trips up and down the stairs, he expressed this via the bathroom door, constantly critiquing her last words to him, which were an entreaty to stop. The police had finally found the luggage and were about to bring Bill to justice. The cops were actively looking for one important piece of evidence. There was still a longing for evidence that Melanie was responsible for the dismemberment. They searched her house meticulously, but they couldn't find any bullets, blood, or anything else. She was not directly connected to the murder by any tangible evidence. Melanie McGuire was arrested while dropping off her children at a daycare center more than a year after Bill McGuire was murdered, on June 5, 2005. In the case that became known as the suitcase killer, she was charged with first-degree murder. In 2005, Melanie entered a not guilty plea and was freed on $750,000 bail. Her bond was increased to $2.1 million after a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts. Once more, she was let free. She was later charged in another indictment with writing letters that impeded the inquiry. Melanie's trial started in 2007, 3 years after the crime. She killed her spouse in 2004 to begin a new life with her partner, according to the prosecution. According to lead investigator Precioso's testimony, the evidence suggests a murder that was well planned. Melanie insisted on her innocence, claiming her husband was an obsessive gambler who had started acting strangely. Her description was challenged by a representative for the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice, who claimed that there was no proof Mr. McGuire was anything more than a casual gambler. Melanie's defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to prove that the murder and dismemberment took place in the Woodbridge apartment. They emphasized that there was no DNA or blood tissue in the apartment, nor were there any signs from a bullet or saw. Furthermore, neighbors did not report hearing gunshots or the sound of a power saw. Melanie McGuire, 34, was found guilty 3 years later on April 23, 2007, of killing William T. McGuire, dismembering his body, placing the pieces in 3 suitcases, and then throwing them into the Chesapeake Bay. She received a sentence of 63 years and 9 months in jail with no chance of release. In addition, she was given a 5-year sentence for perjury and a 10-year sentence for desecrating human remains for lying to a family court judge about her husband's location after he disappeared in 2004. On April 28, 2004, the 2 sons of William and Melanie McGuire, whose names are kept secret for their safety and privacy, were last spotted with their father. As usual, Melanie dropped the 2- and 4-year-old boys off at their daycare. The boys expected to see their father when they got home from their routine at 8:20 Ayoyemim, but he was not there. Bill's older sister, Cindy Lagoche, a realtor at the Weichert firm in Franklin Lakes, was given custody of William and Melanie's sons. Cindy and her husband, Bill Lagoche, a pharmacist from Bucha of Wyckoff, New Jersey, were judged to be able to give the boys a caring and loving home. When the custody issue came up, they were seasoned parents who already had 2 grown children of their own, Laura Lagoche and Max Lagoche. Given that Cindy and Bill were already a close-knit family, the 2 boys were sent to live with them. Melanie's family unsuccessfully fought Cindy for custody when she was found guilty of killing her husband. Consequently, the only family that William and Melanie's sons have ever known, their aunt, uncle, and cousins, continued to live in New Jersey. Cindy provided proof that her sister-in-law's 2 children, who were 5 and 7 years old at the time, had been diagnosed with autism during Melanie's 2007 murder trial. After seeing their conduct, Cindy became worried about their welfare and, in order to safeguard their identity, got them examined. There is no additional information known on their present situation. It is known, meanwhile, that the boys haven't spoken to their mother since before her conviction. Given her background as a nurse and her kind and vivacious personality, it's difficult to even imagine how someone like Melanie could have committed such a horrible act. The case's high visibility generated a variety of reactions from viewers. Even if she had the motive, she doesn't seem to be capable of murder, which is one of the numerous holes in the story that many people think exist. How could this little woman do everything by herself? Was there anyone to help her? Was the charge against her unjustified? Was the charge completely false, or did the jury miss someone? You're not alone if these questions are on your mind. Melanie McGuire's guilt is questioned by many, including criminology experts Amy Schlossberg and Megan Sachs. Since Melanie doesn't fit the usual description of a murderer, they throw doubt on her conviction in their podcast, Direct Appeal. According to the prosecution's key witness, a forensic ballistic specialist, the bullets discovered in Bill's case were determined to be .38 caliber lead cutter rounds. No one entered my gun's serial number into a website to determine its specs. It seems that every rifle creates lands and grooves. Lands and grooves are rifling features that are machine-pressed into a gun's barrel. The bullet will effectively have the same amount of lands and grooves stamped on it as it goes through the barrel. According to the website of the company, my firearm created 5 lanes and grooves. However, my husband's bullets produced 6 lanes and grooves. They later discovered a mistake on the website of the weapons maker. The material on the website was changed following the tragic event of Bill McGuire's murder, which is confusing. They also talk about the trash bags that were discovered at the McGuire home and one bill that was discovered in. These lines are visible here. Is this type of smooth line a straight line? Additionally, there are 2 other lines that are nearly identical in location. This suggests that these 2 bags were produced in a very short period of time at the same plant, on the same line. The investigator emphasizes that these features show that the 2 bags were manufactured in a very short amount of time, at the same location, and on the same production line. Additionally, they affirm that the bags were made in the same run and express confidence in their finding based on tests that were performed and results that were observed. Stacks also highlights the lack of a credible crime scene and the physical difficulties of dismembering a person. They ran 2 tests in a video demonstration. The first test was a suitcase weight test to see if Melanie, who weighs 118 pounds, could have thrown a suitcase that weighed about 80 pounds over a bridge with a 40-inch guardrail. Their results indicated that 40 pounds, or roughly half of Melanie's weight, was a manageable weight to lift. Another important thing that you believe the jury should have heard more about was discovered within those suitcases. Animal hair, brown hair, black hair, and white hair can all be seen on page after page of the lab reports. I believe that's a sign that there was animal hair where Bill's body was dismembered. Melanie is still behind bars despite the release of a movie about her case, and she maintains that she didn't kill her husband or dispose of his body parts in suitcases. She also questions why she drove all the way down to Chesapeake with the body parts in the car, thinking, "I'm not going to get stopped. I'm not going to break down." What a chance that is. You can't stop on a bridge and open a window and throw out 3 suitcases. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In the case of Jenna Burley, she was discovered in a plastic container outside of town while attending a friend's birthday celebration. It's challenging to infer a stranger's motivations from their appearance or speech alone. At first glance, a stranger may appear well-groomed, act courteously, and offer assistance with the best of intentions. In actuality, though, these people are frequently the ones who lure their selected victim into a false sense of security so they can be robbed, abducted, exploited, or killed. Unfortunately, the victim frequently discovers they have slipped into a lethal trap too late. In 2017, the nation was stunned by the tale of Jenna Burley, a regular American student and well-known blogger. Thousands of people first joined the hunt for the missing girl in the hopes that she was still alive, but nobody could believe what had occurred when the horrifying truth was made public. This party ended up being the last night of the girl's life, even though she had only gone to celebrate her friend's birthday. The disaster resulted from a sad combination of drunkenness and the innocent desire to put his trust in a charming stranger who just so happened to offer his assistance. Jenna Burley was who? Born on November 4, 1994 in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania's capital, Jenna Nicole Burley is the second of Edward and Jacqueline Burley's 4 children. Her parents never left each other after they fell in love in the late 1980s while attending a Philadelphia university. The couple then got married in the fall of 1991, and their first child, a daughter called Janelle, was born in 1992. Our story's heroine was born 2 years later, and shortly after, their sons, Jeffrey and Jacob, came into the world. The Burley family was committed to serving others. Edward was working at a hospital that specialized in patient rehabilitation following illnesses and injuries, while Jacqueline worked in a nursing home. In an effort to provide the best for their kids, the parents brought them up in a loving and caring environment. Along with her siblings, Jenna always had a close relationship with her parents. She was raised as a vibrant, upbeat, and active young woman with a creative side, a lot of charisma and leadership abilities. She loved animals, did well in school, acted in the school theater from an early age, and always had many of friends. The family Burleigh was neither poor nor rich. They made their home in Philadelphia, in a large home in the peaceful, comfortable Harleysville area. Jenna became the life of the party, gained friends fast, and fit right in with any group. The girl, who was always trying out different appearances and styles and occasionally came across as very lavish, dreamed of becoming a fashion designer in high school. Jenna, who occasionally resembled a hippie and other times an emo subculture member, wore vibrant makeup, dyed her hair multiple colors, and wore her clothes in a variety of fashions. She pushed her pals to question the ordinary routine since she loved making a statement. The adolescent girl regularly went to concerts, fairs, and other large gatherings that provided her with inspiration. Burleigh's opinions and interests started to change as she approached her high school graduation. Instead of pursuing a career in fashion design, she suddenly envisioned herself in the film industry. She took workshops at a nearby film studio to learn how to make short films, and her talent was immediately apparent as she handled each plot and production step with originality. Jenna also created accounts on a number of social media platforms at that time, where she kept up with her pages and shared her interests in life, as well as her thoughts on a range of important societal topics. The senior in high school immediately had a sizable fan base, and her viewership expanded swiftly as well. Following this lively, artistic girl who was always experimenting with her appearance and inspiring others to embrace self-expression seemed to be enjoyable. Before she knew it, Jenna had gained a following of several thousand people and was a fairly well-known blogger. The 18-year-old recent high school graduate studied media arts at a prominent college in sunny Florida in 2013. The student continued to actively maintain and grow her blog while studying, sharing anecdotes about her experiences with significant injuries, protracted despair, parties, and other forms of entertainment with friends, her involvement in the community and school life. After just one semester of college, Jenna returned home on December 20, 2013 to spend Christmas with her family. The weather was severe, and snow had already fallen on Philadelphia at that point. Jenna wore utterly improper shoes and failed to account for the stark contrast from Florida, which led to her slipping and falling and severely breaking her ankle before she ever made it to the house. A double fracture with displacement was discovered by X-ray, necessitating surgery and the installation of specific pins and plates. Burleigh was literally confined to a wheelchair for several months, since she was unable to bear any weight on her foot. She then had to go to regular physiotherapy sessions and relearn how to walk. In this time frame, additionally, she contracted pneumonia, which made her recuperation much more difficult and time-consuming. The girl was quite disappointed that she had to take a leave of absence from school in order to concentrate on getting better. She only found comfort in social media, where Jenna engaged in active communication with her followers, and in her personal blog, where she shared excerpts from her ideas and journal entries. Nearly every day, Jenna uploaded new videos in which she addressed a variety of subjects and answered questions. She was an outspoken opponent of zoos, dolphinariums, and other establishments that keep animals in captivity and use them for entertainment. She also raised awareness of the challenging situation of the homeless, pointing out that those in warm, temperate regions had it much easier than those in Pennsylvania, where those without a roof over their heads run the risk of freezing to death on the streets. Additionally, Jenna, who was already actively involved in charitable work on a regular basis, started planning fundraisers to provide necessities to homeless and animal shelters. Jenna started creating her own jewelry while she was recovering, selling it online and giving away all the money to help those in need. She emphasized that what may appear to be junk filling a closet to some could be a true treasure to someone less fortunate, and she actively urged her followers to donate unwanted stuff to charity. Jenna ended up staying at home for over a year rather than just a few months because the recuperation process took so long. She enjoyed the puppy she got from a local shelter during this period, and she wrote about it on her blog every day, sharing tales of their daily adventures. However, despite her outwardly positive attitude, Jenna experienced a severe depressive episode in the fall of 2014. She openly acknowledged that she needed professional assistance from a psychiatrist because she was unable to manage on her own any longer. Speaking candidly about her struggles with mental health, Burleigh shared her doctor's advice, and talked about the support she received from her family and pet. During this time, the blogger's following increased many times as a result of the fact that many young people could identify with the difficulties she detailed and appreciated her candor. Jenna traveled to sunny California in the beginning of 2015 with her father and younger brother Jacob. In her social media posts, Jenna expressed how much better she felt, and the joyful pictures taken from the beach made it obvious how close she was to her family, the everlasting student. Jenna chose to transfer to a school in her hometown rather than go back to Florida when she recovered completely and traveled with her family. She enrolled in Montgomery County Community College, a Philadelphia suburb, and decided to live at her parents' house. Burley, meantime, kept up her blog and created quick films on a variety of subjects. After graduating with a bachelor's degree in the humanities, Jenna made the decision to attend college, enrolling at Temple University's School of Film in 2017. Jenna decided to remain at her family's house rather than move into a dorm. Because the campus was only a half-hour drive away, she no longer needed to rely on family members for transportation to class because she had upgraded her room and purchased her own vehicle by that point. Jenna was 4 to 5 years older than her peers when she started university, having already reached the age of 22. Still, they were in agreement, celebrating, going to concerts, hanging around, and having a good time. The birthdays of each other. It is important to note that Temple University, one of the biggest universities in the nation, is situated nearly in the heart of the city. There are a lot of stores, malls, eateries, bars, and other establishments all around the university. Thus, life is busy here. You could say that after lessons, students always have a place to unwind and rest. Jenna was involved in an automobile accident on her way to school a few days after classes started in late August. Her automobile was severely damaged, but luckily she was not hurt because she was wearing a seatbelt. From that point on, she was typically driven to school in the mornings by her father or one of her younger brothers. Sometimes, if Jenna stayed in the city late, she would spend the night at a friend's house, but she always told her parents in advance. Fatal mix-up on Wednesday, August 30, 2017. At the party, Davis, a close friend and classmate of Jenna's, was going to one of the bars to celebrate his birthday. Among those invited to the celebration was Jenna, who was expected to spend the night at the birthday boy's house in order to attend class with him on Thursday morning. To ease her parents' anxiety that night, she told them ahead of time. Taking pictures and sharing them on social media was a lot of fun for Jenna Davis and her 5 friends. As they went from bar to bar, they made new acquaintances who joined them, wishing the birthday boy a happy birthday and raising a glass to his good health. The gathering had altered considerably by 11 p.m., and everyone was in a rather inebriated state. It was around midnight when the buddies ended up in a crowded little sports pub. Because his buddies had planned a surprise for him, which involved kidnapping him and bringing him to another location, the birthday boy had moved aside. He told Burley about it and asked her to text him when she was going to be to his apartment so they could spend the night together. Jenna and the others remained in the pub. A couple students invited Jenna to stay at their house, and several sober drivers offered to drive her anywhere she wanted to go. However, Jenna said that she had previously arranged to visit Davis' home, but by 1 in the morning, friends started to depart, and Burley was unaware that everyone who had offered her a ride or a place to stay had already vanished. A mix-up happened, with disastrous results. Until the very last minute, Jenna thought she would go with someone from the bar, so she bid her pals farewell and promised to remain a little while longer. She was seated at the bar with a bunch of strangers when she finally realized what was going on, and they quickly departed as well. When Jenna realized she was alone and that the bar was shutting at 2 in the morning, she began messaging Davis to implore him to come get her. But the man didn't hear anything because he was asleep at home, and his phone was in a different room. Jenna attempted to call some additional pals, but they were either not able to hear their phones or were too inebriated to answer. It didn't seem safe to stroll around the city alone at night, and she didn't want to disturb her parents. The student's disappearance. Upon checking his phone in the morning, Davis got extremely worried after initially believing Jenna had spent the night somewhere else. Jenna had sent him multiple messages and made 2 attempts to call him, requesting that he pick her up from the bar. The final message she sent was simply, "Help me." Her phone went off when he attempted to call her back. Burley never showed up to the university, but he still thought his friend was all well and would attend class as normal. None of the friends who had joined them at the bar the previous evening had hosted the student in the afternoon, so Davis called and paid them a visit. To find out if Jenna had come home, one of her pals called her parents. She recounted what had transpired after they said no, and Edward and Jacqueline hurried to the college in less than 30 minutes to discover out where and who had last seen their daughter. They talked to her pals. The Burleys went straight to the police to report their daughter missing after receiving no helpful information, requesting that a search be conducted right away. Jenna had sent numerous classmates notes requesting assistance, which added to the urgency of the situation. The academic buildings and dorms were the first locations examined, but the missing student was nowhere to be found. After that, the police called nearby hospitals, but no women who fit Jenna's description had been admitted in the previous 24 hours. The last time they saw the student was in the sports bar, according to everyone who had dealt with her the night before. She was dressed in blue pants and a motivational white t-shirt. She had a light blue hoodie knotted around her waist with a slogan on the front. Her long black hair, which was braided into 2 pigtails, was another distinctive characteristic. News of Burley's disappearance soon went viral on social media because she was a very well-known blogger. Thousands of her admirers sent messages requesting assistance in finding her and urging anyone with knowledge to come forward to the kind and tenacious stranger. The bartender instantly recalled the girl with the braids who stayed late after everyone else had departed when the cops came at the bar where the missing student was last seen. She appeared disoriented, was heavily intoxicated, and was phoning and texting all the time. Around 2 in the morning, her phone signal was last picked up in the same neighborhood. We looked over the surveillance footage from the cameras inside the pub and at the entrance. Jenna was spotted by the cops sitting by herself at the bar, sipping a cocktail and messaging. A man came up to her at 1:30 a.m. Eastern, struck up a discussion, and then bought her a drink. Before they left the bar, they sat together for roughly 20 minutes. They were both strolling unsteadily as if they were really drunk, just before it closed. The bartender identified a frequent client right away and even named him Joshua Hupperters when he was shown the video and asked if he knew the man. The bartender claimed that Joshua was practically a daily visitor and that on the previous evening, he showed a special interest in the lonely beauty by purchasing her cocktails and continuously inviting her to his home. Joshua had just reached 29 when the authorities learned that he had previously attended Temple University but had taken a lengthy academic leave and never graduated. He lived only 5 minutes from the bar where he was spotted with Jenna, and he was always hanging out with students. He and his friend Jack Miley had a large apartment that he rented in a building across the street. When they finally got in touch with Joshua later that night, he said he had been so inebriated the previous evening that he had no recollection of a girl from the pub. He consented to be questioned, but shortly after, his phone was switched off, so the police went to Hupperter's flat to speak with him. Jack, the primary suspect, was at home and allowed the cops to enter without any problems. There was chaos in almost every room of the man's flat, which resembled a normal bachelor pad. Jack said that the previous evening, he and his companion had really gone to the sports bar and consumed a lot of alcohol. After Joshua picked up a girl, Jack made the decision to go home so they could have some solitude. According to Jack, he went straight to bed and didn't hear if he was alone or when his roommate returned home. Joshua was concerned when he abruptly began cleaning the kitchen the following day. He had a serious cut on his hand and new scratches on his face. Joshua described this as a regrettable mishap, stating that he had slipped into some bushes while intoxicated. After lunch, he vanished, leaving his phone off and taking some of his possessions with him without informing his friend of his whereabouts or the duration of his absence. The guys resided in a big apartment with a second exit that led to the backyard, which was unguarded. There was a roll of paper towels on a dresser, smeared with what appeared to be blood, and a pair of men's sandals beside the entrance with odd brownish stains. Additionally, the kitchen smelled strongly of cleaning supplies, and there were multiple empty cleaning product bottles lying about the floor. All of this sparked serious suspicions, and Joshua was subsequently regarded as the primary suspect in the student's disappearance case. When the authorities looked into Upper Terrace's past more, they found that he was born and reared in Philadelphia and that he had experienced trauma from the early death of his father, who had been brutally murdered. Joshua attended Temple University until he was 29 years old, but he never received his degree. He has previously been involved in legal troubles for selling illegal narcotics to pupils. He had also been accused several times with assaults against women in an effort to force them into intimacy and had served several months for burglary. There was still no word on the whereabouts of the missing girl, and the search and initial questioning of the fugitive revealed that the suspect could be quite dangerous. After the FBI became involved in the inquiry, it was quickly established that Joshua's phone had last been in use in Wayne County, close to a lake approximately 230 miles north of Philadelphia. The fugitive may be hiding in the home of his grandmother, who was found to reside in the neighborhood. In fact, Hupperters was captured at the home of his maternal grandmother. He didn't resist and seemed at ease. He insisted that he was intoxicated on the night of August 31 and, when questioned about the new injuries on his body, he reiterated the tale he had told his roommate Jack about falling into bushes. He gave an explanation for his abrupt departure, saying he wanted to spend the final weekend before courses began with his family. He became silent and wanted a lawyer when the police brought up the fact that they knew he was not enrolled in any university. Experts visited the Philadelphia fugitive's flat, meanwhile, discovered blood traces in the garbage can, on the floor, and in the plumbing. The prospect of finding the young girl alive was dwindling by the minute as they awaited the test results to identify whose blood it was. Along with over $20,000, 0 cents, in cash, many bags containing various illegal substances were discovered during the search of Joshua's room, the enigmatic container. Investigators kept searching Hupperter's house, including the garbage cans, which were fortunately still empty, and the backyard, which was reachable by the second door in the corner. A light blue hoodie, a slogan-emblazoned t-shirt, a sports bra, and a black hair tie with a few dark hairs were discovered inside a black bag. The clothes that were discovered in the trash were very similar to what Jenna was wearing on the day she vanished. Even worse, there were bloodstains on the objects, which made it look quite unlikely that the girl was still alive. Still, the suspect said nothing, and the hunt went on. Hupper-Therez's stepfather suddenly called the police on September 2 to report that the man had visited his mother's Jenkintown home on August 31. He had arrived in a taxi with a heavy, large, opaque plastic container. Joshua clarified that it held his books as well as a few personal items. The following morning, he took another taxi and left the container at the garage. Given his stepson's criminal history, the stepfather thought this was suspicious because the container was abnormally weighty and had an odd smell. Without alerting his wife, the old man made the decision to call the police. Although he was unaware of Joshua's subsequent whereabouts, he overheard him requesting that the driver refrain from recording the journey on the app and pledging to pay with cash. By the time the stepfather, Hupperters, had been caught and a search of his grandmother's home had turned up nothing untoward, the gruesome discovery in the shed had been discovered. Authorities believed the enigmatic plastic container may have been sunk in a lake, but the container's destiny was still unknown. They thought about using divers to help with the search, but things took a surprising turn. Joshua discovered that the spouse of Joshua's grandmother had a little shed far from the home, almost obscured by trees and plants. Although he hadn't used them in a while, the man kept fishing equipment and an old boat there. He chose to inspect the shed on September 3 and discovered that the door's lock was broken. He went in fearing robbers, but everything was in its proper place, aside from an odd container that had never been there before. He flinched in terror when he opened the container. There found a young woman's naked, badly disfigured body inside. He reported the gory discovery to the police right away. The authorities summoned Burleigh's parents for identification after rapidly determining whose remains the retiree had discovered in his shed. When their greatest fears came true, Jenna's father almost suffered a heart attack, and her mother passed out. By using surveillance footage and witness accounts at the crime scene, authorities were able to prove that Hupperters had enticed the already inebriated girl to his house after giving her more booze. As Jenna became aware of her situation, she was able to message a number of pals to ask for assistance, but none of them replied. Joshua tried to coerce the girl into intimacy in the flat, but she retaliated violently, scratching the criminal and severing his hand with a kitchen knife. But he beat her head repeatedly against the floor and was able to knock the knife out of her hand. After taking advantage of Jenna and rendering her incapable, he used his bare hands to strangle the poor girl. After that, he cleaned up the crime scene as best he could and put her body in a container he had discovered in the storage area. According to the autopsy, Jenna's death was caused by mechanics, asphyxiation. She had several bruises, abrasions, and even bite marks on her body. She also showed symptoms of personal assault and a traumatic brain damage. Her blood was discovered on the apartment's paper towels and shoes. The defendant's blood and semen were detected on her clothing, and her hair was on the hair tie in the garbage bin. Hupperter's guilt was never in question, but he refused to accept a plea bargain or acknowledge it during the trial and punishment. In addition, a backpack with his documents, money, and a few necessities was found during a search of his grandmother's home, suggesting that the offender had planned to escape but was apprehended just in time. Only a year and a half after the horrifying crime, in the spring of 2019, did the criminal and attacker's trial start. By asserting that the murdered girl had willingly entered Joshua's room and provoked him, the defense lawyers made a valiant attempt to place all the guilt on her. But everyone in the room was indignant at the defense's remarks. The defendant was found guilty on all counts following 9 days of hearings, and he was given a life sentence with the chance of release only after 60 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One of the strongest, most uncontrollable, and most unpredictable emotions with the potential for real destruction is teenage love. A teen's first conscious experience of emotional and passionate feelings is brought on by hormonal changes and changes in how they interact with others. Everyone, however, perceives and feels this sensitive sensation differently. Young individuals frequently take risks in an attempt to impress their significant other and gain their attention, favor, and adoration, because this is an age of rebellion, self-discovery, and the desire for self-affirmation. The bucolic and serene Georgian village of Lawrenceville was the scene of a string of incredibly violent crimes in the spring of 2017. 2 persons lost their lives as a result of these acts, while 4 more were put in grave danger. For financial gain, an elderly couple was tormented and beaten to death. Law enforcement's quick action helped put an end to the violent rampage, preventing the young criminals from finishing what they had begun. 2 pupils were seriously hurt but amazingly survived. Because the lovers intended to die together, the press likened the story of these young offenders, Cassandra Bjorg, 17, and Johnny Ryder, 19, to the story of Romeo and Juliet. But they like to think of themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. The most horrifying thing, despite their ignorance of the fabled criminal duo's past, was that they specifically targeted members of their own families in an attempt to get rid of everyone they cared about. In late January 2017, Cassandra Bjorg and Johnny Ryder met in the company of mutual acquaintances and fell in love at first sight. At the time, Johnny had just turned 19 and had already been married and divorced. He was not prepared for family life, and the marriage was a forced arrangement because his underage fiancée had gotten pregnant, while Cassandra was 17 and still enrolled in school. But the pregnancy ended too soon, and within 6 months, their partnership was over. Johnny was enthralled by Cassandra and fell deeply in love with her at first sight. Despite her small stature and good looks, Cassandra was a fierce, unbridled energy ball. She took Taekwondo, Wushu, and Korean martial arts like Tang Soo Do very seriously. Bjorg had even competed several times, but she eventually stopped training, saying that emotional upheaval had caused her to lose her focus. In actuality, the schoolgirl's bad habits that were incompatible with athletics and her preference for partying with friends were the primary causes. The girl was attractive and had a trim build. She was good at drawing attention to herself and manipulating people, particularly the boys who were in love with her. Many now question if she really loved Johnny, or if she only exploited him to further her evil. The boy, on the other hand, was obviously smitten with her and would stop at nothing to win her over. He felt he had discovered his soulmate and true love. While his new girlfriend resided with her grandparents, who loved their only granddaughter, Ryder lived with his mother and 2 sisters in his parents' home. The young couple fell in love almost immediately after meeting, and they rushed to show their significant others to their family members to show how serious they were about their plans. But their loved ones disapproved of their decisions, which infuriated them and put them in grave peril. In this criminal case, too many circumstances came together to create a terrible tragedy, even though it is likely that this couple would never have committed a severe crime on their own. much less deprived their family members of their lives. Johnny revealed that Cassandra was the source of horrific ideas that her partner was prepared to carry out without hesitation, while his girlfriend was susceptible to manipulation and influence due to her addiction to illegal substances. What information is available about Cassandra Bjorge? On January 19, 2000, Cassandra Bjorge was born in Peachtree Corners, Georgia, which is in Gwinnett County. She was born out of wedlock to Amanda Sterling, who had her as her sole child. Cassandra never interacted with her real father and never knew him. Cassandra had behavioral and aggressive problems from an early age, since her mother was more concerned with her personal life than with rearing her daughter. Cassandra's mother married Stephen when she was 15 years old. Her stepfather started making attempts toward his young stepdaughter and displaying abnormal interest in her. As a habitual liar who was always getting into trouble, Cassandra tried to inform her mother about this, but she did not believe her and assumed that her daughter was making it up. The teenager then complained about the situation to her grandparents, Wendy and Randall, over the phone. The elderly couple felt it would be better for their lone grandchild to live with them, after becoming very worried about the situation. The 15-year-old girl so relocated to her grandparents' large 2-story home in Lawrenceville in October 2015. She had her own room there, and her grandparents rarely denied her anything, giving her all she needed. Cassandra deftly used Wendy and Randall's generosity, who thought that their love and attention would help their granddaughter recover. She ran away from home frequently, stopped playing sports, missed school, and hooked out with the wrong crowd. She also began taking money from her family members and using it to buy illegal drugs and alcohol. She once threatened to kill her grandma after she was unable to obtain the quantity she required. The Borge family phoned the police over 30 times between October 2015 and March 2017 due to Cassandra's uncontrollable behavior, which included frequent runs, unexplained disappearances, fights, theft, and aggressive behavior while under the influence of drugs. After Cassandra started dating Johnny Ryder, her conduct became unmanageable. Wendy and Randall were adamantly opposed to her bringing her boyfriend to her grandparents' house and telling them he would now live with them. When Johnny attempted to invite Cassandra to live with him at his family's house, a similar circumstance happened. The pair was expelled due to opposition from his mother and sisters. The couple quickly came to the conclusion that anyone who obstructed their relationship ought to be removed. They intended to see Cassandra's mother and stepfather to make amends, take all of their savings, deal with Cassandra's grandparents, get rid of Johnny's family, seize their money, and then run away to Florida to spend as much money as they could from the 3 residences. The harsh treatment of the grandparents. Cassandra was aware of the precise location of her grandparents' home where a sizable quantity of money was kept. Cassandra didn't know the password to the little safe that was kept in a closet in one of the second-floor rooms. The explanation is that Wendy and Randall started hiding the money after they saw it was missing and realized their cherished grandchild was stealing. Randall, Wendy's husband, had just turned 64, and Wendy herself was 63. After more than 40 years of marriage, they had a daughter, bought their ideal house, and intended to spend their golden years on the second floor. They occupied 2 bedrooms that were next to each other and had separate bathrooms. Because they thought their granddaughter could be rehabilitated and didn't want to ruin her life, the old couple didn't want to send her back to her mother or place her in juvenile detention, despite their inability to handle her. Cassandra allowed Johnny to enter the residence with kitchen knives and baseball bats on the evening of April 2, 2017, after the elderly couple had already gone to bed. The pair made their way to the second level via the stairs. While Johnny went to Randall and began striking him with the bat, Cassandra went into her grandmother's room where she was sleeping and stood beside her bed. It took the old man a while to comprehend what was going on. He was scared, confused, and helpless to protect himself. Johnny leaped onto the bed, stood on top of his victim, and kept striking him. Wendy, meantime, awoke to the commotion, hearing slow thuds and what sounded like a garbled cry in the shadows. She recognized the figure by her bed as her granddaughter. She was stabbed in the shoulder as soon as she attempted to stand up. Deep slashes on the woman's hands showed that she attempted self-defense, but the forces were not equal. In the adjacent room where Johnny was mistreating her grandfather, Cassandra pulled her grandma by the hair, demanding the code to the safe and threatening to kill them if they didn't comply. The young couple bound the elderly couple with tape and kept beating them. The elderly couple prayed their granddaughter wouldn't dare to take away the lives of her closest relatives, even though Johnny was holding a knife to Randall's throat. But when Cassandra Command's boyfriend began stabbing Randall in the stomach a minute later, Wendy screamed, pleading with them to stop, and revealed the code to the safe. In order to open the safe, Cassandra hurried to her grandmother's room right away. Then, with a victorious yell and a few fat envelopes of cash, she ran back to show her accomplice that they had succeeded. But the old couple's agony didn't stop there. In an attempt to obtain the bank card credentials so they could steal more money, Cassandra and her boyfriend persisted in beating them. It's possible that Wendy and Randall began saying farewell and declaring their love for one another after realizing they wouldn't be left alive. Later, when she was being questioned, Cassandra recalled this, and it made her laugh. A lot. Once they had all the information they needed, the young monsters pulled Wendy into the toilet after killing Randall with a knife to the neck in front of his wife. They were still dealing with her. Her own granddaughter killed her by striking her head with a baseball bat. Cassandra once bemoaned to Johnny that Wendy would not pass away and would still be alive. Then, to make sure the woman had no chance of surviving, Johnny cut her throat. Cut party on the bones. Their granddaughter and her companion remained in the house, while the two bodies rotted in the second-floor rooms, following the cruel treatment of the elderly couple. The young pair used the pilfered funds to purchase anything they want, including alcohol and any illegal drugs they could find. They admitted during questioning that they wanted to try everything and that they could now afford to do so. A few days later, Wendy's sister called the police to ask for a welfare check on her relatives, who hadn't spoken to her since April 1st. Wendy's bad vision made it unusual for her to simply send texts rather than answer the phone. The texts requested not to worry and said that everything was okay. However, this just made matters worse. To make sure everything was okay, law enforcement dispatched a patrol officer to the specified house, but nobody answered the door. Nothing looked strange at first. Neighbors noticed the couple's vehicle heading downtown, but there were no indications of a break-in or that the mail had been picked up. The officer came to the conclusion in the morning that the elderly couple had left the residence without a warrant to search it while out on errands. After stating that he had completed his work and found nothing odd, he departed. In the meantime, the juvenile offenders went shopping in the victim's vehicle. They ordered meal delivery and purchased food and drink every day, but they were unable to consume all of the food they purchased, so the rotten and uneaten goods were left to fester in boxes on the floor, tables, windowsills, and every other surface in the house. They took money out of Wendy's bank card as the money started to run low, but they were unable to locate Randall's wallet using his cards. Cassandra and Johnny invited their friends to a party at their residence, approximately a week after the crime against her grandparents. They had a major issue, though, because the remains on the second story had decayed considerably and were giving off an odor that was hard to ignore. After discovering 2 cans of construction sealant in the garage, Johnny made the decision to seal the doors of the rooms containing the remains, but first they had to cover up the stench. They covered the bodies with several liters of chlorine bleach that they purchased from a hardware shop. After that, Johnny meticulously caulked all the cracks around the bathroom door and the bedroom door. The couple informed their pals over the phone that Cassandra had a lot of money after her grandparents left town for a few days, and that she intended to have a large party with wine and more entertaining activities. But their buddies found the story highly dubious. The majority of them were aware of the several occasions Wendy and Randall had called the police due to their inability to manage their granddaughter. As a result, nobody dared to go to this peculiar gathering. Only a tiny bad company of problematic youths, including those who could obtain illegal substances and consented to do so in exchange for a reward, eventually assembled at the house. The guests complained about the awful stench, even while they were drunk, and Cassandra attributed it to a clogged sewer. It became intolerable for the criminals to remain in the residence, so the following day they decided it was time to depart. But they needed additional money for their getaway, because they were running low on cash and had almost used all the card's balance. The strategy to obtain it had been simmering for some time and now had to be put into action. However, more of their family members would have had to die for this. On Friday, April 7, 2017, the family was saved by an unintentional victim. The pair infiltrated the Ryder household. Johnny had keys, so it was home. They got there in the morning when Johnny's sisters and mother were at the university working. They found enough cash and goods to sustain them for a while once they were able to raid the house. The criminals purchased bear spray, a considerably larger and more potent aerosol that resembles pepper spray. and armed themselves with baseball bats. This unique spray, which is intended to deter hostile bears, contains potent tearing and irritating chemicals that burn skin and mucous membranes chemically, causing acute coughing and excruciating agony in humans. This weapon has the potential to be lethal. They planned to attack and kill each member of the family one at a time, then take the loot and flee with it. They knew roughly when each member would arrive home. Assuming the mother and sisters had left for the weekend, no one would be searching for them by Monday, giving the criminals a few days' advantage. After her university lessons, Melissa, Johnny's younger sister, was the first to return home. However, she was accompanied by her boyfriend, whom she had asked over so they could have some alone time together. The thieves chose to follow their strategy and add another victim to their blacklist, despite the complexity of the situation. Melissa and her boyfriend realized there had been intruders, probably burglars, when they came in and saw the mess. Melissa rushed to the phone right away to call the police, but she was unable to do so. And bitter orange haze filled the room, causing their skin to feel like it was on fire, their throats to burn, and their eyes to water. Abruptly, two bat-wielding figures with scarfed faces emerged and started beating the pupils. The victims, however, surprisingly put up a strong fight. Unaware of the bear spray's potency, the attackers started strangling themselves during the ensuing altercation. The homeowner, Johnny's mother, who had come home from work earlier than normal, appeared as the front door opened abruptly. While the criminals were able to flee through the kitchen door, she shouted and dialed 911. Johnny took extra keys to his mother's car during the robbery, and they used them to escape, leaving behind the primary piece of evidence, a car registered to the late Randall, while Cassandra dropped the car keys they had brought with them during the attack. Although the crooks wanted to murder the additional witness right away, the couple didn't expect Melissa to return home with her boyfriend because it was difficult to attack and kill two strong young people at once. Luckily, they were unable to finish their plot. They obviously miscalculated the might of House of Horrors, their weapon of choice, and overestimated their own talents. Although both attack victims lived, they were admitted to the hospital with various levels of wounds and chemical burns. The abandoned vehicle in the backyard, which did not belong to the Ryder family, piqued the interest of the responding law enforcement authorities. They identified the legitimate owner of the vehicle by looking through the registration plates. It soon became apparent that the car's owner had phoned the police earlier that week, but no one had come to the door. Officers went straight to Randall and Wendy's house, and this time, after failing to receive a response, they pried open the door and went inside. They were instantly struck by the smell of rotting, which was obviously coming from one of the bedrooms upstairs. The floor and bed were stained with blood, and the closet was open, exposing an empty safe. The door had been sealed with construction adhesive, making it hard to enter the other bedroom, and taking time and effort to pry it open. The decomposing body of an elderly guy with his hands bound behind his back and obvious marks of extreme torture was on the floor when the cops eventually made their way inside. Additionally, the bathroom door was sealed, making it more difficult to break in. The homeowner's wife's remains were discovered. She had clearly been beaten and tormented before having her neck cut, which is how she died. Empty beer bottles littered the house. The sink was piled high with filthy dishes, and there were garbage boxes and containers of ruined takeout food all over the place. She became the main suspect in this case because police had been to the residence dozens of times over the previous year and a half, and knew that the murdered couple had a granddaughter who often ran away, acted aggressively, and got into trouble. However, dangerous guests, where can I locate the youngster who is accused of such a horrible crime? Upon learning of what had transpired at the Borgie residence, the injured Ryder's relatives instantly implicated Cassandra, claiming that Johnny might be her accomplice because he was enamored with her and might follow her example. The automobile in which the young robbers and offenders fled was also listed as wanted. In order to wash away the bear spray residue and ease the excruciating burning, the couple went to a store after leaving the site and purchased 5 liters of milk. Johnny reflected for a moment and thought of Jason, his best buddy from high school, with whom he had been inseparable in their senior year, but had nearly lost touch. The criminals made the decision to temporarily seek refuge and assistance at Jason's house after graduating. When his old classmate showed up at his flat with a girl, Jason was taken aback. Although the two appeared menacing, Johnny asserted that they were in danger and had no other options. Johnny claims that he and his mother got into a heated disagreement about his girlfriend, whom she didn't like. According to rumors, his mother sprayed them both with pepper spray and threw him out. The unexpected visitors requested to clean up and take a shower. In addition to providing clean clothes, meals, and the opportunity to spend the night, Jason and his mother were incredibly generous and let the couple use their restroom. Since they had nowhere else to go, the two accepted the offer. The apartment's owner made coffee and breakfast for everyone in the morning. She engaged the guests in friendly conversation and inquired if she could be of any further assistance. Outside, the sound of police sirens suddenly became more audible. A minute later, cops used a megaphone to call out to Johnny and Cassandra by name and urge them to surrender as police cars pulled up just beneath the windows. This change in circumstances surprised Jason and his mother. After thanking their hosts for their kindness and directing them to vacate the flat, Johnny grabbed a big kitchen knife. The crooks shut themselves inside, and the hosts, instantly frightened, hurried to the escape. They decided it would be better to die together, and they had no plans to give up. The crooks realized that a SWAT team would arrive at any moment, and that they couldn't hide in someone else's apartment for very long after failing Romeo and Juliet. With a knife in hand, they proceeded to the restroom and, in the hopes that the wounds would bleed out rapidly, made multiple deep cuts on their wrists. Already losing consciousness, Johnny pulled out his phone and left his mother a voicemail pleading for her forgiveness. He apologized for what he had done. He claimed that he shouldn't have harmed his family because he loved them so much. He went on to say that this was his last message and that he was passing away in the arms of his cherished girlfriend. But no one received any such texts from Cassandra. The young couple was lying on the tiled floor in one another's arms, surrounded by a massive pool of blood, when the cops broke into the apartment and pried open the bathroom door. Despite being unconscious, they both displayed signs of life. After receiving emergency medical care, they were taken to the hospital. Shocking admissions made by the juvenile offenders. The young couple inquired about one another as soon as they were conscious again. The first person to confess was Johnny, who said he felt bad about what he had done. His girlfriend, meanwhile, made an effort to appear helpless and blamed her partner for everything. She stated that she was extremely furious with herself, had been depressed for years, and no longer wanted to live. But as she described what had happened, she unintentionally revealed that she had long wished for her grandparents to die. Cassandra acted like a child during the interrogation, making expressions, complaining about the unappetizing hospital food, and even flirting with the police. It was only after a restaurant gave her quick food, which she had asked, that she began to speak. Even the most experienced officers were taken aback by what the teenager disclosed. Cassandra gently responded that her grandparents had lived long enough. When asked why she took their life, she went on to say that they forced her to attend school, ruined her fun, and concealed money that she needed. Cassandra was simply angry because she couldn't locate her grandfather's bank card and didn't express regret for robbing the few people who loved her of their life. Grandpa was always damn smart, she said, laughing when he informed her that he had hidden his wallet beneath his pillow because he was afraid she would steal it. The teenage criminals also acknowledged that they planned to kill the Ryder family as payback for their rejection of Cassandra and their attempts to keep Johnny from seeing her because they believed she was a negative influence. Because they believe that deceased people don't require money, they also intend to loot the family. They then want to pay a visit to Cassandra's mother and stepfather in order to exact revenge on them for their mistreatment of her. This couple planned to spend their money and enjoy life by the sea in Florida. The couple reconnected in the courtroom a few months after the abortive attempt on their lives. They constantly argued, criticized one another, and even used slurs, giving the impression that there was no longer any love or passion between them. Both ultimately entered guilty pleas to the robbery, the assault on the students, and the offenses against the elderly couple. Both Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjorgi were given 2 life sentences, with the possibility of parole after the court found them guilty on all counts. Cassandra said she had nothing to repent for, but after 60 years, Johnny showed sincere regret and apologized to everyone he had harmed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Around 6 p.m. on September 27, 2020, a guy dialed 911. The man said that a neighbor woman ran up to his house and screamed for help, and Lamontagne County dispatchers captured the incident on tape. She said she had just been attacked in the house by her husband and was running from him. The woman was crying uncontrollably, but because she was carrying a gun, she did not appear to be a victim at all. When police got on the scene, they discovered the husband's assailant still alive in the bedroom, having been shot twice, once in the chest and once in the leg. The right arm was also lightly wounded by the bullet. 4 round casings from a .45 caliber pistol were discovered next to the wounded victim, along with 2 additional bullets in the wall. After being transported to a nearby hospital, the man passed away from his wounds. An hour later, police investigators interrogated the woman and conducted a comprehensive investigation of the tragedy scene, but she chose not to alert the authorities. Detectives started looking into her claim of self-defense after she was not taken into custody that evening. Ashley Benefield was the woman who was hurt, and her husband, Douglas Benefield, was the one who was killed. Let's examine the actual circumstances of that day, though, and if Ashley might have rescued herself by shooting her husband alone. In August 2016, our story starts in sunny Florida. Douglas Benefield and Ashley Byers first crossed paths at a Palm Beach Republican fundraising event. After supper that same evening, the man was so enamored with the young girl that he requested for her phone number. This was the beginning of their loving correspondence. Ashley Byers, 24, was employed at Donald Trump's Sarasota campaign office. She was responsible for organizing demonstrations and urging evangelicals to vote. Ashley was involved in politics, but she was also a model and dancer who occasionally performed with the Maryland Youth Ballet. But Ashley wanted to launch her own ballet company and become a well-known ballerina. Ashley was 30 years younger than Douglas Benefield. He was a successful consultant who worked with defense contractors and technology companies, a former Navy pilot, and a native of Charleston. In addition, he worked in restaurants and real estate. Douglas raised his 15-year-old daughter Eva alone after becoming a widower approximately a year ago. Despite their vast age differences, the little girl and the older man were drawn together by their shared love of weapons and conservative ideals. They were married in just 13 days. Douglas's hometown of Charleston hosted a little celebration. Only Douglas's buddy Trip Cormany, who was then an ordained Episcopal minister, was invited. Because Douglas was very devout and wanted to marry Ashley before he became sexual with her in front of the rest of the couple's family and friends, Trip consented to perform the wedding, even though he wasn't happy and disliked what he saw as too little time for them to have known one another. It was a surprise wedding. Douglas didn't even extend an invitation to his daughter's wedding. At the age of 15, Ava Benefield was still dealing with the shock of losing her mother. Ava found her mother, Renee, dead 9 months ago when she returned home from school. She had passed away from an unidentified cardiac disease. Ava was taken aback by her father's unexpected union with a girl who was just 9 years her senior. The relationship between Ashley and Ava did not work out after Ashley moved into Douglas's house in Charleston, and this led to many arguments and scandals in the family. Douglas's new wife significantly harmed the close father-daughter bond. Ashley didn't want to be her husband's daughter's friend or stepmother. In contrast, Ava believed that she was just losing her father. Douglas pledged to fulfill his wife's dream of starting a ballet company that would feature dancers of diverse physiques and nationalities, as envisioned by Ashley Benefield. He held his young wife in high regard. Douglas told Ashley she was the most beautiful, tall, slim, and graceful, and he often planned romantic dates and surprises for her. He also gave her flowers. Ashley, like a swan, truly enchanted everyone in her vicinity. Her long brown hair, like a bird's plumage, gave beauty and splendor, and her blue eyes emanated friendliness. Douglas was prepared to go to any lengths for his Ashley since he saw only spiritual purity in her. Her desire came true so quickly. Douglas's commercial acumen and Ashley's love of ballet led to the founding of the American National Ballet in Charleston, where they recruited ballet performers from across the nation. The objective was to operate a for-profit school and a non-profit ballet company. Ashley and Douglas started holding the initial auditions in the summer of 2017. Ashley, however, was contemplating a pregnancy and dreamed of becoming a mother in addition to launching a ballet company. Approximately 40 dancers from all over the world started traveling to Charleston to practice with Ashley during the late summer of 2017 while the ballet company was being formed, but she never returned for another audition. Douglas was left to do all the job. Douglas hired ballet master Michael Wise to train the dancers, but Ashley was the one that many dancers were waiting for. She wasn't planning on doing ballet anytime soon, citing a serious condition from her pregnancy. Despite the growing tension between Ashley and Eva, Douglas continued to support his wife in her dream to start a ballet company in Charleston with a unique mission. The man, who was not very involved in ballet, tried to run the company on his own with the help of hired managers and choreographers, but the company soon ran into legal issues after being sued by dancers and choreographers who accused the couple of breach of contract, claiming they were fired just weeks after being hired. After Ashley left, Douglas brought in new managers in the hopes of getting the ballet up and running, but they made drastic changes, and Ashley's original vision of dancers from all ethnicities didn't work. Douglas failed to see the growing tension between Ashley and Ava because he was too focused on the ballet. Douglas lost his temper and shot their home ceiling one day after he and Ashley got into a fight over Ava. According to many who knew him, it was unusual for the composed and non-aggressive Douglas to return to Florida in late August, alleging a challenging pregnancy, while Douglas was still attempting to establish the ballet's work in Charleston. A number of dancers were summoned to a meeting on October 23, 2017, instructed to sign non-disclosure agreements, and then fired online. Ashley voiced her disapproval of Douglas and the rest of the company. "Everything we've worked so hard to achieve has been ruined by the current management, and I cannot support them or their behavior." According to her, A&B was founded to distinguish out from other dance companies and ought to have established new guidelines for how it handles its dancers. The way it was handled should make everyone embarrassed. A brilliant concept appeared to have vanished like smoke. The American National Ballet was permanently completed a few months later. Douglas had lost more than $100,000, 0 cents, by the end of the dance case. His ballet nightmare was finished. Douglas, who had long collaborated with numerous dancers, arranged a farewell party for A&B. But instead of his expectant wife waiting for him when he got home, there was a farewell note. Ashley outlined all of Douglas's flaws in her 4-page letter, labeling his behavior toward her possessive and domineering. She said that his heart was crushed and that she had to leave him because she was afraid for her life and the safety of her pregnant child after he shot a gun into the ceiling. Ashley's note, however, was just the start. As it turned out, Douglas had to deal with a blow from the man he loved, making the months that followed much more challenging. Still holding out hope for a reconciliation, Douglas sent Ashley a birthday gift in late November 2017. He was aware of his wife's passion for tea. He purchased a specialty tea for expectant mothers, as well as a lovely teapot, cups, and saucers. Ashley was not going to tolerate the present, even though she accepted it. Rather, she accused Douglas of a number of offenses. Poisoning her with her tea was one of them. Investigations into her claims revealed nothing to support such serious charges. Ashley, however, didn't stop there. In order to find out if she had been poisoned, she sent her hair to a different facility for investigation. According to the report, her hair had higher than usual concentrations of zinc, aluminum, and other elements. Ashley went to the hospital 3 weeks before to giving birth, without telling Douglas. Tampa General Hospital was where she was. The woman was quite terrified and said that her husband had poisoned her, exposing the unborn child to heavy metals through the womb. Ashley continued to blame Douglas of unsubstantiated physical abuse. Additionally, she said that he imprisoned her in his house in Charleston and that he stalked her everywhere, beginning in Florida, despite Douglas being hundreds of miles away. Since there was no way of knowing whether Ashley's statements to hospital workers were accurate, management took safety measures and renamed her Christina. A C-section was done by doctors 3 days later. Ashley was still concerned that her daughter had been poisoned, even though the newborn girl was healthy, but Douglas wasn't prepared to give up. He begged Ashley to reconsider in a series of texts. He still had a family, which he had assumed would be faithful, happy, and ideal, but it had disintegrated in the most dubious manner. Ashley didn't feel like going back, much less forgiving Douglas. she made the decision to approach the police and bring fresh charges against her spouse. She sent in Florida Child Protective Services to investigate after learning of Douglas's abuse of his eldest daughter, Eva. Ashley detailed the day Douglas discharged a gun inside the house and informed the police that he struggled with anger management. Following Eva's interview with investigators, Douglas was also questioned. The gun incident was looked into, but Douglas was ultimately found not guilty. A psychologist who conducted a thorough psychiatric test on him concluded that Douglas was completely well and not a threat. Ashley wrote a lengthy letter to Douglas again because she couldn't believe it. He was warned in the final paragraphs not to approach her or attempt to stalk her, or else the police will be called in once more. She didn't appear to be prepared to start dating again. Ashley Douglas received yet another harsh note that made it clear how she felt. When Ashley and Douglas reunited in a Bradenton courtroom in the summer of 2018, the poisoning accusations reached a boiling point. Ashley requested a restraining order, and Douglas wanted to see his newborn baby, but the judge was not persuaded, despite Ashley's 2 days of testimony and the results of her lab tests. According to Judge Diane Moreland, there was not even the most plausible indication that Miss Benefield had ever been poisoned or experienced any poison illnesses. Douglas was able to visit his daughter at last, thanks to this decision. To allow the father to meet the child, he and Ashley met outside the sheriff's office a few days later. Ashley became surprisingly cooperative, much to the astonishment of people around them. She then went straight to Douglas and gave him the baby with great courtesy. Douglas, she even volunteered to spend the majority of the following year with the three of them. Ashley seems content with their daughter. In order to stay near Ashley and without disturbing her peace, Douglas even moved into a nearby apartment in Florida. However, he was shocked to discover his wife wearing an engagement ring when he met Ashley in August 2019 to pick up his kid. To discover out what was happening, he engaged a private investigator. Douglas was notified by the private investigator that Ashley was seeing another guy, who filed for divorce in November 2019. Ashley soon started complaining about Douglas Benefield once more. Ashley said that he had behaved inappropriately toward his small daughter. She made several horrible accusations against him. Authorities accepted the lack of proof despite Douglas's strong denial that he had harmed his daughter. Then, in March 2020, Douglas accused Ashley of having a dual personality in an email to the sheriff's office. However, a few months later, Douglas made the startling announcement that he and Ashley were moving to Maryland in an attempt to reunite as a family. Despite holding their breath, friends believed that her parents' miraculous reunion was imminent for the benefit of their small daughter. Douglas Benefield was getting ready to start a new life on September 27, 2020. He was relocating from Florida to Maryland with Ashley, their little daughter, and Ashley's mother, Alicia. Let's imagine that it is Sunday evening. Ashley meets with Douglas at around 5:30 p.m. to begin packing for the relocation. Ashley and Douglas are contentedly packing at Alicia's house. Alicia chooses to walk to a neighboring park with the infant. Douglas and Ashley are left alone. As they converse, Ashley abruptly declares that they will be moving without him. In a fit of rage, Douglas shouted that they would move in as a family and begin a new life. Furious, the man started shifting filled boxes. Douglas allegedly grabbed Ashley Benefield's left arm, dragged her back, and asked her where she was going when she attempted to leave the residence. He used his index finger as a kind of menace. A mischievous child who said, "You can't leave me." However, it was plenty to make Ashley fear for her life. Ashley Benefield rushed into her bedroom once more and retrieved her lawfully held firearm. She commanded Douglas to leave the house and leave her alone while pointing the gun at him. In an attempt to soothe Ashley, Douglas didn't pause and kept moving in her direction. She started shooting as he moved closer to her. Ashley witnessed Douglas's fall as his feet slipped out from beneath him and he abruptly collapsed, lifting his legs into the air. Screaming for assistance, the woman rushed to the neighbor's house. She was seen crying and shouting while running outdoors with a rifle by two neighbors who were out for a dog walk. Ashley hasn't spoken up, though, so only she truly knows what transpired in the house that evening. Ashley was taken into custody and charged with second-degree murder 5 weeks after the incident. She entered a not guilty plea. After around 2 weeks in jail, she was freed on bail. On November 4, 2020, Ashley went into cooperation with the government. She was officially taken into custody at that point and accused with second-degree murder. She is being kept without bond until February 2023, when she is scheduled to appear in court. Ashley Benefield shot her husband in self-defense, according to the defense, which filed a request to dismiss the case. Her version of events leading up to the deadly shooting is presented in the 105-page motion. Neil Taylor, Ashley Benefield's lawyer, stated that the motion is partly an effort to clarify her version of events. Ashley Benefield's lawyers included supporting documentation, photographs, and other evidence in their move to dismiss. In addition to images displaying Douglas Benefield's flawless form and power, there are also pictures of Ashley Benefield with a black eye and a cut on her side that was allegedly caused by a moving box that Douglas was carrying toward her. According to the defense, the images of her wounds were captured on the day of the shooting. In addition to their long-standing admission that Douglas punched their dog and punched a hole in the wall, defense lawyers have done everything in their power to link Douglas to cruelty and uncontrollable aggression. During the original hearing in July 2018, he allegedly acknowledged to taking a revolver from his sleeve, shooting at the ceiling, and even hurling the weapon against a wall to try to silence Ashley Benefield during a dispute. Neil Taylor, the attorney for Ashley Benefield, and Assistant State's Attorneys Suzanne O'Donnell and Rebecca Friel debated whether Ashley Benefield's actions the night she shot Doug Benefield were a lament or self-defense. Ashley was accused of killing her ex-husband, and after 2 months after she appeared in court for a hearing, the county judge dismissed a motion to dismiss the case. Judge Stephen White of the Circuit Court stated that the state had demonstrated through the entirety of the evidence given during the hearing that Douglas Benefield's death was the result of Ashley Benefield's long-term, coordinated effort rather than a single act of necessary self-defense. The court agreed with the state that there was probable cause to proceed with the case, rejecting the defense's version of events. Judge White said in the finding that the defendant is not entitled to judicial immunity from prosecution because she was not justified in employing fatal force against the victim on September 27, 2020, as demonstrated by the competent and significant evidence offered by the state. Ashley Benefield was therefore refused immunity and the dismissal of the case, since the prosecution and the court were not persuaded to shoot him by the evidence that was given in court. According to court documents, Douglas Benefield was shot after an altercation broke out on that fateful day of September 27, 2020, when he went to visit his child at the Lakewood Ranch home, where the suspect was staying with her mother. Later, in a nearby hospital, he passed away from his wounds. Ashley Benefield said that when she attempted to flee from the police, Douglas grabbed her and started beating her. According to the affidavit, Douglas was not facing Ashley when she started shooting because of the entry wounds on his torso. Additionally, he did not adopt a defensive stance. Ashley's claim of self-defense became troublesome as detectives looked into it, even though Douglas was not found to have a weapon on or near him. The man apparently didn't even anticipate being shot by his cherished wife. Ashley Benefield is awaiting trial and maintains her innocence. Yes, she is. Not entered a guilty plea yet. Douglas and Ashley's marriage still raises a lot of unresolved issues. We only know that she admitted to shooting her spouse, which is how he died. Could Ashley have been truly terrified of Douglas and ready to protect herself at any time of day or night? She might have been scared of him, of course. One of the most powerful and readily manipulated human emotions is fear. However, one cannot be terrified of something that does not exist. Ashley had spent years living with a fictitious terror and was always expecting to be attacked. When her spouse threatened to put a finger in her face, she killed him. It sounds a lot like paranoia when you consider that it was worthwhile to have Ashley and Douglas examined by a psychologist in addition to the poisoning complaints. It's difficult to determine if Ashley was a deft manipulator or a victim. Ashley was ultimately accused with second-degree murder and is still awaiting trial. Florida, don't back down. If someone reasonably believes they must protect themselves from an immediate threat and they have no need to flee, they are permitted by law to use or threaten to use lethal force against another person. This implies that a person in Florida has the right to defend themselves if they feel that they are seriously in danger of being hurt or killed and are not involved in criminal conduct. A person cannot attempt to flee from an assailant first, in contrast to conventional self-defense legislation. Ashley was that innocent, pure white swan, the epitome of gentleness and purity, but beneath those white feathers was an evil woman. The Black Swan. Taylor said he expects District Court Judge Stephen White to give the prosecution enough time to read and understand the motion before setting a date for another hearing for Douglas Benefield, now that the defense has invoked stand your ground. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A violent crime shocked Los Angeles on October 29, 1990. In a garbage can, the mutilated body of William Newton, a 25-year-old gay adult video performer, was found. Authorities tried their hardest, but they were unable to solve the murder case. However, a few years later, a group of amateur investigators set out on a mission to find justice by being persistent and resolute. The murderer, who had been hiding in plain sight the entire time, was finally exposed by these detectives. What caused the ruthless disfigurement of Newton's body, and who exactly killed him? Today, we'll examine a cold case that dates back 33 years and was resolved in 2023 because to a podcast, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. The city of Los Angeles, a thriving metropolis in Southern California, will be the subject of today's case. It is well known for its star-studded walkways, famed Hollywood sign, and gorgeous beaches. With its internationally recognized museums, theaters, and music venues, Los Angeles is also a center for the arts and entertainment sector. This vibrant city offers something for everyone, from mouth-watering cuisine to booming fashion and technological sectors. On July 26, 1965, William Newton was born in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Richard Harriman was his dad. Oliver Michelle, Newton's half-sister, was born 6 months after Newton was born, and his parents were not wed. The two siblings couldn't be separated. Newton developed a love for art as a child and often used his leisure time to write creatively. His imagination went wild, and his poetry reflected his soul. He loved to read and dreamed of the day when he could tell the world his own stories. Newton was a young man of great intelligence. Richard once spoke about his son to the media. The majority of Newton's early years were spent in the city where he was born. He went to elementary and middle school there. Following his graduation from middle school, he and his mother, whose name is unknown, moved to Ladysmith, a city in Wisconsin. Newton found the surroundings change all too abrupt, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. But before his mother started discussing moving again, Newton was only able to finish his first year of high school in the new city. They relocated to the city of Oklahoma this time. This occurred in 1980. Newton quickly became weary of the seemingly never-ending cycle of traveling from one location to another and wished for greater stability. He then packed his things and went down to visit his father, Richard, one day. At the age of 16, he had already decided to live with his father. He was sure he would put his arms around him. That proved not to be the case, though. Instead of the kind greeting he had expected, he received a startling reception when he arrived at Richard's house in Eau Claire. Richard slammed the door shut in his face and refused to let him in after being instructed to leave. Newton was left devastated and defeated by the cold treatment, which was a sharp contrast to what he had anticipated. However, something within of him changed at that precise moment. He bravely decided to go out on his own, accepting his independence. Newton would travel the United States over the following 3 years. He resided in Oklahoma, among other places, where he met Terry Elliott, with whom he began a romantic relationship. Newton also found that he was passionate about makeup and beauty. Therefore, he made the decision to pursue this as a career by training to be a professional beautician. In just a few months, he obtained his beautician license after learning everything there is to know about skincare, makeup, and the newest trends in beauty. He started a new life in Los Angeles after relocating there in 1984. He didn't have to wait long for job prospects to present themselves, despite the difficulties that came with establishing a new life in a new city. Equipped with his extensive knowledge and experience, he attracted the attention of a music video production firm right away. They soon employed him as a choreographer and beautician. Additionally, Newton started working at the Hollywood Spa, a gay bathhouse. He met a man named David Ray at the spa one fateful night, and he immediately warmed up to him. David had been in town to serve as a judge for a homosexual magazine's beauty pageant. Their encounter marked the beginning of Newton's unexpected and novel voyage. Gay adult flicks were David's specialty as an adult filmmaker. After recognizing Newton's talent, David mentored him, exposing him to the business and helping him get parts in a number of his films. Eventually, the economic relationship between Newton and David developed into a love one. The two decided to start their own adult film firm, London Ray Productions. After forming a partnership in 1987, Newton joined the organization and brought his experience as a makeup artist, stage designer, and film producer to the table. In addition to acting in a number of films under the names Billy London and Billy Porter, he produced pictures under the pseudonym Bill E. London. Their flat was frequently used for movie shoots, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to give the impression that they were in different places. Newton and David started living life in the fast lane as their money started to come in. When they weren't working on a film, they would spend their evenings using drugs and going out to clubs. They settled into this way of life, which they would maintain for many years. The couple's relationship soured in 1990, and they started living apart. Newton made the decision to temporarily relocate to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time, since he thought that he had had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. He had had enough of Los Angeles. Michelle, Newton's sister, remembers that Newton simply needed a mental health vacation. In addition to providing him with something novel and thrilling, Las Vegas would also provide him the opportunity to see his mother, who at the time intended to move to the area. Now that everything was in place, Newton started to count down the days until his trip to Las Vegas. But destiny had a different idea. Newton went to Rage nightclub, a well-known club in Los Angeles, on the evening of October 28, 1990. He walked over to his favorite spot in the club and sat down to watch the people having a good time around him. Newton soon began to feel the beat and joined in on the fun. He lost himself in the thrill of the evening after taking a few drinks and letting loose. The hours passed quickly, and before long, he knew it was time to return home. As he stood up to go, it was immediately apparent to anyone who happened to catch sight of him that he was drunk. He found his way to the exit and walked out of the building. No one would ever see him alive again after that. Unaware of a murder that would frighten many, the majority of Los Angeles citizens went about their everyday lives as the week started on a Monday morning. The same morning, a homeless individual looked through dumpsters in an alley just behind Santa Monica Boulevard in search of food or trash. He received the shock of his life when he opened a specific dumpster. A human head was sitting in the center of the rubbish, staring back at him. The homeless man could see a pair of feet that had been haphazardly put next to the head, but the remainder of the body was nowhere to be seen. In terror, the man closed the dumpster since it was just too much for him to process. He promptly sounded an alarm, warning others of the disgusting discovery, and police officers soon arrived on the scene in their cars. Newton was quickly identified as the individual whose head had been severed and found in the bin. One of the first cops to reach the site on the day of the murder was retired Detective Wendy Burnt, who was deeply disturbed by the murder's savagery. "It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen," Wendy stated. Newton had methamphetamine, a detective drug, in his system prior to his death, according to the results of his autopsy. Additionally, there was proof that he had been strangled before, to being decapitated. Detectives started looking into what had happened to Newton and how he got into this condition right away. Wendy was in charge of the team of investigators assigned to the case, and she made sure to give it her all. "It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve, so I put everything into this case," Wendy stated. Detectives investigated every tip that came in over the months following the murder, but none of them turned up any useful information. Newton's killer and the location of the rest of his body were unknown. The investigation finally went cold since detectives had nothing concrete to work with for a long period. 15 years after the murder in 2005, the Los Angeles Police Department said that they were working on a reinvestigation of the case. However, nothing significant came of the examination and the case was closed. The case then returned to the press at the end of 2006. The following year, the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try to solve it, according to a reporter named Mickey Ski, who said that Newton's father had contacted him this time. In response to this charge, the LAPD issued a statement informing the public that they were still working on the case and were making every effort to find a solution. Richard, however, never saw justice for the murder of his son. On May 3, 2011, he died at home at the age of 65. Authors Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, who were best friends, became fascinated with Newton's murder around 2022. After reading an article about the case from an adult entertainment journalist, Christopher had become aware of it, and it had stuck in his head ever since. In addition, Christopher and Eric co-host The Dinner Party Show, a podcast they started in 2012. As it occurred, Christopher chose to bring up his interest in Newton's murder during one of the podcast episodes, expressing how intrigued he was by the fact that there had never been an arrest and no leads in the case had been made public. He ended by requesting useful information about the case from the audience. In their subsequent podcast episode, which aired 2 months later, Christopher and Eric discussed some of the new information they had discovered since their previous discussion of Newton's death. Christopher claims that he was contacted by an unnamed man who claimed to have crucial information regarding the murder case. The man told Christopher that the night before Newton was discovered dead in a garbage, he had seen him at Rage nightclub. He asserted, however, that Newton had not left the club by himself, but had instead been with a man who bore a striking resemblance to notorious serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Christopher learned that Dahmer was a serial killer who killed 17 men and boys in the Milwaukee region between the late 1970s and the early 1990s, when he conducted a background investigation on him. However, Dahmer was apprehended by the authorities in 1991, a year after Newton's horrific murder, and was given 15 consecutive life terms. Without a doubt, Dahmer's profile matched that of a person who might have killed Newton, but since Dahmer was already deceased, there was no way to verify this. In November 1994, a fellow prisoner attacked him and beat him to death. Christopher maintained his optimism that someone with more information would come forward, after outlining in the podcast what he had learned about Newton's murder and its potential link to Dahmer. Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department started to get interested in this case about the same time, in 2012. He was astounded by the amount of effort his predecessors had put into solving the murder after reviewing all the documents they had on the subject. Detective Lamberti told reporters, "They looked into this case like crazy." Lamberti also started to examine every aspect of the case more carefully, taking into account all of the earlier research that had been done on it. He looked up Newton's name on Google as one of his first actions. He found the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in the search result, where they discussed Newton's murder and made assumptions about Dahmer's involvement. Detective Lamberti became interested in the case after clicking on it and hearing what the two individuals had to say. Sometime after this, he contacted Eric and Christopher to arrange a meeting. The three men discussed what they knew about the case in detail and exchanged information during this encounter. An alliance was established right away, and their shared objective was to find a permanent solution to the matter. In the midst of all of this, documentary filmmaker Rachel Mason had also become fixated on the case and was working on her own covert investigation. It was by chance that she had discovered Newton's murder. She was working on a documentary about Circus of Books, an adult bookshop and gay adult materials store back in 2017. She visited Mike Szymanski, a local writer and activist, in search of reliable material for the documentary. Mike had consented to let her browse through his old collection of pictures from West Hollywood. During the search, he and Rachel were looking through one of his notebooks when a fragile newspaper story from 1990 dropped out and drew Rachel's attention. The article discussed Newton's murder and how the police were unable to identify the perpetrator. Mike happily gave Rachel all the information he knew about the enigmatic murder when she asked him right away what it was all about. The story she heard captivated her. She didn't give it much thought, though. She then proceeded to work on the Circus of Books movie, and as soon as it was over, she began looking for a new project to work on. During this time, she remembered the account of Newton's murder that she had heard from Mike. She gradually became enthralled with it and couldn't get it off her mind. She looked more closely as a result, and she started looking into the matter. Rachel was resolved to learn as much as she possibly could. In order to do this, she decided to approach the public for any advice or insights they might have. That's when she got a reply from Sherman Oaks resident Clark Williams, a gay, stay-at-home father. Like Newton, Williams was raised in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Because of this, he thought he could help Rachel complete the details of Newton's life. Rachel was excited about the new development, since he had a unique viewpoint on what it was like to grow up in Eau Claire. She pondered whether she had at last found someone who could help her unravel the riddle surrounding Newton's childhood. She eagerly set up a meeting with Williams to find out and hear his thoughts. She learned at the discussion that it was while perusing a Facebook page that Williams first learned about Newton's murder. When he happened onto a specific post concerning the 1990 murder, he was instantly drawn to it. He was startled by how much his upbringing resembled Newton's as he read the specifics. He was unable to stop thinking about the case after that and made the decision to act alone. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams stated. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time. He continued. He developed a greater interest in the murder once he got to know Rachel and told her everything he knew. Detective Lamberti eventually learned that Rachel and Williams were also interested in the investigation, and he quickly included them. Williams used every spare moment to try to solve the case as closely as possible. Soon later, he found out about Rick Pashy, a local amateur detective who had spent a significant amount of his time and effort trying to solve the murder of Newton after it had already happened. During the first inquiry, Rick had also collaborated closely with Wendy, a retired investigator. Williams was disappointed to learn that there was no way to contact Rick because he was long dead, but because, to his extensive and persistent research, he was able to learn some other crucial information about Rick, including the fact that he was a gay adult film producer going by the name Richard Lawrence, in addition to owning and operating a skate store in West Hollywood. Given that Rick and Newton had been employed in the same field at the same time, Williams knew he needed to identify the connection between them. Williams started carefully going over Rick's movie credits to find the identities of the actors, producers, and editors. He wanted to find everyone who might still be alive so they could tell their story. The films he prioritized had been made in the immediate aftermath of Newton's murder. He was particularly interested in one movie. The Devil and Danny Webster, as it was called, had debuted Billy Houston, a young, talented actor. Williams took a particular interest in Billy right on and started learning everything he could about him. Upon more investigation, he learned that Billy's true identity was Daryl Lynn Madden and that he was incarcerated for the life term for the killings of two men. Williams learned that Daryl confessed to the authorities about his crimes after being apprehended, claiming that he and another man named Bradley Qualls were responsible for the initial offense. On the day of the event, Bradley and Daryl had gone out with a dark plan to kidnap a gay guy in order to introduce Bradley into a white supremacist gang called Chaos Squad Skinheads. They eagerly waited for an unfortunate person to walk by. Unfortunately, a man by the name of Stephen Domer fell into their carefully set trap. Bradley and Daryl both enticed their victim to a remote location, bound him in their own car, and then took him on a ride. The poor man begged, but in the end, he was strangled to death with a coat hanger. The two men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek after realizing they had killed him. In a surprising turn of events, Daryl later shot Bradley, his accomplice, for an unspecified reason before running away. However, he was caught by the authorities after being unable to hide for very long. All of this had taken place in Oklahoma City. And Williams learned all of this, he continued. As he continued, he soon learned that Daryl had been interviewed for a book called American Honor Killings. Williams decided to try to obtain the book since he felt it had more potentially significant material. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, he finally received the book that he had ordered online. He started reading right away, and as he turned the pages, he was astounded by what he saw. In the book, Daryl not only discussed killing Stephen, but he also discussed another murder that occurred in Los Angeles. He did not, however, elaborate on that specific occurrence. Williams was both astonished and thrilled by the startling discovery. He was aware that he was right. Daryl had admitted to killing someone in Los Angeles, the same city where Newton had been murdered. Williams was convinced that Newton was the person Daryl had mentioned, but just to be sure, he made the decision to contact Detective Lamberti and tell him all he had learned. Lamberti didn't waste any time in getting to work. He checked Daryl's background. He was shocked to learn that Newton's body had been recovered on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was also the location of the gay adult movie production firm Daryl had worked for. The detective went to see Daryl in order to question him, because he realized it was all too coincidental. Therefore, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Maez went to Oklahoma on January 4th, where Daryl was incarcerated for his offenses. They were shocked to learn that Daryl had changed her name to Daryl Lynn and was now an Orthodox Jew and a proud transsexual lady. There was a flurry of excitement in the air as Lamberti and Maez sat opposite Daryl Lynn, who sat with a poised assurance, prepared to respond to whatever queries the two investigators might have. They questioned Daryl Lynn about Newton's murder during their meeting, and to their surprise, Daryl knew right away who they were referring to. According to Daryl Lynn, he and two of his friends had spotted Newton strolling down the street the day of his murder. They thought Newton would be an easy target for a robbery because he had looked drunk. Things took a turn for the worse after he was kidnapped. It had concluded with Newton being strangled to death, Daryl Lynn admitted. When Daryl Lynn finished his story, Detective Lamberti and his colleague were in complete disbelief. Their ears were almost unbelievable. They then inquired as to how and why Newton's body had been disfigured, to which Daryl Lynn denied any involvement. Newton's body was left with his two pals after they killed him, Daryl Lynn informed them. Daryl Lynn will not provide the names of the two accomplices when questioned about their identities. In the days that followed, Detective Lamberti went to the office of LA County District Attorney George Gascon and made a compelling case against Daryl. To their dismay, however, Gascon's office declared that they would not be charging him since the evidence was insufficient. However, Lamberti and the other team members who had been working on the case non-stop were ecstatic that it had been solved at last. In addition, Michelle was appreciative of the investigators' commitment to the investigation and the sense of closure they provided her with by resolving it. For more than 30 years, the brutal murder of Newton rocked the metropolis of Los Angeles. There is a sense of justice served when one considers that his killer has finally been found and is in prison. The location of the remainder of his body, however, remains a mystery and might potentially haunt the community for years to come. What do you suppose happened to the rest of Newton's body, and who do you think disfigured it? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On Madison Street in New York, Officer Freeman saw a man throwing big black garbage bags into the river's edge early on April 7, 1996. The man froze as Freeman came closer. The officer noticed the two cars next to the man, their trunks stuffed with trash bags. He searched and found something startling. Bloody tools and blood-soaked clothing were found in the bags, along with a dismembered body that had been cut into 66 pieces in the most gory way imaginable. The man who disposed of the bags introduced himself as Vladimir Zelinin, 48. The police quickly learned that the person inside the bags was Yakov Gluzman, a 48-year-old billionaire and well-known cancer researcher who had tragically been duped by Vladimir. When Vladimir brought up Yakov's wife, Rita Gluzman, the case took an unexpected turn. The crucial query was, what role did Rita play in this terrible incident? Was she planning to murder her husband, or was Vladimir just assigning blame to deflect criticism and avoid responsibility? We must go back in time and meet Yakov Gluzman, the man at the heart of this whole situation, in order to fully comprehend it. What part did he play in this terrible incident, and who was he? January 2, 1948, was Yakov Gluzman's birthday. He was an internationally renowned scientist who made significant contributions to the study of cancer. Since their early years in Ukraine, which was then a part of the Soviet Union, Yakov and his wife Rita had known one another. 1948 saw the birth of Rita Gluzman in Ternopil, Ukraine. She was the oldest child of Holocaust survivors, Paula and Lab Shapiro. As a child, Rita saw friends and family members killed by the Nazis, which gave her a distinct viewpoint. Nevertheless, Yakov was unable to obtain a visa to depart the Soviet Union due to his importance as a researcher. He was regarded as an emerging, talented scientist. In February 1970, Rita found out she was expecting their son after departing for Israel. To facilitate their emigration, Yakov took a menial job as a carpenter, sacrificing his academic career in the Soviet Union. Rita persuaded the UN to bring her and Yakov back together in America with the aid of Jewish organizations. She even put pressure on the United States by going on an 18-day hunger strike close to the UN Senate to assist in her reunion with Yakov. Rita's will to go on a hunger strike was obvious. She was a very motivated individual. She desired to succeed in her life. Yakov was allowed to join her in the West by the Soviet Union as a result of her efforts. Yakov was able to carry on with his scientific work after the couple eventually got back together in the United States in 1972. They made Long Island, New York their permanent home in 1977, 5 years later. Yakov founded the pharmaceutical business Harbor Laboratory in New York by 1987. With Yakov's assistance, Rita also founded her technology business, ECI Technologies, at the same time. In 1987, Yakov advanced to the position of Director of Molecular Biology at Rockland County's Letterly Laboratories. Yakov worked in Rockland, so Rita had to make the difficult choice to move to Long Island while managing ECI Technologies. As the family's fortunes improved, they eventually moved into a large home in the posh neighborhood of Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, which is a very pleasant upper-middle-class neighborhood. The homes in this lovely neighborhood are very comfortable and sit on 3/4 to an acre of land. Vladimir's claims don't add up. If Rita and Yakov had a happy marriage, is he making this whole thing up to cover up a darker agenda, such as eradicating Yakov for financial gain? Let's go back in time to the discovery of Yakov's body before drawing any conclusions. Officer Freeman made a strange discovery in a parking lot near the river's edge on Easter, April 7, 1996. 2 cars with open trunks were the first thing he noticed. He also saw Vladimir Zelinin, who had one glove on his right hand and was dressed in a t-shirt. Large black trash bags were being thrown into the river by Zelinin. Freeman cautiously approached and saw that Zelinin's shoes and pants were splattered with blood, and that a surgical glove was also covered in blood. The air was heavy with the stench of drying blood. As Freeman continued his investigation, he discovered 2 bags, one containing blood-soaked clothing and the other containing bloody tools, including a hacksaw, axes, knives, and a scalpel. Unbelievably, 8 additional bags containing Jakob Glusman's tragically dismembered remains were found in the trunks of the 2 cars. His nose and lips were even removed, as part of the horrific act of chopping his body into 66 pieces. Vladimir Zelinin, wearing blood-stained trousers, stood beside Officer Freeman. Zelinin, who was Russian, could hardly speak English. He shockingly disclosed that Vladimir's cousin, Rita Glusman, had been instrumental in his immigration to the United States just 11 months earlier. As Vladimir admitted that Rita was the one who coerced him into carrying out the unimaginable deed of killing Yakov, the terrifying realization came to light. Rita had already left with her passport when Bergen County authorities showed up at her house the next day. Prosecutors were concerned that she may have escaped abroad, but Rita was allegedly on her way to Long Island while Zelinin was being held in Bergen County. It was clear that she knew the police would be looking for her. She made a quick stop in Nyack along the way, stealing a set of New York license plates from a parked car to hide her car's New Jersey tags. There was little question that Rita had planned the murder and was now evading the authorities, despite the fact that investigators in both jurisdictions had not formally named her as a suspect in her husband's death. They made it clear in a public alert that they wanted to talk to her. After her husband passed away, Rita disappeared for 6 days. On April 12, 1996, the police finally located her in Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island. Rita was caught breaking into a guest cabin by a cleaning lady during a routine cleaning round at the Hawk's Nest cabin. Her husband had worked for a company that owned this cabin. The woman had quickly called the police because she thought Rita was a thief. Rita attempted to flee by scurrying out a rear window onto the lab grounds after being confronted. She was eventually located and taken into custody by the local police. Notably, authorities discovered a variety of travel brochures, including some from Switzerland and Australia, inside her car, which also had a stolen license plate. When Rita Glusman was arrested, the police were taken aback to see her. She was no longer the woman who wore expensive clothing. Her clothes, makeup, hair color, and even airline information had all changed. The police became increasingly suspicious because she had completely changed her appearance. However, there was one issue that prevented the police from charging her with her husband's murder under New York law. When flaws started to show in their marriage's apparently flawless exterior, the investigation took a different turn. The couple's hidden tensions surfaced during their move from Long Island to New Jersey. It turned out that moving to New Jersey, even though it was a mutual decision, put Rita under financial strain, particularly for her business, ECI Technologies. Yakov's income was crucial to the company's survival because it was not doing as well as it once did. However, there was one contradiction. Despite Rita's claims that the move left them impoverished, she was spotted driving a BMW, wearing mink coats and leading a fairly opulent lifestyle. On the other hand, Yakov used to wear regular jeans and drive a 1983 Nissan. According to his friends, he was more of an ordinary guy who wore khakis everywhere he went. The American dream appealed to Rita. She desired high living and spas. Yakov Gluzman left the home in New Jersey in the summer of 1995 and rented a second-floor apartment in Pearl River, just a few blocks from his place of employment. Yakov had begun dating a woman he had met in 1994 while traveling to Israel to visit his family. By September of that year, the rift between Rita and Yakov had become irreversible. While Rita's technology company was in danger of going bankrupt, Yakov was making progress in his career as a cancer researcher. In a phone call with his father in the fall of 1994, Yakov acknowledged that his marriage to Rita, which had lasted 25 years, was failing. Yakov Gluzman filed for divorce. The ECI Technologies company became a focal point during their divorce proceedings. Yakov insisted on thoroughly examining the company's finances before accepting any terms, while Rita desired sole ownership. Rita was devastated to hear this. Yakov claimed marital cruelty as the cause of the divorce when he filed for it. Tragic events occurred 4 months later, in 1996, when the couple's already shaky relationship was further strained when their 25-year-old son died while serving in the Israeli army. Yakov wanted to leave Rita because she was so furious. How could he have the audacity to abandon her, who was so invested in his transformation in the United States? Rita noticed that she was becoming desperate, and some people noticed that her behavior was becoming unpredictable. She found it difficult to control her cravings for luxury, even after Yakov gave her $90,000 when he moved out a year earlier in 1995. She was suddenly in America, where she could eat as much as she pleased. For her, it represented success. Rita Gluzman engaged a private investigator to look for any negative information about Yakov in an effort to stop the divorce. She went to unlawful measures such as wiretapping Yakov's phone and even threatening to spread the AIDS virus to his girlfriend. She wanted to discredit this woman in Israel by putting cocaine on her, among other things. She had attempted to hire a lot of people. Her husband was being followed by others. She had extortion attempts against her husband's family. Rita Gluzman started planning his murder after these plans failed to stop the divorce. She experienced yet another setback when she was arrested on shoplifting charges after being caught stealing small items from a New Jersey pharmacy. Her business kept failing, and as accusations were made by both parties, the divorce process grew more acrimonious. Rita was prepared to involve her cousin Zelinin and had already made a firm decision. Despite being straightforward, her plan was extremely cruel. Rita got a key to her ex-husband's apartment in the months before Easter. During one of their arguments, she persuaded him to give it to her and had a copy made. She was aware of her ex-husband's routine, which included him spending Saturday nights at the lab and typically coming home at 11:30 p.m. Knowing this, Rita made sure they had everything they would require, including a knife, a scalpel, a hacksaw, and a variety of cleaning supplies. Rita and Zelinin drove from Bergen County in a late-model Ford Taurus registered to her company on the evening of April 6, 1996, just hours before Yakov was scheduled to return home. They parked near Yakov's apartment in a poorly lit spot and waited in silence in the living room. It was 11:30 p.m. when Yakov parked his Nissan Maxima and went inside his apartment. At that moment, Zelinin struck first with an axe. When Yakov entered his apartment with an axe and a hatchet, she and Vladimir were waiting for him and jumped on him, attacking him. Rita Gluzman then approached and started striking her husband with the axe, according to Zelinin. It was then that Zelenin's hand was injured. He was unable to see exactly where he struck Yakov because of the darkness, but the scientist fell to the ground. Rita then attacked her husband with ferocity and violent force. Her axe once slipped and struck Zelenin's right hand, causing it to bleed continuously. Rita insisted that they would examine Zelenin's wound later because they were pressed for time. She took a knife out of the bag and stabbed her ex-husband in the chest to make sure he was dead. His bloody body was dragged into the bathroom, where it was dismembered. Rita was adamant that no part of the man was big enough to be recognized. To make it impossible for anyone who might find the body to identify him, they even cut off his nose and lips, in addition to cutting off his fingertips to prevent fingerprint identification. Rita went into a cleaning frenzy, trying to get rid of any sign of the crime while Zelenin kept butchering the body. Around 3 in the morning, Kathy Armstrong, a neighbor who lived 1 floor below Yakov, was the only one who heard a thumping and banging sound. April 7, 1996. She was unaware that the remains of Yakov were being disposed of, his bloody clothes and body parts packed into 9 plastic garbage bags. Another bag was filled with the equipment needed for the gory task. After that, the bags were placed in the 2 cars' trunks. After returning to East Rutherford, Zelenin would dispose of Gluzman's remains in the Passaic River and then, before dawn, dispose of the car. But there was a hitch. They were not on time. Zelenin unintentionally set off the car's theft alarm while loading it. If anyone in the apartment complex heard the alarm, they didn't bother to look into it because it was only a short cry in the night. Rita, however, became frightened, leapt into the Taurus and told Zelenin to run. After circling the neighborhood for a while, they cautiously made their way back to the apartment complex, checked to make sure everything was okay, and went back to their solemn task. And it took longer than Rita had expected to dismember Yakov and clean his apartment. The necessity to treat Zelenin's hand wound, which resulted from Rita's violent behavior against her husband, further threw off this schedule. Zelenin and Rita stopped at a CVS pharmacy in the town of Fairlawn on their way south. It was captured on a security camera that Rita spent $32 on bandages. What at first glance seemed to be a simple murder case turned out to be anything but. After investigators inspected the crime scene at Yakov's Pearl River apartment, the strange traces of forensic evidence that the investigators found had not yet been tested. Even after testing, there was still uncertainty, because there was no assurance that Rita would be directly implicated in the crime. The police knew that even if they were able to locate Rita's stray fingerprint, a competent defense lawyer could have it rejected by linking it to one of the couple's sporadic arguments. At this point, Zelenin's confession was the only solid evidence the police had. This presented a problem, though, because according to New York state law, an accomplice's testimony could not be used as the basis for a murder case unless it was backed up by other witnesses or strong evidence, neither of which was present at the time. Michael Rosen, Rita's lawyer, attempted to obtain bail the day after her arrest, pointing to the peculiar circumstances of the case. Rosen filed a felony examination after the judge denied bail despite the possibility of murder charges. For Rita to be detained without bail, prosecutors had 48 hours to demonstrate that she was dangerous and that there was a chance she would run away again. Since the police couldn't produce enough proof, Rosen was successful and Rita was taken to jail after posting a $250,000 bond. However, everything changed when an FBI agent called. Unexpectedly, Rosen was ordered to bring Rita to the United States, White Plains Federal Court Building. Rosen found this surprising and didn't understand why the federal government was becoming involved. The reason became evident as Rosen and Rita arrived. Local authorities had worked with federal prosecutors to devise a novel strategy to charge Rita for her role in her husband's death, while Michael Rosen had been preoccupied with getting her bail. Federal prosecutors invoked the Violence Against Women Act, a 1994 domestic violence statute, in a brief 4-page complaint. It was a daring step. This law permitted federal intervention in cases of domestic violence committed by someone who crosses state lines, a tactic that had never before been employed against a woman. But it gave the police the power they needed to bring Rita to justice. It was noteworthy because it gave them permission to use Zelenin's testimony. In court, Zelenin described the events leading up to the incident and how they dismembered Yakov. Vladimir Zelenin claimed that Rita Gluzman was behind a wall a few feet away and that he was concealed behind the door as it opened. Zelenin struck Yakov's head with an axe for the first time as soon as he entered the room. With a knife in hand, Rita hacked and stabbed Mr. Gluzman until she nearly cut Zelenin's fingers off his right hand. According to Zelenin, he began by chopping off the arm at the shoulder, followed by the left leg below the knee and the right leg below the knee. Then, he claimed, he severed his head. Witness reports from Yakov's neighbors who saw a couple packing bags into a car at 3 in the morning were among the other pieces of evidence the police brought in. April 7, 1996, Rita was recognized by a pharmacy employee as the agitated woman buying bandages and antiseptic at 4 in the morning, the same morning. In addition, Rita's controlling personality was acknowledged by a private investigator she hired to spy on her husband and his lover. More than a year and a half after Yakov's passing, on April 3, 1997, Rita faced the U.S. Judge Barrington Parker, District Court. Despite her denials, the jury found her guilty of killing Yakov, dismembering him and dumping him in the river after being persuaded by Zelinan's testimony. She was given a life sentence in prison by the judge. In the Soviet Union, the woman who had once been celebrated as a symbol of freedom for a whole class was now imprisoned. Vladimir Zelinin was later given a 22-and-a-half-year prison sentence in May 1997. Rita Gluzman was released from prison on compassionate grounds in 2020 because of her deteriorating health, which included early Parkinson's disease and multiple strokes. Although Yakov's brother wrote a letter opposing Rita's release, expressing horror and fear, the judge took into consideration Rita's request for a second chance to avoid dying in prison. Rita went back home after the judge allowed her release despite reservations. Due to a broken marriage, Yakov Gluzman's life took a terrible turn. The unfortunate thing is that rather than finding a peaceful solution, his wife, once regarded as a symbol of freedom, caused their relationship to devolve into a nightmare. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Giulia Tramontano, 29, disappeared in the evening of May 28, 2023 in the small Italian hamlet of Sanago. Her phone abruptly went silent while she was 7 months pregnant, and she stopped answering calls and messages from family members. Her living partner, Alessandro Impagnatiello, was the first to report her missing. He maintained that he had no idea where his partner may have gone and that the apartment was empty when he got home from work. There were too many odd aspects in this case from the start. Giulia had left behind the majority of her personal possessions, and there was no sign that she planned to vanish in the near future. Even more concerning details were discovered as investigators started to piece together her last known activities. Giulia had a significant dispute with Alessandro the night before she vanished, according to messages she wrote to her mother, Laura Donna, and a close friend. She wrote that the issue was giving her a lot of distress and that she was quite disturbed. However, the most crucial query was still unsolved. What actually transpired that fatal night, and why hadn't anyone seen Giulia since, if she had indeed left the house alone? Investigators would start sifting through a labyrinth of lies in the days that followed, eventually revealing a sobering reality. On May 2, 1994, Giulia Tramontano was born in the little town of Sant'Antimo, which is in the province of Naples. She was raised in a loving, supportive, and close-knit household. From a young age, her parents fostered independence and self-assurance while adopting contemporary perspectives. Their lives continued to be anchored by family customs, and she could always turn to her home for support and direction. Giulia thrived in the humanities while attending a nearby school. Her interest in real estate sprang from her fascination with architecture, potential investments, and the prospect of becoming a prosperous real estate agent. She sought a degree in the discipline after high school, rapidly becoming an expert in the industry because of her great communication skills and analytical attitude. She had established a strong reputation in the field by the time she was 25. However, this was insufficient for Giulia. She envisioned living in a large metropolis with lots of opportunities. Her career in her hometown had plateaued by the time she turned 26. She became aware of the restrictions of the local market while working at a real estate brokerage. She decided to relocate to Milan after hearing tales from friends, as she felt the city would provide her with a promising new chapter in her life. She made up her mind before the end of 2020. Milan represented self-reliance, new relationships, and the professional advancement she so desperately desired. The change came swiftly. After packing her things and bidding her loved ones farewell, she left for the city she hoped would become her new home. In Milan, Giulia threw herself into her work right away. The city's real estate market was competitive, fast-paced, and demanded perseverance and confidence. She rapidly adjusted, making contacts, going to networking functions, and closing sales. Although her new life was thrilling, she found herself yearning for something more: personal happiness amid her hectic schedule. She got to know Alessandro Impaniello during this period. They met at a bar in Milan where she was invited by her co-workers to celebrate a deal that had gone well. Alessandro was employed as a bartender at a five-star hotel's upscale lounge. He was a year older than Giulia, gregarious, charismatic, and naturally able to connect with others. She was drawn to his charm and self-assurance. She felt as though she could unwind, temporarily forget about the demands of work, and just savor the moment with him. Their connection felt natural throughout the first several weeks. They'd talked about the future while dining at restaurants in the evenings and taking nighttime walks around the city. Although he admitted to having a son from a prior relationship, Alessandro reassured her that he was moving on from his past and was now seeking stability. Giulia thought she had at last found someone she could be with for the rest of her life. They decided to move in together just a few months after their romance blossomed. Giulia genuinely hoped that her relocation to Milan would lead to both professional and personal success. Though she didn't know what secrets Alessandro was keeping or how drastically her choice would alter her life at the moment, she was certain that he was the one she was intended to spend the rest of her days with. In 1993, Alessandro Impaniello was born. Although he gave off an air of confidence, his life in Milan was anything from stable. He worked as a bartender at a prestigious establishment where he was frequently surrounded by celebrities, affluent customers, and prosperous businesses. This gave him the opportunity to meticulously create the image of a man used to luxury. He was adept at putting others at ease, fast to establish rapport, and a master of persuading. His genuine objectives were always concealed under his charm and laid-back demeanor. In addition to a reliable paycheck, his work at the bar gave him important social connections. He was skilled at putting himself in the best possible light, giving the impression that he was a man who aspired to be more. His co-workers perceived him as charming but a little shallow. He never really opened up, but instead kept up the image of having a light-hearted, carefree demeanor. He appeared to be living the dream to clients and acquaintances, but there was a lot more hidden beneath this meticulously maintained facade. There were no obvious warning signs when he first began dating Giulia. On the contrary, he seemed to be receptive and considerate in the beginning of their relationship. He was fully aware of how to make a good impression and knew just what to say. However, Alessandro's actual character gradually came to light. Soon after they moved in together, the first red flags emerged. Alessandro and Giulia used to joke around a lot, but over time his jokes became more scathing. He'd make remarks about her accent, implying in a less than favorable way that Southerners were different from Northerners. Knowing how much her favorite soccer team meant to her, he openly made fun of them. Giulia initially dismissed it, believing it to be harmless joking, but as time passed, it became evident that his statements were not the only ones. The frequency of their arguments increased. Little things like the way she arranged their house, her responses to his remarks, and her responses to his inquiries caused Alessandro to become agitated. She would feel as though she was at fault because he would abruptly end talks or ignore her completely. He briefly became aloof and icy during those moments before abruptly returning to his normal self, acting as though nothing had occurred. Their new normal was this emotional roller coaster. He would be loving and attentive one moment, then utterly uncaring the next. Giulia made an effort to comprehend what was going on, but she was never given any definitive answers. She was always in doubt, because Alessandro never talked about his feelings honestly. His second existence, however, was the greatest deception, the one she never anticipated. Alessandro had been living a lie for months, but Giulia thought he was spending his nights behind the bar when he went for work. He began seeing Allegra, another lady, shortly after they moved in with. Allegra and he met at work. She was establishing a career in the hospitality sector, was younger, and spoke multiple languages. Presenting himself as a single man who had broken up with Giulia years ago, Alessandro continued to live with her because of unforeseen circumstances. By convincing Allegra that Giulia was already looking for a new apartment and would be leaving shortly, he expertly kept up this illusion. Allegra and Giulia were unaware of each other's existence. He played a different part for each of them, slipping his lies so smoothly that nothing raised any red flags. With one, he discussed the future. With the other, he lived in the now, without ever thinking about the possibility that his deceit would be exposed. In the meantime, he and Julia's relationship was becoming more strained. She had a feeling something wasn't right, but she wasn't sure what it was. The uneasiness increased with time, but Alessandro continued his deception without realizing the truth was catching up with him. Julia began to notice physical changes by the end of 2022. She suspected something was off because of a missed cycle, strange cravings, and persistent weariness. She purchased a pregnancy test since she didn't want to wait. She realized she was expecting a child when she noticed two distinct lines appear. The news caused conflicting feelings. She had always wanted a family, on the one hand. Conversely, the past few months had been challenging with Alessandro. She knew she had to tell him face to face, though. With trepidation, Julia broke the news at the appropriate time. She had envisioned a variety of responses, including surprise, joy, and perhaps even mild terror. Alessandro's face, however, was still unreadable. After a few seconds of silence, he asked only one question. "Are you sure?" Julia sensed a cold detachment in his manner. He was uninterested and didn't inquire about her condition or how far along she was. It was impossible to overlook his indifference. He never mentioned it again in the days that followed. No interest in future doctor's appointments, no conversations regarding the future. Despite feeling abandoned, Julia clung to the notion that eventually he would accept the reality and begin to offer some assistance. Even as the new year got underway, Alessandro's disposition didn't change. Julia increasingly found herself thinking about her future alone in the nights. She continued working, attempting to divert her attention, but a sense of unease began to grow within. Of her. In the meanwhile, early in 2023, Alessandro's double existence took an unexpected turn. He found out that Allegra, his other partner, was also expecting. He was absolutely unprepared for the news. Allegra, like Julia, was unaware that there was another woman around. She genuinely thought she was in a committed relationship with Alessandro. But unlike Julia, Allegra wasn't sure if she wanted to carry the pregnancy to term. Alessandro realized that his well-planned lie was unraveling and persuaded Allegra that having a kid wasn't the right choice. He told her that he would support her in whatever decision she chose at that point, but he made it clear that it would be better to end the pregnancy. After much hesitation, Allegra finally consented. To ensure that this chapter was ended, Alessandro accompanied her to the medical procedure. He believed that now that Allegra's pregnancy was over, he could concentrate on handling what he perceived to be his larger issue, Julia's choice to become pregnant. Julia, however, was adamant on carrying her pregnancy to term. Unlike Allegra, even though he was emotionally detached, he made several attempts to get Julia to rethink her mind. This was a deliberate and private choice for her. She was ready to raise the child alone, even though she was aware that her relationship with Alessandro was failing. She was unaware that this decision would be the pivotal moment in her life. Alessandro became aware that he was losing control of the situation when Julia refused to end the pregnancy. His plans were derailed by her forceful determination, which compelled him to find a different solution to what he perceived to be an issue. He started conducting methodical study on poisons. By the end of 2022, he searched the internet for ways to damage people without drawing attention to himself, determining which drugs were both efficient and hard to find. Chemical compounds from home items, plant-based poisons, and even extremely hazardous substances like cyanide and ricin were all included in his studies. But the majority of the solutions he discovered were either too hard to get or left obvious body traces. He finally decided on rodenticides, which are goods made to get rid of rodents. These weren't cause for concern and were freely accessible over the counter. Additionally, he discovered data indicating that some varieties functioned slowly, resulting in anemia, weakness, and internal bleeding, symptoms that may be misinterpreted for pregnancy issues. Alessandro started implementing his strategy in early 2023. In the hopes that Julia's health would deteriorate over time, he began incorporating trace amounts of the poison into her food and beverages. She started having strange symptoms within weeks, including nausea, dizziness, acute abdominal pain, and persistent fatigue. Julia told her friends she was feeling ill, but they thought it was a normal aspect of being pregnant. She was unaware that something far darker was taking place. Alessandro kept a careful eye on her condition, anticipating that the symptoms would worsen. But the poison wasn't having the desired impact. He was frustrated and kept looking for methods to make it more potent, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Even though Julia was still feeling bad, the pregnancy was growing and her body was fighting back. Alessandro became enraged. Now that his first plan had failed, he had to think of another option. Being in charge was nothing new to Alessandro. He knew exactly what to say and how to persuade each woman of his version of events, so he meticulously planned his lies. Julia thought that he was just going through a tough period and that he would eventually embrace the pregnancy. Allegra, however, was positive that his previous relationship had ended a long time ago. However, a single misstep destroyed his meticulously crafted illusion. Allegra's first warning sign was the uneasiness Alessandro displayed whenever the subject of his past was raised. He never revealed his social media, didn't talk about his past, and didn't bring up his ex. It didn't appear strange at first, but gradually contradictions began to accumulate. The actual pivotal moment occurred when she unintentionally stumbled upon recent images of him with Julia on his phone. Their intimacy and the way they gazed at one another made it obvious that their relationship was far from ended. Allegra wanted to avoid making assumptions. Rather, she began to listen more intently, making notes in her mind. He frequently left in the evenings, saying he was working late, but his hotel coworkers said he had left early. He occasionally made reasons that didn't quite make up when he didn't answer his phone later. Alessandro was unflappable when Allegra finally confronted him about the pictures. He responded immediately. He asserted that Julia was purposefully disseminating those images to mislead him with guilt because she couldn't accept their split. Allegra wanted to trust him, but there was something strange about the way he said it. His answers grew more and more implausible as she continued to probe. Alessandro suddenly modified his strategy after realizing he was losing control. Julia wasn't just refusing to move on, he said. In fact, she had lied about being pregnant in an effort to keep him around. His current goal was to persuade Allegra that there was no baby at all. But her doubts were further strengthened by his urgency. Alessandro even created a fake DNA test in an effort to further cement his deception. He presented a modified file that he had got from the internet as evidence that he was unrelated to the child. At first, Allegra believed this account of events, but she continued to have her reservations. She had the unshakable impression that she was missing something. She made the decision to find out for herself a few days later. She swiped Alessandro's phone while he was sleeping, looked up Julia's number, and messaged her. The response was practically immediate. Julia didn't sound like a lady who was obsessed with getting even. Conversely, she was also in search of answers. Allegra proposed that they meet in person the following day. Both women knew that everything will change as a result of their conversation. The hotel where Allegra worked was the location of their rendezvous. Both of them felt a mixture of stress and resolve as they had prearranged a time. Julia was shocked to learn that the man she had planned a future with had been living a double life, and Allegra was still unaware of the full scope of Alessandro's deceit. The discussion began carefully. Allegra was the first to share what she had learned. She explained to Julia that Alessandro had promised her that his previous relationship was gone. She went on to discuss the purported DNA test that was used to prove the baby wasn't his. Julia paid close attention. Allegra calmly declared that the exam was a hoax after she had done speaking. The timing of her pregnancy fit their relationship exactly, and she had never recommended any tests. The fact that she and Alessandro were still living together and that he had never given her any cause to think their relationship was finished was more significant. Allegra's perception of the scenario grew clearer by the minute. From the start, she had been tricked. Her whole understanding of their relationship changed, and she was convinced of the truth for the first time. She was disappointed and hurt, but she didn't have any grudges against Julia. Rather, the fact that they had both been duped by the same web of lies became painfully clear. They talked for more than an hour. By comparing specifics, the two women were able to piece together Alessandro's deceit. They no longer viewed one another as competitors by the end. Instead, An unanticipated sense of unity surfaced. It was then that Julia made her ultimate choice. She was finished. She had no desire to remain with a man who had deceived her and concealed a second existence. Alessandro had no place in her future, which belonged to her and her child. She didn't wait for the ideal opportunity when she got home. She went straight to Alessandro and told him that their relationship was finished and that she knew everything. He reacted just as he was supposed to. He denied everything at first, but then he became defensive and said she was prying into his private affairs. But Julia was not paying attention to his justifications. She told him strongly that she didn't want to see him any longer and that she was going to Naples. She emailed her sister and mother that night to explain her choice. They offered to assist her in any way they could and gave her their entire support. Julia told them that she would return home in a few days, but that she had some things to attend to in Milan first. She had no idea it would be her last night. Alessandro became aware that he had lost control after their talk. All he had concealed was now revealed. Julia was aware of his deceit, manipulation, and double existence. She had decided to go since she no longer listened to him, no longer believed him. He was angry at her composure. He was unable to comprehend how he had found himself in a position where his deceit had been exposed, leaving him helpless. He sensed that he was losing both his command of Julia and his meticulously constructed persona. His whole existence may fall apart if she told anyone else. Their relationship reached a breaking point that day. Alessandro made several attempts to talk, but Julia ignored them all. Without emotion, she carried on packing her belongings. He became even enraged when she remained silent. Julia didn't react when Alessandro tried to persuade her that she was mistaken, that he loved her, and that she should change her mind. He became increasingly irritated and increased his voice in an attempt to get a response, but she would not argue. He became enraged beyond control when he learned her choice was definitive. Taking a knife off the counter, he hit Julia in a blind rage. She had no time to respond. Even though the strike was quick and accurate, he was unable to halt it. Panic and fear of being seen drove him to continue, losing all self-control. 37 wounds from stabs. Standing over her body, Alessandro gazed at the truth of what he had just done. He had to dispose of the proof now. He was unable to let things alone. He was aware that blood left traces. He realized that merely concealing the body would not enough. In an attempt to destroy the evidence, he pulled her to the restroom, poured alcohol on her, and set her on fire. However, the flames did not act as he had anticipated. The remains were not destroyed, but the fire left them burning. Panic struck. He had no strategy. After grabbing cleaning tools and rags, he began washing the blood off the walls, the floor, and the furniture. Despite his repeated efforts to scrub, the stains persisted. The apartment continued to resemble a scene of a crime. He was certain that he could find a way to avoid blame, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to completely remove any evidence of what had transpired. He had no idea that detectives would soon put all the pieces together and reveal his guilt. Alessandro's initial response was to hide his tracks after realizing what he had done and seeing Julia's body in the restroom. After his attempt to burn the evidence failed, he needed another strategy. Her disappearance was staged as the initial step. He chose to give the impression that Julia had departed of her own volition. He snatched her phone and started messaging her friends and relatives in order to do this. He had to give the impression that she had decided to go on her own, since he knew they would be concerned if she disappeared without warning. She needed some alone time. He emailed her mom. Just enough information was included in the brief and ambiguous message to prevent suspicion. He then claimed in a message to one of Julia's friends that she had departed but wasn't prepared to discuss her destination. He wanted to give himself some time so that it would appear as though she had just chosen to vanish. But it was not the end of his scheme. A few hours after the crime, he went to the police himself and reported Julia missing, since he knew that someone would eventually sound the alarm. After an altercation, he said, she left the house and never came back. His account was straightforward. She was gone when he returned from work that morning. He purposefully included facts to give his story credibility. He suggested that she might have left town on her own when he informed investigators that her money, passport, and personal things were also missing. Investigators paid close attention, but something didn't feel quite right. His manner was suspicious. He spoke with too much assurance, as though he was aware of the questions that would be posed. He seemed unnervingly calm, in contrast to Giulia's friends and family, who were in a panic and desperate search for solutions. Alessandro concentrated on concealing the evidence while the cops conducted a search. He realized he couldn't keep her remains in the bathroom for very long, so he initially left them there. He covered them with plastic wrap and transported them to the garage during the night. He moved the remains several times over the course of the following few days. He put them back in the garage after first hiding them in their building's basement. He was attempting to find a permanent solution to get rid of them, but the longer he put it off, the more he made blunders. Investigators started examining his claims closely, speaking with neighbors and searching for contradictions. Even though he thought he was still in charge, he was already being pursued by the police. The police followed the usual procedures for a disappearance case when Alessandro reported Giulia missing, but the first significant evidence was found in his car by forensic experts, who found blood traces. Even though he tried to sanitize it, police were able to find biological evidence thanks to current forensic technology. Giulia was the owner of the blood, according to a quick analysis. The second piece of evidence was discovered in their apartment building's communal rooms. There were light reddish stains in the hallway and on the stairs that, at first glance, appeared to be dust or liquid spills. Chemical analysis, however, showed that these were remnants of blood that had been partially cleansed. Alessandro's peculiar behavior was also observed by investigators. He showed no real worry, unlike most people whose loved ones go missing. Furthermore, he didn't actively contribute to the dissemination of information regarding Giulia's disappearance or contact her family to seek for assistance in finding her. He did nothing more than follow the official procedures for reporting someone missing, which increased suspicion. Detectives' examination of his electronic gadgets was a significant turning point in the investigation. They confiscated his iPad, computer, and phone. They discovered something startling. They first discovered search records from months before to the crime. He had read papers about how to injure someone covertly, studied the effects of various toxins, and looked for information about poisons. Even why some harmful drugs would not function as intended was questioned in some searches. He had presented Allegra with a fake DNA test, which was another crucial piece of evidence. A forensic analysis verified that the file had been downloaded from a website that let users to update medical records, and that the document had been edited. Alessandro's version of events was unraveling as the evidence grew stronger. As they pointed out irregularities one by one, investigators increased their pressure. He initially insisted he didn't know anything and stuck to his tale. However, as the police questioned him, they revealed more information that he was unable to avoid. They confronted him about his own search history, showed him pictures of the bloodstains, and called in witnesses who claimed to have heard shouting and loud noises coming from their flat. Authorities' analysis of Alessandro's movements in the days after Giulia vanished marked a significant investigative breakthrough. According to surveillance footage, he made several trips to the garage in the days following her disappearance, moving suitcases inside before leaving without anything. As the evidence grew, Alessandro's account started to fall apart. After a while, he broke down and showed where he had concealed her remains. Police found Giulia's body in an overgrown area close to Sanago on June 1, 2023. The remains had been attempted to be burned, but the procedure had been stopped, according to forensic analysis. Experts were able to identify the cause of death and obtain solid proof that connected him to the crime, in spite of his attempts to hide his identity. Italy was rocked by the news of Giulia Tramontano's terrible fate. Her story served as yet another heartbreaking reminder of the perils posed by people who appear as loving partners in a nation where cases of gender-based crimes have long been a major worry. Nationwide protests broke out after Alessandro Impagnatella was arrested. Women protested in the streets, carrying posters calling for harsher punishments for offenses involving domestic violence. Calls for structural changes to better safeguard persons in danger were heard at memorial marches in Milan, Naples, Rome, and other cities. Carla Tramontano, Giulia's sister, spoke out at one of the protests, calling on lawmakers to address the startling number of instances in which people are not held accountable until it is too late. In the meantime, police and forensic specialists sought to comprehend the offender's psychological makeup. Following a psychological evaluation, Alessandro's behavior was found to be problematic. According to the findings of court-appointed psychologists, he had strong narcissistic tendencies. He displayed no regret for what he had done, and his conduct during the court procedures and interrogation revealed a profound lack of empathy and egocentrism. He ignored the feelings and experiences of others, seeing them only through the prism of his own self-interest. His only motivation was to keep control over people around him and preserve his own reputation. Any power outage set off a quick and hazardous reaction. Alessandro made every effort to seem sorry during the trial, but neither the public nor Giulia's family were persuaded by his statements. He insisted that it was an act of impetuous wrath that he hadn't fully understood he was committing, saying he didn't understand how he could have done something so horrible. Prosecutors, however, produced a wealth of evidence, including his fake police report, attempted poisoning, fabricated DNA tests, and internet searches on poisons. The premeditation of the crime was demonstrated by each of these factors. Allegra collaborated with the authorities once Alessandro was apprehended and made public. She gave him her texts, which demonstrated that he had lied to Giulia and to her. She also testified about his persistent attempts to control her and the phony DNA test. Allegra was one of the witnesses at the trial. She was contacted by prosecutors to verify important information, including how Alessandro concealed his secret life, how he had misled about Giulia's pregnancy, and the justifications he used as the truth started to come to light. Allegra appeared extremely upset, according to people in the courtroom. She understood that the truth might have been revealed too late if she hadn't unintentionally discovered those pictures on his phone. She talked about her remorse toward Giulia during her testimony, despite the fact that she knew she had also fallen prey to his deceit. Allegra tried to disassociate herself from the catastrophe after the trial by avoiding the spotlight and refusing to talk to reporters. She reportedly left Milan and relocated to a different place in an attempt to start over, away from the memories associated with this case. Alessandro was convicted of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances by the court. These included the crime's brutality, the victim's ongoing emotional abuse, and his willful attempts to obliterate evidence. He received a life sentence in prison. It was stressed in the judge's closing remarks that such offenses could not be justified as the result of uncontrollable outbursts or brief emotional discomfort. Over the course of several months, Alessandro's actions showed a clear and intentional aim to get rid of Giulia. Her situation turned into a heartbreaking reminder of the risks associated with people who treat their partners like property. However, Giulia's tale was not ignored. It provoked indignation and joined a larger campaign to save those who were still alive. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Popular television series and films have used Malibu Creek State Park, a picturesque recreation location 25 miles from downtown Los Angeles, as a background. However, the murder of a young guy in Malibu Creek on a summer afternoon in 2018, when he was camping with his two daughters, drove the people of Southern California into a frenzy. It became evident during the course of the inquiry that this crime was linked to a number of unresolved events that had previously taken place in the same vicinity. Public paranoia and a variety of universal conspiracy ideas were sparked by this information. What happens when lightning strikes in the most horrifying way is the subject of our tale today. Let's get started. A young woman's home was knocked on by cops in the morning. "Are you Tristan Baudet's wife?" she said as she opened the door. She knew the news would be depressing, and she was right. Two police officers told her that her husband had been shot dead in his tent during the night, so she hurried to the scene of the tragedy because their daughters were still there. Erica Wu, the fourth of 5 children in a Chinese immigrant family, lost her father at a young age and witnessed how hard it was for her mother to raise her children alone. She grew up as a quiet, responsible child who kept everything under control, but when she met Tristan, he was the total opposite of her. He didn't think too much, didn't worry about anything, just did what he wanted to do. Tristan was born and raised in Fresno, California, and his parents were locals. His mother was a teacher and his father sold insurance. When he was just 3 years old, his parents divorced, but he was old enough to remember it. Tristan and Erica met in high school, and although they were complete opposites in personality, they became closer over time, spending a lot of time together, studying together, and sharing their happiness and sadness. Eventually, something more developed out of their friendship, and they began dating. Erica went to Stanford University and Tristan went to the University of California, San Diego, but they stayed in touch, emailing each other every day and speaking on the phone every night. After becoming engaged in their second year of medical school, Tristan and Erica moved to San Francisco, where they were married in 2008, in front of all their friends and family in a large rented room with glass walls and a stone clearing outside in Tilden Park. After a year, they moved to Long Beach, Southern California, and then to Irvine, where Tristan found a job with a large pharmaceutical company, and Erica started working at UC. Both of them took some time to get used to Orange County, but that's where they were truly happy. Fatherhood brought Tristan joy, and he became a lark, waking up with the girls, preparing breakfast, and letting Erica sleep. He took every opportunity to go to the woods or mountains as a family. He regularly took his daughters on hikes and bike rides. After completing her internship, Erica found a job in the San Francisco Bay Area, and the family began making plans to move back north. They found a house in a suburb south of San Francisco, with all the necessary infrastructure nearby and a good school for their daughters. Tristan found a new job with a pharmaceutical company in the same neighborhood. They set a date to move at the end of June, a week after Erica was due to take her qualifying exam. Tristan and Erica's son-in-law, Scott, offered to pick up their daughters from home the night before so she could study for the exam. In peace on June 21, 2018, Tristan had breakfast with Erica and their daughters, and then packed up to go to his car at the garage door. He hugged and kissed Erica, wished her good luck on the exam, and promised to celebrate with her when she returned the next day. Tristan, Scott, and the girls drove north to Malibu Creek State Park. They arrived in the evening and were given a campsite at the gate. However, Tristan looked around and concluded that they could find a much better location. They surveyed the campground and found another spot that seemed ideal to Tristan, and they set up camp there, taking turns watching the girls and setting up the tents. The day was filled with excitement, the excitement of the park trip and the initial impressions of setting up the tents, and cooking over the fire had worn the girls out. So, as soon as it got dark, Tristan put them to bed. The men sat around the fire for a little while longer before separating to their tents, bidding them goodbye until morning. The night was dark and quiet, the sky was cloudy, and the moon did not illuminate the land. When Scott heard a loud popping sound in the early hours of June 22, he got up to see where it was coming from, and then heard several more pops. Thinking it was fireworks, he went to investigate after hearing a baby crying from Tristan's tent. Cattle went to the tent and called out to Tristan multiple times, but he didn't respond, and the crying only got worse. So he went inside and shined his flashlight into the tent. While Scott was comforting the younger girl, he kept calling Tristan's name, and when he got close, he discovered that he was unconscious, pale, unresponsive to light, and that there was a pool of blood next to his head. Scott attempted to administer first aid to his friend, but it was too late, and Tristan Baudet died at the scene. Scott called park rangers who were working at Malibu Creek State Park. Law enforcement officers swiftly arrived at the scene of the tragedy and began interviewing park visitors who might have seen the intruder, but to the horror of the patrolmen, no one saw a man with a gun. Tristan and Erica's daughters were not touched by the shooter. One fatal bullet struck Tristan in the head, instantly killing him. The second bullet struck the torso of a man who was already dead. Bullet holes were visible in the tent. It appeared as though an unidentified individual had fired a gun aimlessly into the tent at dawn, and the girls were miraculously unharmed. Police have made very few statements to witnesses since the investigation started, but one witness did come forward. A woman who was in a tent next to Tristan and Scott when the attack occurred admitted that she heard 5 consecutive shots at 4:45 a.m. and wanted to call police right away, but she was terrified that the shooter might be nearby and shoot her as well. She left the tent after 20 minutes and called emergency services, which was the second call because rescuers were already en route to Malibu Creek after the Rangers' call. When investigating the scene, investigators discovered that the caliber of the weapon was consistent with a hunting rifle, and since such ammunition tends to retain its killing power, the bullet could have traveled a considerable distance. Detectives, aided by service dogs, searched the area in and around the family tent with the assistance of police and forensics, but found nothing suspicious to aid in the case's investigation. No arrests were made, and detectives were unable to provide any information about the suspect or his motivations. Investigators were asking the same questions. Who could have shot the scientist? Where could the young father have made deadly enemies? And could it have been connected to the industry in which he worked and conducted his research? He questioned the safety of vaccines before his death, and his work on safer vaccines caused controversy in the pharmaceutical industry. But this version of premeditated murder because of Tristan's research has not been proven. After interviewing a number of witnesses, it became clear that Tristan Baudet's murder was not an accident. This was the sixth attack, and two of them had been carried out on the same tent camp that Tristan and Scott had used, raising serious concerns that a sniper was on the loose. Malibu Creek Park was closed to the public, and the public was incensed at the authorities' carelessness, as they had not given serious consideration to the earlier attacks in the park because they were not fatal. The news infuriated the tourists, who discovered that such a popular location is actually an area that is occasionally shelled by some intruder. No one closed the park or conducted an investigation after the initial cases of injuries, and tourists were not informed of the incidents. In fact, the police dismissed all of the incidents in the park as hunter mishaps. The park remained closed after Tristan's murder, and the public arrived in disbelief at the security service's negligence. We prioritize the safety of park visitors above all else. Authorities confirmed that none of the campers saw anyone entering the campground, and it became clear that the shooter was occupying the park at that time. The family of Tristan Baudet, who passed away on June 22, has offered their condolences to the relatives of the victims and has chosen to stay out of the spotlight from all the hype that the public has created, using the last opportunity to obtain information about the shooter. Despite this, the neighborhood did not become any less dangerous for locals after Malibu Creek Park was closed, according to city officials, who said that the park was closed. The death of a young father, Tristan Baudet, was part of a string of violent crimes that occurred in those areas in recent years, and investigators had no choice but to start figuring out the mystery of the gunshots because the motive and the perpetrator remained unknown for months. The first incident happened to biologist James Rogers, who went to Malibu Creek Park for a camping trip, set up camp, and fell asleep in a hammock when he was awakened by a searing pain in his right arm. He went to the hospital, where the doctors gave him a rabies vaccination and sent him home, but as his arm healed, he noticed pieces of metal in the wound that appeared to be a gunshot. In January 2017, Melissa Tatangelo and her lover parked their car in the same Malibu Creek Park parking lot and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, they heard a loud gunshot and smelled burnt metal, and in the morning, they found a hole in the back of the car from a shotgun blast. At the time, police did not pay much attention to these incidents, but in the summer of 2018, people started to remember other spooky incidents from previous years, including the 2009 disappearance of 24-year-old Matrice Richardson, whose remains were discovered a few miles from a railroad station, and the 2017 disappearance of 20-year-old Elaine Park, who was last seen in the California town of Calabasas. A few days later, her car with her personal belongings was found on the side of the road along the Pacific coast in Malibu. The American woman's body was never found. A month before the latest crime, which took place in a tent in Malibu Creek Park, another mutilated corpse with signs of violence appeared. The deceased was lying in a tent across the street from the park. Investigators, confronted with the string of attacks, labeled Malibu Creek Park as a dumping ground for the bodies. At first, the crime seemed to have no other connection, but as the investigation progressed, new details began to emerge. The driver of a Tesla electric car, who has remained anonymous, said that 4 days before Tristan Baudet was killed, around 4:30 a.m., someone fired shots at his car. However, Los Angeles detectives have never been able to prove that the crimes are all connected. The townspeople discussed the possible motives of the perpetrator in fear and advised each other not to leave doors and windows open. Locals refused to believe that a serial criminal had taken up residence in such a beautiful area, where a celebrity could be found on every corner. Some speculated that the man's death could have been a ridiculous accident. When someone was once again practicing shooting, perhaps Tristan Baudet was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Did the man's death have a connection to the missing women and the mutilated bodies of vacationers? But unfortunately, police had no leads. They could tell the town's terrified residents that in August, investigators held a meeting and officially admitted that the investigation had reached a dead end. In desperation, people speculated perhaps he was killed because of a particularly valuable and secret project Tristan was working on, or perhaps his death was connected to the drug cartels and illegal drugs he was allegedly growing in remote corners of the park. The only thing to do was to wait, because if there is a criminal, he is sure to leave a trace. And so it was. In addition to violent crimes near Malibu Creek Park, someone stole food and broke into an abandoned building. The criminal was repeatedly caught on hidden cameras. He was followed, but the sinister bandit could not be apprehended. A sketch of the burglar has been compiled amidst the minor offenses. Gunshots continue to ring out in the hills about the same time. A park employee was driving through Malibu Creek and saw a man on the side of the road who asked for a ride. The stranger's face resembled a sketch of a suspected thief, so the driver turned him down instead. He reported the incident to police officers. Patrolmen and 3 helicopters combed the park area until dusk. Then another attack on the community center occurred. The perpetrator broke a glass window and vandalized a vending machine in search of food. Police officers immediately responded to the call and tracked down the bandit from fresh shoe prints. A 42-year-old man named Anthony Rauda, dressed in all black, was apprehended. A rifle was found in his backpack. According to unofficial reports, the intruder was homeless and had been stealing food to survive. One of his relatives stated that Anthony had been arrested twice in the past 4 months. He was first arrested for illegally crossing the border but was later released. The relative also stated that Anthony Rauda had lived in that neighborhood for 10 years and was terrified of the people around him. On October 10, 2018, almost 4 months after Tristan Baudet was murdered, alleged perpetrator Anthony Rauda was arrested in a canyon near the park with a rifle in his backpack. Sheriff's authorities described him as a survivalist outdoorsman who had previously served time in state prison for possession of explosives and then for possession of a loaded handgun, which is illegal for those convicted of felonies. Authorities said during the investigation of Tristan Baudet and before Anthony Rauda's arrest, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department said there had been at least 7 other unsolved shootings in the area since November 2016. In early January 2023, state authorities did indict Anthony Rauda for all the shootings recorded in the Malibu Creek area in recent years. In total, he had to answer for 10 attempted murders, 5 burglaries, and the crime against Tristan Baudet. Police seemed to have found a scapegoat and were ready to close all the cases by pinning them on one man. Authorities believe the suspect was also involved in other unsolved crimes committed nearly 10 years ago. This 10-year blood feud would make for a Hollywood movie, said one of the detectives who worked on the case. Indeed, the whole story is like the script of a new blockbuster movie but in 2 parts, where in the second part, the real culprit of the crime will still be found. Anthony Rauda was charged with murder, 10 counts of attempted murder, and 5 counts of second-degree burglary, detectives said. The charges were based on a comparison of bullets found at the scene of Tristan's death and other locations where gunfire was heard. His case has been postponed until he can find representation. There were also concerns regarding Anthony's capacity to stand trial, according to the report. In November 2018, Anthony Rauda made an appearance in court, but at the initial hearing, he had to be taken out of the hall because he started yelling, using foul language, and banging on the walls of his cell. When the bailiffs took him out, he demanded that his court-appointed attorney be fired. Although the gunshots in Malibu Creek continued in the middle of the night, the locals held out hope that Tristan Baudet's killer had been apprehended, but the jury found him guilty of 1 count of attempted murder and 1 count of shooting at a vehicle 4 days prior to Tristan Baudet's death. A statement from the district attorney's office said a Los Angeles County Superior Court judge sentenced 46-year-old Anthony Rauda to 119 years in prison. But was the man punished by state law? Could Anthony Rauda have been so disturbed as to have fired indiscriminate shots at people in the mountains over the past few years? There seemed to be evidence to suggest so. What about the gunshots that people continued to hear at night, even after the suspect was arrested? A local Malibu journalist who was skeptical from the start continues to doubt the state's version of events. Personally, I think the shooter is still out there somewhere. She says there's something convenient about pursuing a burglary suspect. She says perhaps as a result of the political events following Tristan's death, everything that's happened is 1,000,000% coincidence. Erica Wu believes Tristan was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Of course, I'm also wondering why this happened to us. Who's to blame? In late December 2018, Erica Wu, the wife of the deceased Tristan Baudet, filed a complaint against authorities in Los Angeles and California. The woman demanded $90 million, 0 cents in compensation from law enforcement for failing to warn residents about the dangers of recreation in Malibu Creek Park despite a string of deaths. Police acknowledged the lawsuit but declined to comment. However, the question still stands. Could Tristan Baudet's fate have been avoided? Obviously, the motive for the crime was never established. Serial criminals typically memorize everything, keep trophies, or leave distinctive footprints, but Anthony was so disorganized and unpredictable that it's a miracle he was identified at all. So some social outcast was blindly taking revenge on everyone, shooting whoever God sent, and venting his anger for no specific reason. He had no idea whether his victims were killed or even existed. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say a successful family business can turn a couple into a powerful and thriving dynasty, but just as easily, it can become the catalyst for a high-profile breakup and courtroom battles. At first glance, building a business with your partner sounds like a dream. Complete trust, minimal risk of betrayal, and all the money stays in the family. But what happens when that modest venture suddenly grows into a multi-million or even multi-billion-dollar empire? Will it bring the couple closer together or spark conflict, rivalry, and deep resentment? The case of Andreen McDonald was both complex and unsettling, even though from the start it seemed fairly clear who was responsible for the crime. She vanished from her own home without a trace, and almost no one believed she was still alive. Still without a body and with barely any solid evidence against the suspect, the situation was stuck. Months passed with no resolution, and the person responsible appeared to be on the verge of walking free. Then, just when hope was nearly lost, a local rancher made a chilling discovery that changed everything. Andre Martina MacDonald née Anderson was born on February 18, 1990, in the small coastal town of Port Antonio, Jamaica. She was the eldest of two daughters raised in a modest household by Maureen Smith and Desmond Anderson. From a young age, Andre was known for her outgoing personality, natural charm, and striking looks. She had plenty of friends and often drew admiration from those around her. While still in high school, Andreen became close with a young man named Andre McDonald. He was 10 years older than her, and like Andreen, was born and raised in Jamaica. Andre Austin McDonald was born on December 22, 1981. He was the only child shared between Marlena and Everton McDonald. His father had previously been married to a woman named Camilla, who passed away early, prompting Everton to remarry. Andre's parents eventually separated while he was still in school, and his father later moved to the United States, eventually settling down for a third time with a woman named Hannah Hamilton in the early 2000s. Andre relocated to Florida to live with his father. He was accepted into the International Technical University, where he earned a degree in engineering. However, instead of pursuing a career in that field, Andre chose a different path. He enrolled in military training, signed a contract, and went on to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces. Throughout his time in the military, Andre kept in close contact with Andreen. The two would talk often, message each other, and meet up whenever Andre returned to Jamaica to visit his mother. Over time, their bond deepened, turning into something meaningful and long-term. Eventually, they realized they couldn't imagine life apart. As soon as Andreen finished high school, she moved to the US to be with Andre. About a year later, they had a small wedding, inviting only their closest loved ones. Shortly after tying the knot, Andre received new orders and was transferred from sunny Florida to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Andreen wasted no time building her future. She enrolled at the University of Texas, earning a degree in economics in 2013. The couple welcomed a daughter they named Elena. Around the same time, they ventured into the business world, opening their first assisted living facility. Their idea quickly gained traction. Before long, they launched a second facility in another city. Within just a few years, their growing network of care homes was bringing in a significant income. Andre was still committed to his military duties and frequently traveled across the country on assignments. Meanwhile, Andre took the lead in managing the day-to-day operations of their multi-million-dollar business. The couple purchased a beautiful home with a pool in a high-end neighborhood in Bexar County, owned multiple luxury vehicles, and had plans to expand their business into neighboring states. In 2016, following the passing of her father, Andreen brought her mother over from Jamaica. Her mom moved into the couple's home, helping around the house and looking after Elena when both parents were busy. A few years later, the couple purchased her a small but comfortable house nearby, along with a personal vehicle as a gift. By early 2019, 37-year-old Andreen, who held the rank of major in the U.S. Air Force, decided to transition into the reserves. He wanted to remain in San Antonio, spend more time with his family, and take a more active role in their growing business to ease the workload on Andreen. Their enterprise was booming. Their network of assisted living facilities had expanded across the state and was valued at close to $1 billion. From the outside, the McDonalds appeared to have it all. They were successful, wealthy, raising their bright and beloved daughter, and managing a thriving business. But behind the curtain of prosperity, tensions had been building, problems that most people had no idea about. On Friday, March 5, 2019, 29-year-old Andre didn't show up to work. Her phone was off, which was extremely out of character. Her assistant and best friend Caroline Gonar quickly became concerned. After several failed attempts to reach Andreen, Caroline and two other co-workers decided to go to the McDonald residence to make sure everything was okay. Caroline knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Refusing to leave without answers, she decided to walk around the house to check the property. That's when she spotted something alarming in the backyard. A burnt area with a zipper partially visible in the ashes. It looked like someone had been burning clothes. But who would do that, and why? Nothing else seemed immediately suspicious from the outside. When Carolyn tugged on the back door, she found it unlocked and cautiously stepped inside. She called out loudly for both Andre and Andreen, but got no reply. The house was quiet, almost as if the couple had simply stepped out. But something didn't feel right. In the bathroom, she noticed strange streaks on the light switch that looked like dried blood. There were also a few dark stains on the floor that raised serious concerns. Caroline captured everything she saw on her phone and called local authorities to report what she had found. Officers quickly arrived and began searching the house. What they discovered only deepened their concerns. The carpet in the master bedroom had been thoroughly scrubbed with what seemed like a large amount of industrial-strength cleaner, the sharp chemical odor still lingering in the air. There were faint, cleaned-up blood spots on the floor and another smear on the doorframe. Detectives suspected the home could be the scene of a serious crime, but the limited traces of blood left room for hope that Andreen might still be alive. Andreen wasn't answering his phone, and no one knew where he was. The whereabouts of 6-year-old Elena were also unclear at first, but authorities soon confirmed she was safe, staying at her paternal grandmother's house. All 3 vehicles owned by the couple were accounted for. 2 were parked outside, and the third, a Chevrolet Malibu, was in the garage. It was this car that piqued the officers' interest. It was covered in dust, as if it had recently traveled along dirt roads, and small gravel particles were lodged in the tires. There were no obvious signs of damage or visible blood, but the vehicle's condition was suspicious. While investigators were still going over the house, the man of the house, Andre, suddenly showed up at the front door. He looked visibly anxious and shaken, seemingly confused about why law enforcement was on his property. When asked where he had been and what had happened, Andre claimed he had spent the entire night searching for his wife. He listed several hospitals he said he had visited to check if Andreen had been admitted. A follow-up confirmed that Andreen had indeed stopped by the medical facilities, but not until the following morning. Moreover, at one of the hospitals, when the front desk staff mentioned that someone with the last name McDonald had been checked in, Andreen reportedly turned pale, began stepping back, and quickly walked away without staying to find out that it was just someone with the same surname. From the start, his behavior raised concerns. Officers decided to bring him in for questioning to hear his version of events. Andre told them he and Andreen had gotten into a domestic dispute, after which he left the house to cool off. When he returned, she was gone. He said he tried calling her several times, and when he got no response, he took their daughter to his mother's home and continued searching for Andreen. Tracking his movements proved difficult. His phone had been switched off since the previous evening and remained off until his return. When questioned about why his phone was off, Andre suddenly changed his tone and said he wouldn't answer any more questions without a lawyer. By that point, it was clear to investigators that something wasn't adding up, but with no solid evidence yet, they had no choice but to release him. After the initial interview, he was issued a travel restriction order and placed under discreet surveillance along with his residents. Despite being under watch, Andre managed to slip away from authorities for nearly 12 hours. It was later discovered that earlier that same day, he had made a string of troubling purchases at various hardware stores. He paid in cash for items including a shovel, large heavy-duty trash bags, a small hatchet, work gloves, duct tape, and fire starter fluid. Andre appeared to be trying to avoid leaving a trail, keeping his phone off, and making purchases without using a credit card. Still, law enforcement was able to track him down via security camera footage from those stores. Meanwhile, forensic testing confirmed that the blood traces found in the home belonged to Andreen. With suspicions growing stronger, police decided to detain Andreen for further questioning and obtained a warrant to conduct a more thorough search of the home, including the seizure and review of all digital devices. During the time he had briefly vanished, Andre had returned home, but didn't stay long. He quickly left again, unaware that officers were now trailing him. He made a stop at a gun shop, where he purchased a large caliber handgun and a significant amount of ammunition. He paid in cash again, but just as unexpectedly, after completing the transaction, he turned around and walked out, leaving the firearm and ammunition sitting on the store counter. The man appeared completely detached, his eyes vacant, his movements erratic, as if he'd lost all grip on reality. But seasoned officers weren't convinced. To them, it looked more like an act, a calculated attempt to come off as mentally unstable, potentially laying the groundwork for a future defense. Former military officer Andre was arrested just as he exited the store. He didn't resist this time. Formal charges were filed against him, and during a physical inspection, investigators noticed fresh scratches on his hands and forearms, marks that looked like they had been made by fingernails. Andre failed to provide a clear explanation, though everyone present understood the likely cause: struggle. Nearly 48 hours had passed since Andreen was last seen. Given the growing body of circumstantial evidence, it was becoming increasingly difficult to believe she might still be alive. A massive search effort was launched, involving law enforcement volunteers and hundreds of concerned citizens. Teams combed through the surrounding areas in and around San Antonio, focusing especially on the rural regions of Bexar County, hoping to find anything that could help move the case forward. Unfortunately, nothing useful turned up. Not in the fields, not in the wooded areas, and not in the urban zones. Even a full review of the digital devices seized from the home, including a phone and tablet, yielded no promising leads. But when investigators conducted a second, more detailed search of the vehicles and garage, the case took a dramatic turn. First, they found newly purchased tools and supplies that matched items Andre had bought at various hardware stores. Then, inside the trunk of a Porsche Macan, Andre's car, they discovered an old hammer wrapped in plastic. It had strange dark stains on it, and several long strands of hair stuck to its head. Forensic analysis confirmed that the hammer bore blood and tissue matching Andre's DNA. The strands of hair were hers too. However, the handle had been wiped clean. No fingerprints. When confronted, Andre denied ever seeing the hammer before and claimed someone must have planted it in his car. Despite the mounting evidence, Andre posted bail, which had been set at $500,000, 0 cents, a sum he paid without delay, and was released shortly after. Once back home, he did not participate in the ongoing search efforts. Instead, he continued to assert the same version of events. The two had an argument, he left to cool down, and when he came back, Andre was gone. According to him, he had tried to reach her afterward, sending both voice and text messages. Some of those messages found on his phone included emotional pleas, telling her their daughter was crying and asking her to come home. All of them were sent around midnight. After that, the phone was turned off again. The next morning, Andre dropped Elena off at his mother's house and, by his account, began searching for Andreen. As the search for Andreen continued with no progress and investigators struggled to piece together what exactly had happened, detectives decided to dig deeper into the McDonald family's background. It didn't take long to uncover that the couple's picture-perfect image was just that, an image. Beneath the surface, their relationship was strained, and serious tension had been brewing for quite some time. Though they had built a thriving business together, one that was rapidly expanding and bringing in a substantial income, most of the day-to-day operations had been handled by Andre, especially while Andre was serving in the military. Back in 2016, when Andreen was stationed in Alabama for 6 months, the emotional distance between them grew. Just before he was set to return, Andre messaged him saying it would be better if they went their separate ways and that he didn't need to come back. Upon returning home, Andre learned that during his time away, Andreen had been in a relationship with a man named O'Brien, someone she had known since her early days in Jamaica. This man had a reputation as a dangerous figure in the local criminal underworld. The two reconnected during one of Andre's visits to the island, and their relationship reignited. He began traveling to Texas to visit her, and the two decided they wanted to be together. The couple filed for divorce. Under Texas law, their assets and business would have to be divided equally, a point of serious contention for both. Andreen believed she deserved a larger share since she had been the one managing the operations, while Andreen insisted everything was his, as he had funded the initial startup. About 6 months later, the divorce proceedings were paused. It seemed the couple had reconciled, choosing to give their marriage another try for the sake of their young daughter. But despite the outward signs of stability, tensions lingered. Caroline, Andreen's closest friend and the first to raise the alarm after her disappearance, told investigators that Andre had always been controlling and manipulative. He believed the business, the home, and even Andreen herself belonged to him, reasoning that he had brought her to the U.S., helped her obtain citizenship, paid for her college education, and financed the launch of their first care facility. Not long before she vanished, Andre confided in Caroline, saying, "If anything ever happens to me, just know it was Andre." Andre had long opposed Andreen's trips back to Jamaica, knowing she would meet with her former lover. This was a constant source of conflict between them, but Andreen continued to make her own choices. Then, just 2 weeks before she disappeared, Andre discovered that Andre had quietly registered a new company in her name and transferred part of their shared assets into it. That revelation likely felt like a betrayal and may have been the final spark that pushed everything over the edge. On July 11, 2019, 4.5 months after Andreen vanished, local farmer Clinton Clendy was walking through his large property on the outskirts of San Antonio. The land wasn't fully cultivated, and some areas had become overgrown. Clinton was surveying the grounds, preparing for future maintenance, when he suddenly caught a strong, unpleasant odor, something unmistakably linked to decomposition. Assuming it was a dead animal, he followed the scent, planning to bury or remove whatever he found in the tall grass. He first noticed a skull and bones that appeared to belong to a cow. Scattered branches were nearby, but beneath them he discovered the true source of the odor: a nearly fully decomposed human body. Clinton immediately contacted law enforcement. The remains were recovered and transported to the lab for analysis. The body was unclothed, and aside from confirming it was a woman, there wasn't much else investigators could initially determine. Still, given the timing and location, many suspected this was the missing Andreen McDonald. DNA testing soon confirmed those suspicions. However, due to the advanced state of decomposition, the medical examiner couldn't conclusively identify a cause of passing. Pathologists did note trauma to the jawbone and a fracture at the base of the skull, injuries consistent with being struck by the same hammer previously found in Andre's car. There was another disturbing detail. Much of the woman's hair was missing. At first, this raised eyebrows, but when examiners noticed partial burns on her right hand, they concluded someone had attempted to destroy the body by fire, likely to eliminate evidence. With this discovery, Andre was formally charged with the crime and taken back into custody. Interestingly, the area where the remains were found had already been searched multiple times by both law enforcement and volunteers, but the specific spot was located on private property, behind a fence about 60 feet from the road, off limits without a warrant, which is why it hadn't been searched earlier. When Andre was informed that Andrine's remains had been found and that the evidence suggested she had suffered blunt force trauma, he suddenly changed his approach. He told investigators he was ready to tell the full story in exchange for a lighter sentence. After consulting with his attorney, Andre presented a new narrative, portraying himself as a victim of circumstances. He spoke of his wife's infidelity, her efforts to take over their business and run it with her new partner, and, most importantly, his fear that she would take their daughter away from him in the event of a divorce. According to Andre had recently brought up the idea of ending their marriage again and had allegedly threatened to leave him with nothing and take Elena with her. That evening, they had a heated argument. He claimed that Andrine became aggressive and started hitting him, forcing him to defend himself. During the struggle, he said she sustained a minor cut. Andre admitted to pushing her, saying she fell and that he then kicked her multiple times and stepped on her chest to prevent her from getting back up. At that moment, Andre heard footsteps in the hallway and the voice of his daughter, Elena, calling out for her mom. Panicking, he rushed out of the room before Elena could enter, scooped her up, carried her back to her room and told her that mom would come check on her later. Andre insisted that when he left the room, Andrine was still alive, lying on the floor and only slightly injured. However, when he returned, she was in the same spot, this time unresponsive. He believed that he may have unintentionally caused a fatal outcome by putting too much pressure on her chest during the struggle. Realizing the severity of what had happened, Andre said he panicked. He removed Andrine's clothing and burned it in the backyard. Then he transported her body outside the city and left it on private land behind a fence near the remains of a cow. Later, he returned home and sent multiple texts to Andrine's phone, pleading with her to come back, in an attempt to create the appearance that she had simply left after a disagreement. After that, he woke Elena and drove her to his mother's house, asking her to look after her granddaughter while he searched for his missing wife. To further sell the story, he visited several hospitals, pretending to look for Anne. At one point, he nearly fainted when he heard that a woman with the same last name had been admitted. By the time police brought him in for questioning the following morning, they still didn't have strong evidence linking him to a crime, so he was released. Once free, Andre began seriously contemplating how to make sure the body was never discovered. He even considered dismembering and burning it, then scattering the remains in different places. That's why he went out and bought a hatchet, a shovel, fire starter fluid, and heavy-duty plastic bags. The next day, he returned to where he had left Andrine, but when the time came, he couldn't bring himself to go through with his plan. Instead, he poured flammable liquid on the body and lit a fire, but it fizzled out quickly, only burning off the hair and partially charring one of her hands, according to Andre. The failure left him in a state of complete despair. In a fit of rage, he grabbed an old hammer from his car and began striking the body before coming to his senses and stopping. He then covered the remains with branches and cow bones. When questioned about why, he went to a gun store and bought a pistol and ammunition, only to abandon the items at the counter. Andre claimed he couldn't explain it. He said his mind was clouded, that he hadn't slept in nearly 2 days, and that he was no longer thinking clearly. The trial was delayed significantly due to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, with hearings finally beginning in January 2023. The defense team focused on portraying Andre as someone trapped by the circumstances around him. His attorneys argued that Andrine and her romantic partner were allegedly conspiring to remove Andre from the picture entirely so they wouldn't have to split assets during the divorce. Andre MacDonald's detailed account of what happened to his wife could never be fully verified due to the advanced state of decomposition in which her body was found. Forensic specialists were unable to determine an exact cause of death, or even confirm whether the injuries had been inflicted while Andreen was still alive, or if, as the defendant claimed, he had struck the body with a hammer after she had already passed. What was clear, however, was that for 5 months, Andre had remained silent, hoping to cover up the crime and avoid responsibility. In February 2023, to the shock of many, Andre MacDonald was acquitted of first-degree charges. Instead, the jury found him guilty of manslaughter and evidence tampering. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 15. Full custody of Elena was awarded to her maternal grandmother. In a striking development, later that same year, Andre's father, Everton MacDonald, was put on trial in Jamaica for the crime of his third wife, Hannah Hamilton. Even more disturbingly, this new investigation brought attention to the suspicious death of his first wife, Camilla, an incident that had long been brushed aside. Authorities now believe that Everton may have been involved in her passing as well. If convicted, he could face life behind bars. This chilling twist raised the possibility that Andre may not have been the first in his family to commit such a serious act, suggesting a legacy of violence that spanned generations. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A vibrant 29-year-old heiress named Agnes Leroux disappeared from the French Riviera in October 1977, leaving her friends and family in the dark. Her lover, Jean-Maurice Agnelet, who had a complex relationship with her, became the first focus of the investigation. Police encountered dead ends while pursuing false leads, and suspicions about local mafias with a reputation for influence in the area increased. It became more and more like a Hollywood film at every turn, with rumors circulating that Agnes's disappearance might be connected to these perilous links. Finding the truth seems to be more difficult. What was Agnes Leroux's actual fate? Would anyone divulge the mysteries that lie underneath the Riviera's glitzy exterior? Let's get started immediately. The Palais de la Méditerranée was located in the heart of Nice, a fantastic city on the French Riviera in the early 1960s. Constructed in the late 1920s, this imposing structure was a bustling institution. It was well known for its bustling casino, which drew glitzy tourists from all around. Half of this lively establishment was owned by Henri Leroux and his wife, Renée Leroux, but they rarely spent time with their 4 children due to their hectic social schedules. Despite owning a portion of this vibrant paradise, their house frequently felt more like a background because they were always busy with social and professional obligations, but the palais was bustling with conversation and laughing. There was an odd silence in the Leroux home. They rarely had family dinners, and raised their children with the help of tutors and nurses, which caused some distance between them and frequently made the children feel a little cut off from their parents. Renée stepped up to take over the company. When Henri died in 1967, she was resolute despite the challenges of leading a location like the Palais, particularly as a woman in a world dominated by men. She was supported by her 3 children, Patricia, Christine, and Jean-Charles, who worked together to maintain the family business. As the 1970s arrived, Nice started to evolve. With the mafia having a significant impact, the city turned into a hive of corruption. The mayor at the time, Jacques Médecin, was ambitious about transforming Nice into a French Las Vegas. He surrounded himself with greedy businessmen who dreamed of redeveloping the Palais and wanted to purchase the waterfront. The Leroux family battled to keep their beloved Palais safe in the midst of the mayhem. Together, they overcame obstacles and gave their all to keep it alive. This conflict demonstrated their close family ties in addition to being business. Despite the shifting tides of their city, they remained connected by love, ambition, and a common goal of leaving a lasting legacy. There was more to the Palais de la Méditerranée than just a structure. It represented their unity and fortitude in the face of shifting circumstances. Agnes Leroux was René's fourth daughter as well. Born on September 14, 1948, she had her own ideas about life by the time she was 29 years old in 1977, and they did not include the family casino. "I won't be working in the casino because I'm not interested in that field," she famously said. "I wouldn't want to become a pimp even if I had inherited a brothel. I want to spend my life doing something else." Agnes's thoughts were on seeing the globe, and she dreamed of freedom and travel. In 1970, after Henneque married Jean-Pierre, they relocated to Côte d'Ivoire, where Agnes fell in love with and began selling native products. She was happy, artistic, and full of love and charity, according to Jean-Pierre. He also praised her sensitivity and rebellious nature, which added to her allure. Following her divorce, Agnes established an import-operated store in Monaco in 1976. Agnes was characterized by those who knew her as a vibrant, obstinate woman with a distinct sense of style. She even picked her water as meticulously as some pick wine, according to her sister Catherine. Her sisters praised her lively demeanor, and her artistic ability was apparent in everything she did. Patricia recalled her as vivacious, happy, and incredibly giving. This was confirmed by her brother Jean-Charles, who emphasized their strong relationship in a family that was heavily involved in the gambling industry and said she was generous and full of affection. Agnes wished for a different existence. During this period of her life, Agnes Leroux developed a strong relationship with Jean Maurice, who was frequently called Maurice. He had previously worked with Agnes's mother, Renée, and was not only a lawyer but also a family friend. In each of his divorces, Maurice was a key player, and even before her marriage had formally ended, they started dating as their bond grew. In addition, he had repeatedly approached her sisters, Catherine and Patricia, without permission, and even begged their mother Renée for a position at the Palais de la Méditerranée, but she had always declined. He eventually became a member of the family exclusively through Agnes, which resulted in their toxic relationship. The difficulties they encountered only made her feel more vulnerable and alone as she dealt with her love for Maurice. Observers noted that Agnes appeared completely engrossed in Maurice. As Maurice recounts, she would frequently quote him, demonstrating his immense power over her. AGS was unable to escape his grip and grew nearly dependent on him. But there was a high price for this devotion. She highlighted her inability to understand who he truly was and compared him to a chameleon, a creature that changes its color depending on its environment. Agnes suffered greatly as a result of Maurice's refusal to marry her. She stayed fixated and even assumed the financial burden of their relationship, which included covering all expenses, even though she knew she was being misled. Agnes was frequently treated with contempt by Maurice. He publicly called her "my crust," implying that she was only a source of money for him. His warm use of the phrase "la surmamme" to refer to another lover, Françoise, demonstrated his contempt. He chuckled and remarked that Agnes was simply his pocketbook when she inquired as to whether he used the same name for all of his other loves. The key player who would ultimately be crucial in preventing Agnelette's arrest later in the case was Françoise. Later in the video, this will be shown to be a sensitive young woman who has a tendency toward depression. Agnes's relationship with Maurice was becoming more and more problematic. Because of previous betrayals, she was cut off from her family and felt incredibly alone. She was so desperate to connect that she wrote letters to Maurice, sharing her desperation and longing. "I desire you. I am waiting for you I hope." When Agnes made her first attempt at suicide on October 4, 1977, her life took a terrible turn. When Maurice was informed, his reaction was unexpectedly sloppy. Agnes was horrified to find bruises all over her body after being admitted to the hospital. She described having to take medicines because she was confused and had trouble remembering what had happened. Later, a hospital roommate observed that Agnes appeared afraid, demonstrating the depth of her anguish. Unfortunately, she made another attempt at suicide 2 days later. Maurice felt strangely unconcerned that he had been asked for assistance. This series of incidents brought into question Maurice's intentions and his care for Agnes's welfare. His behavior and lack of enthusiasm revealed a troubling disregard for her difficulties. Even though Maurice hurt her, Agnes was stuck in a toxic cycle of love and manipulation that kept her attached to him. The difficulties in their relationship made her feel even more vulnerable and alone as she struggled with these strong emotions. Known for his attractiveness, Jean-Maurice Agnelet was a lovely but conceited man. He was born in Monaco on February 10, 1938, and was raised in a low-impact household where rigid parenting caused conflict. He developed an inner shell to deal with his upbringing after his older brother Gerard's terrible demise in 1961. At the age of 20, Maurice met Annie Ladas, his first love, while working as a supervisor at a school. He married her to avoid military service, and by 1962 they had 3 sons. In spite of his incompetence, he practiced law in Nice and drew clients by refusing to charge. Maurice developed a fascination with the Leroux family in the late 1960s and tried to become involved with them. A complex connection with Agnes resulted from this preoccupation, setting off events that would have far-reaching effects. Because her mother, Renée, was constantly under pressure from Jean-Dominique Fratoni, the manager of the Rouge Casino, Agnes Leroux found herself in a difficult familial situation. Determined to seize the Palais de la Méditerranée, Fratoni turned to Maurice Agnelet for assistance. The atmosphere in the Palais de la Méditerranée on June 3, 1977 was tense. The annual Board of Directors meeting was held in this opulent Art Deco structure. Renée and her 4 children, Patricia, Catherine Jean, Charles and Agnes, sat on one side. They were adamant about maintaining control and owned half of the company. The wealthy businessman Jean-Dominique Fratoni, dubbed the Napoleon of gaming, stood in opposition to them. Fratoni was a dubious character who had connections to the mafia and a close friendship with Jacques Metzen, the dishonest mayor of the city. It was an important meeting. To determine whether Renée would continue as CEO, a vote was required. Fratoni had been attempting to acquire control of the casino for a long time, with the intention of banishing the Leroux family and making it a more lucrative enterprise. Tension increased in the air as the votes were cast. With the help of her son and 2 children, Renée cast her ballot for herself. After then, the answer was yes. She turned to Maurice Agnelet, her lover, who had acted as René's attorney and had grown close to her. Agnes voted against her mother in a startling moment after he gave her a modest nudge. There was silence in the room. She had betrayed her family and given Tony control of the casino with just 1 vote. Agnes had transferred the funds from Fratoni to a Swiss bank account and granted Agnelet complete authority over them. Only a few weeks prior, she thought that this financial decision may bring them closer together because she was incredibly in love with him. Agnes understood that Maurice's financial difficulties were a hindrance to their relationship. She thought this would help close the gap, and she was excited to sell her interests in the family casino. She realized that even after she had taken that action, their relationship had not changed. That, she believed, was what he needed. However, he felt that becoming an annuitant was insufficient. An annuitant is a person who, typically after retirement, receives regular payments from an annuity, a financial product that generates income. Put more simply, it's a person who consistently receives money from an insurance or investment plan. Her recorded phone chats with Agnelet, which showed her increasing dejection, made the emotional pressure clear. She felt stuck in a terrible relationship and was bewildered and heartbroken. Agnes was shrouded in mystery after going missing over the All Saints' Day weekend in 1977. Prosecution investigators calculated that she disappeared between October 26 and November 2. However, these dates had an annoying ambiguity. This uncertainty was caused by multiple factors. 4 months after her last sighting, in February 1978, her family finally filed a missing persons report. Investigators found this wait to be extremely difficult, particularly since the first 24 hours are critical in any case involving a disappearance. One major problem was the report's timing. The recollections of people closest to Agnes become less trustworthy as 4 months passed. For example, her mother changed her mind and now believes that their last chat was on October 26 instead of October 27. These disparities demonstrate how time can distort the facts and make it more difficult for investigators to piece together the true events. Why, therefore, did it take so long to alert the police? A number of factors were involved. Agnes was first and mainly infamous for her capriciousness. She frequently took impromptu vacations without informing anyone. Her family didn't freak out when she stopped talking, because they were accustomed to her impetuous behavior. Second, her vote against her mother at the time caused tension in the family dynamic. Although her relatives were concerned about their tumultuous relationship, Agnes had separated herself from them and was not in frequent communication with them. So, her silence was somewhat expected. It should come as no surprise that Agnes turned down several of her mother's calls. This complexity was further compounded by the time period. We did not have instant communication in the 1970s. There were no cell phones, and it was much harder to stay in touch while on the road. Individuals weren't accustomed to checking in frequently, particularly when they were out of town. The delay was also caused by Maurice Agnelet. When her family contacted him, he assured them that Agnes was probably having a party somewhere. He presented her as creative and impulsive, making them assume that her silence was typical. Any real worries were further postponed by this delusion of security. Agnelet's behavior during this period was similarly perplexing. There were suspicions regarding his motives because he had previously sent emergency personnel to fictitious places during Agnes' suicide attempts. Following Agnes's discharge from the hospital, he spoke with her family, the possibility of spending All Saints' Day weekend in Italy, and obtained insurance for her vehicle. However, she stopped communicating with everyone after October 26. Agnes was scheduled to attend a crucial board meeting at the Palais on November 4. Her absence caused worry in addition to raising questions. Her absence was an indication that something was horribly wrong because everyone anticipated her to be present. This absence marked a sea change in the narrative and ultimately implied that Agnes was confined in some sort of place. Together, these elements put her in a very precarious situation. As Christmas drew near, the anxiety only grew. Agnes's disappearance was unsettling because her family had traditionally enjoyed the occasion together. Renée Leroux eventually decided to report about her daughter's arbitrary incarceration on February 13, 1978. This created a sense of urgency instead of just worry. It entails being detained illegally and without cause. The investigation encountered numerous difficulties because of the complex web of factors that surrounded her life, in addition to the delay in reporting her absence. As time went on, it grew more difficult to uncover the truth, and Agnes's tale evolved into one of how miscommunications and emotional turmoil may have disastrous results. Talk of suicide gave the mystery surrounding Agnes Leroux's disappearance a sinister twist. The suicide explanation was difficult for investigators to accept, though. Why? Just plain because her car, a Range Rover, had disappeared without a trace and a corpse was never located on Yesi? They kept their thoughts open to a variety of theories because they knew they couldn't rule out any possibilities. According to one opinion, Agnes may have decided to go missing on her own. As we have already discussed, she was a defiant and unpredictable person, but it was difficult for her friends and family to accept that she would do this. Agnes and Jean-Charles, her brother, were especially close and frequently confided in one another. Given her thriving firm and exciting local projects, it seemed improbable that she wouldn't get in touch with him at some point. It didn't seem like her to leave all that behind, especially after what she'd done to her family. The background of the casino warfare became apparent as the investigation went on. Given her family's role as a roadblock to Jean-Dominique Frattoni's intentions, the casino manager, who was collaborating with the mayor of Nice to turn the city into a gambling hotspot, Agnes, a wealthy heiress, might have been targeted by local mafia interests. This notion, however, was also not very credible in the absence of hard data. Furthermore, Frattoni suffered a setback when Agnes vanished, and he once more required her support to advance his ambitions. Then, Renée Leroux said, "Yes, mother." After the betrayal, some people theorized that she might have wished to get rid of her daughter. Investigators were dubious, despite Renée's valiant efforts to keep control of the Palais and her resistance to multiple threats from rivals. If she was somehow responsible for her daughter's disappearance, why would she actively search for her and file a missing persons report? The main suspect in this case was the lover of Maurice Agnelet. He may have wanted retribution in addition to financial gain. Prior to Agnes Leroux's disappearance, Maurice Agnelet was the main suspect after she began moving the money she received from Frattoni to an account in his name. Earlier in the year, Renée had refused to give him control of the casino, and he was allegedly heard saying, "I'll get even for investigators." He apparently took a sizable amount of money out of their joint Swiss account, which was completely depleted by February 1978. While the investigation proceeded, Agnelet was detained by the police for 48 hours in September 1978, denying any wrongdoing, but confessing to having an affair with Agnes. When the police eventually searched Agnes's Monaco home 2 weeks later, they discovered a strange amount of stuff, including a piece of paper pinned to a drawing table that appeared to be a farewell note. "Sorry, my journey is over. I'm stopping here. Everything's fine. Oh yes, I want Maurice to handle everything." The date on the top of the note, which was dated October, 6 weeks before he, went missing, sparked curiosity. How did Maurice obtain that note? Could he have staged the scene to make it appear as though she had committed suicide? This note only added to the mystery surrounding Agnes's disappearance. What journey was she referring to? Why was she saying everything was fine when it was obviously not? And why did she want Agnelet to take care of everything? These questions remained, leaving investigators and family members with a haunting uncertainty. The judge overseeing the case was obviously disturbed by Agnelet's demeanor, who pointedly remarked, "You're the only one who isn't trying to find out what happened to Agnes?" That was a strong accusation, and it made Agnelet appear even more suspicious. At the criminal level, Maurice Agnelet was still regarded as innocent by the law. By the end of the 1980 cess, he had served his sentence for seizing Agnes's money and had relocated to Panama to live with his son Guillaume. In August 1983, an international wanted notice was issued for Maurice Agnelet, who was charged with homicide and breach of trust. Agnelet was struck off the bar in December 1978 after being found guilty of serious violations pertaining to the financial aspects of the case. After living in Canada since 1980, he returned to France on August 8, 1983, where he was arrested at the airport and subsequently imprisoned in 1983. Agnelet married his former mistress, Françoise Lechour. In France, a spouse of a suspect cannot be compelled to testify against them, which means they can lie during a trial without facing prosecution. This rule has since been extended to cohabitants, but at that time, marriage was necessary. Therefore, Agnelet had a strong incentive to marry Lechour to ensure she wouldn't feel pressured to admit any false testimony. It's clear that Maurice Agnelet was an ambitious man who was willing to do whatever it took to succeed and rise socially. Those who knew him noted this trait. On October 7, 1983, the criminal charges were dropped due to an alibi provided by his second wife, Françoise Lechour, which led to his release on February 17, 1984. She confirmed his alibi and stated that he had been with her in Geneva from October 27 to 28, just after the last known contact with Agnes. They allegedly stayed together at the Hôtel de la Paix on the shores of Lake Geneva. This complicated things for investigators as they had to sort through various timelines and alibis, but this was the same thing that helped Agnelet get released during this time. His involvement in Freemasonry also came to light. Agnelet was the worshipful master of a lodge he founded in Nice, which was associated with the Grand Orient of France, one of the biggest Masonic organizations in the nation. This association raised concerns about his character and motivations regarding Agnes's disappearance. His leadership in a Masonic lodge and his legal issues suggested a potential for dishonesty and self-interest. Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that encourages moral and ethical development among its members, frequently using symbols and rituals. He was exonerated of some charges on September 30, 1985, but on November 13, 1986, the Lyon Court of Appeals sentenced him to 30 months in prison, 6 months of which were suspended for breach of trust and vote buying. He started serving his sentence on November 17, 1986, and remained in prison until 1988. As the years went by, a private investigator hired by René Leroux made a breakthrough discovery in 1993, when he learned that hotel records in Geneva only listed Françoise Lechour, not Maurice, in Geneva. This led to the question of why investigators hadn't discovered this information sooner, as it could have drastically changed the investigation's conclusion and kept Agnelet behind bars. In 1997, René Leroux had filed a complaint against Lechour and Agnelet. In June 1999, Lechour, now the ex-wife of Maurice Agnelet, was potentially charged with collaboration in concealing a body overwhelmed by the situation. Lazur withdrew her earlier statements and claimed she had lied about Agnelet's location during Agnes Leroux's disappearance in early 2000. Judge Anne Vella reopened the investigation after learning of this new information. Agnelet, who had returned from Panama voluntarily, was placed under judicial supervision and charged with voluntary manslaughter and false imprisonment. He remained free during the entire process, while Judge Vela diligently worked on the case, conducting extensive research and interviews. Agnelet's trial began on November 23, 2006, in the Alpes Maritime Court, and on December 20, 2006, the jury found him not guilty because they had doubts about his guilt, which led his prosecution to appeal the verdict. This background of deceit and manipulation is further elucidated by the observations of ALA, the psychologist who evaluated Agnelet in 2002, who described him as an indecisive man with an endless desire to dominate others and driven by a deep need for recognition that may stem from a troubled relationship with his father. Agnelet's reopened the case on December 7, 2000, and Agnelet was charged with murder. Agnelet and his defense team attempted to overturn this decision at the European Court of Human Rights in 2009, and in 2010 he requested conditional release. In the meantime, dubious reports surfaced that connected deceased gangsters to Agnes's disappearance in March 2011. And Jean-Pierre Hernandez, a former gangster, claimed Agnes was innocent and named Jean Lucchesi, a criminal connected to the Marseille mob, as the real murderer. Agnes Leroux was officially declared dead on April 12, 2007, with her death certificate issued in Nice on October 26, 1977, but he was discharged due to a lack of evidence, which included no body or car. Before his death in 1987, Lucchesi allegedly told Hernandez that he had killed Agnes as part of a contract, disposed of her body in the harbors, and crushed her car afterwards. The Zampa family's lawyer filed a complaint against Hernandez for defaming a deceased person and accused him of damaging Zampa's reputation. The Leroux family believed this was a publicity stunt to promote Hernandez's book, while Agnelet's lawyers saw it as fresh evidence to appeal to the Court of Cassation. On January 10, 2013, the European Court of Human Rights ruled against France, ruling that the murder charge was not clearly established due to the absence of a body and that the Aix-en-Provence verdict lacked a justification. Personage, last season box, the courtesies accolade on Zoom, position and defensive. In March 2014, the French court held a third trial of Agnelet, which resulted in shocking developments that no one saw coming. On the day of the trial, Maurice, the analyst, appeared weak and aged in court for his trial. At first, it seemed like the proceedings would follow a familiar pattern, as Agnelet had been tried before. But just days before the verdict, a shocking twist occurred. Agnes's rebellious and generous nature was revealed by her family, while Agnelet insisted she was not a traitor. At the age of 76, Agnelet abruptly defended Agnes, saying there was no betrayal when she voted against her mother for the casino's presidency. Before the 2014 trial, Maurice Agnelet and his son Guillaume had a complicated relationship. Guillaume had always publicly supported his father, but during the court proceedings this changed drastically. On April 6th, Guillaume made his shocking claim, saying, "I have a case of conscience. I believe my father is the murderer of Agnes Leroux." This statement was read at the beginning of the hearing, and Guillaume repeated it during a video conference with the court. Guillaume claimed that his father had confessed to the crime, stating that he had shot the 29-year-old woman while she was sleeping in Monte Carlo, Italy, threw her belongings in a river, left her body in a forest, and then parked his white Range Rover at a train station with the keys left inside before taking a train back to Nice. Annie Leas hinted at a suicide threat in an email to their son Guillaume on April 9, 2014. In court, she disowned him and denied his accusations against Maurice. On April 11th, the jury upheld Maurice Agnelet's 20-year prison sentence, which he appealed the following day. The conviction was finalized on July 8, 2015. The Leroux family received €3 million, 0 cents, from Agnes's inheritance in May 2015. René Leroux died on June 6, 2016. In September 2020, Agnelet was granted a medical suspension of his sentence, but there were delays because of Agnes's prosecution appeal. He was released early on December 24, 2020, and moved in with his son in New Caledonia. Agnelet died of a heart attack on January 12, 2021, at the age of 82. For 45 years, Both families endured intense scrutiny and suffering, with the truth about Agnes's disappearance still unresolved. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're delving into yet another horrifying situation today. You can't truly know what goes on in someone's house behind closed doors. Even the closest friends or family members might be clueless at times. Behind the scenes, what appears to be a picture-perfect family may be concealing a fatal threat. Many times, people are too afraid to talk about their problems for fear of upsetting or burdening their loved ones. It's more comfortable to deal with difficulties alone rather than to include other people in your suffering. However, what occurs if domestic violence is the problem? What if the partner already instills fear and submission in their significant other because they feel untouchable? Victims in such circumstances frequently experience a fear of physical abuse that is on par with their fear of their partner abandoning them. When Yulia Fireman, a well-known young businessman, killed his wife in January 2013 and attempted to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, the whole city of Samara was startled. When it was discovered that the offender received no punishment at all for his crime, the issue sparked popular indignation. Alexander Fairman was convicted guilty of killing his child's mother. However, the investigation's conclusions inexplicably changed, and the incident was attributed to a brief episode of insanity. 11 years later, Yulia's family continues to strive for justice and the punishment of her perpetrator. Alexander and Yulia, a tale of love. On August 21, 1986, Yulia Sergeyevna Fairman née Naumova was born in Samara in the Russian Middle Volga area. She was raised in a modest working-class household. Her mother, Ludmila Naumova, was engaged in the food service sector, while her father, Sergey Naumova, was a driver. Despite Yulia's difficult upbringing, her parents made every effort to make sure she never went without. They were committed to providing her with the greatest education they could afford and a decent upbringing. Yulia began attending Samara's public school, number 67, in 1993 and received her diploma in 2003. She continued her education in management at Samara State Academy's Faculty of Economics and Management. After receiving her degree in 2007, she quickly found employment at VIP Auto, a significant local auto dealership. This is where she first met Alexander, a young man, and their romance started. Samara was also the birthplace of Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman. He came from a wealthy family in 1985. His father, Mikhail Fairman, made a fortune in farming throughout the 1990s, raising cattle, owning factories that made dairy products distributed all over the country, and operating beekeeping operations to sell honey and other bee products. He rose to become one of the city's most prominent and wealthy individuals. However, the creation of LLC Teplizhny, one of the most prosperous agricultural businesses in the Samara area and the entire Volga economic zone, was his greatest achievement. Alexander met Yulia while working for a short time at the VIP car dealership after graduating from college. He started courting the young, attractive woman as soon as he saw her. Regretfully, Yulia reacted to his attention, and they began a fast-paced romance that initially seemed like a fantasy. After dating for around a year and a half, Alexander formally proposed in 2009. Friends and family claim that Alexander planned a romantic surprise for Yulia. He brought her to the window, paid her an unexpected visit, and signaled his buddies who were waiting outside when he proposed. They let go of a balloon with a tiny box holding a stunning engagement ring inside. After catching the balloon and putting the ring on her finger, he proposed to her. Yulia was so happy that she couldn't contain her tears and said yes. Shortly after their engagement in late 2009, they were married. Alexander's parents threw a magnificent celebration for their adored son, spending a lot of money. With a big guest list, a huge Hummer limousine, the most renowned banquet space in the city, a stylish master of ceremonies, and a spectacular fireworks show to round off the evening, they planned an enormous celebration. Yulia looked like a fairy tale and was beaming with happiness, as her bridesmaids remembered. To outsiders, the princess's wedded life appeared idyllic and content. They were living pleasantly and worry-free in their well-furnished flat on Stavropol Scale Street. At that point, Alexander had begun working for LLC Teplichny, his father's business, where he assumed the position of executive director. The couple began considering starting a family shortly after the wedding. However, Yulia was unable to conceive for more than a year. According to Alexander's family, the first noticeable rifts in their marriage appeared during this period, but both of them thought that the birth of a child would save their union and fortify their relationship. When the pregnancy test eventually showed those two eagerly anticipated lines, it was evident from the happy pictures Yulia posted on social media that they were looking forward to the birth of their kid. Yulia gave birth to a boy on September 6, 2011, and they called him Pavel. A few days later, Yulia announced on social media that the baby had been delivered, weighing 9 pounds 6 ounces and measuring 23.6 inches in length. She also thanked everyone for their well wishes. The countless pictures of Yulia and young Pavel show how much she loved every second of her maternity leave. Her life appeared to be perfect from the outside. A devoted husband, a healthy child, a comfortable home, stable finances, and a solid family. Many of her acquaintances were envious of her, but everything fell apart in a flash, and the horrifying late-night call made the idea of a perfect family disappear like smoke. The quiet at the Naumova home was broken early on January 4 by a phone call. Ludmila Naumova answered the phone half drowsy, not quite understanding what was being said. On the other end was Alexander, her son-in-law, who icily informed her that Yulia had passed away. The earth seemed to have vanished beneath her feet. Unbelievably, she began to scream and cry, thinking it must be some cruel, pointless prank, which prompted her shocked husband to hurry in. Everything felt like a nightmare after that. When the first automobile passed, Ludmila Naumova and her husband hurried outside, pulled on some clothing, and begged the driver to take them to their daughter's apartment. An ambulance was already parked close to one of the entrances when they reached the building on Stavropol Sky Street, which was about 15 minutes away. Ludmila, barely conscious of herself, rushed to the paramedics, but they simply shrugged, expressing their sympathy and informing her that there was nothing further they could do. Elena Fairman, Yulia's mother-in-law, was outside with their 1.5-year-old grandson Pasha. Ludmila rushed to her, desperate for answers, but all she could infer from Elena's statements was that Yulia was no longer there. When the mob finally reached the apartment, they were met with a terrifying sight. Inside, the floor near the bathroom had light bloodstains, and their daughter's lifeless body lay on the floor near the entrance. Her face was covered in blood and her hair was matted and twisted. Her mother was too shy to come close. She had to be taken into another room as she began to lose consciousness. After Ludmila Naumova had calmed down, Alexander, her son-in-law, rushed up and shoved a phone in her face, demanding that she look into what her daughter had done. He persisted until she took the phone, even though she was having trouble understanding everything around her. She struggled to concentrate as she read this message, which contained an odd farewell note. According to reports, Yulia admitted to cheating on her spouse 6 months prior and claimed she was unable to forgive herself. She said that if her actions damaged her family and the life of their child, she didn't know how she could continue. According to Alexander, Yulia had committed suicide, making the murder scene initially strange. He claimed that she had been so overcome by remorse over her supposed affair that she was unable to handle it any longer. He claimed that she had behaved oddly that night, and they quarreled before Yulia entered the restroom. She had been in there for too long, he realized after a while. He knocked on her door and she didn't answer, so he opened it to see her hanging from the doorknob with a hairdryer cord around her neck. He says he tried CPR on her and summoned emergency services and his parents when he realized he was powerless to save her, to assist with the youngster. Alexander didn't phone his mother-in-law to let her know what had happened until paramedics confirmed Yulia was gone. He spent the entire time in the flat, conversing with the law officers and medical staff who came to the site. But Alexander did not act like a widower in mourning. He appeared uncomfortably composed, but he became obviously agitated when Ludmila Naumova showed in. He didn't feel sorry for her. Indeed, he appeared determined to exacerbate her suffering. The condition of Yulia's body, however, was what really drew the investigators' attention. Not Alexander's strange behavior. On her neck, forensic specialists found 2 ligature marks. One was quite noticeable, as if she had been strangled. The second mark showed after she had passed away, although it was faint and at a different angle, suggesting hanging. Her body also had a lot of other wounds that were healing in different phases, but more on that later. Another oddity is that Alexander called his parents and a hospital worker relative first, rather than the emergency services, after finding his wife's dead. Their arrival at the scene preceded that of the paramedics. What was wrong with the message of farewell? After losing her daughter, Ludmila Naumova was in a state of shock and was hardly able to process anything when her son-in-law first gave her the message on her daughter's phone. She had reasonable suspicions from the beginning that her daughter had not authored that note. First of all, Yulia had never texted her mother before, understanding that she didn't read texts at all because of her terrible vision. Secondly, Yulia never spoke to her mother in the manner described in the parting message. Third, Ludmila had no doubts whatsoever that her daughter would never abandon her kid. He was the center of her existence. Furthermore, scientists concluded that Yulia's heart had already stopped beating when the message was transmitted. Alexander clarified this by saying that he may have mistakenly sent his wife's last message to her mother while attempting to contact for medical assistance, and that Yulia may have typed the message and left it in drafts. Yulia's phone also showed a conversation she had with a close friend, in which she disclosed marital issues and her husband's aggressive actions. She didn't elaborate, but it was obvious that she was terrified of Alexander. In one of her final letters, Yulia stated that she couldn't bear to die and that she would remain strong for her kid. After analyzing Yulia's body and the murder scene, the original theory was that police had determined that this was a poorly orchestrated crime rather than a suicide. Alexander was the main suspect right away. He was arrested and placed in a correctional facility, pending the completion of the investigation. Initially, Alexander persisted in his belief that his wife had committed suicide. He accused her of adultery, saying that her need was fueled by regret and guilt. But it was evident from the forensic report that Yulia had been brutally murdered. The preliminary theory states that the pair got into a furious dispute over a pointless issue on the evening of January 3. Alexander attempted to disguise his wife's death as a suicide after beating and strangling her during the dispute. He was formally charged with the offense on January 18. The investigation went on and his prison period was prolonged. Alexander later acknowledged that he and his wife had a heated argument that evening during which he punched her and grabbed a nearby hairdryer, but he said he couldn't recall what transpired next. Only when he noticed Yulia's motionless body, the hairdryer cord around her neck, and blood on the floor, did he realize what had happened. At that point, Alexander said, his sole worry was that their 1.5-year-old son, Pavel, wouldn't wake up and discover what had occurred. Alexander began wiping the bloodstains off the floor once they were able to put their son to sleep. Then, to make it appear as though his wife had committed herself, he carried her body to the bathroom and hung it from the hairdryer cord on the doorknob. He maintained that he had some kind of memory blackout and was unable to recall how he accomplished all of this. According to the results of the initial psychological and mental assessment, Alexander was completely sane at the time of the crime and knew exactly what he was doing. Things at the funeral, however, started to drastically change in the months that followed. Yulia's body was taken home from the morgue on January 5 in order to get ready for her funeral. After a custody dispute, on the same day, Alexander's parents visited the Naumov flat and begged for as much forgiveness as possible for both themselves and their son. They then departed, and neither they nor any other member of the Fairman family showed up for the funeral or memorial service. The following day, January 6, the funeral was held. Not a single member of the Fairman family attended the more than 100 guests who gathered to honor the young woman who was taken too soon. Ludmila Naumova started the process of requesting custody of her grandchild a few days after she had begun to accept her loss. She went to the appropriate authorities, who told her what paperwork she needed to collect. She saw physicians, psychologists, and other specialists for weeks, but when all the paperwork was prepared, Ludmila was abruptly turned down. Due to their affluence and ability to give him a more comfortable living, the child welfare authorities chose to leave little Pasha with his paternal grandparents. Ludmila and her husband were only permitted to take their grandson on weekends, which they did as frequently as they could. The small boy now resided in a spacious suburban villa in the Volsky area. Who, then, was actually unfaithful? As previously mentioned, Yulia's husband, the murderer, wrote and sent the farewell message discovered on her phone after she had passed away. There was no question about it, even if Alexander denied it over and over again. He only invented a fictitious lover to present the tragedy as the result of an unfaithful, guilty wife's regret. He made the text up as he went along and typed it. Yulia had no affairs and couldn't have had any, according to the results of a comprehensive inquiry and witness testimonies. She was totally focused on her son once he was born, spending every moment with him and hardly leaving him. In the hopes that things would improve in the future, she was even prepared to put up with her violent husband's abuse in order to keep the family together. Alexander wasn't so innocent for the sake of little Pash. He didn't even bother to conceal the fact that he had been having an affair. He was frequently spotted with a young woman who lived close by, and it was obvious that their relationship went beyond simple friendliness or neighborliness. Elena, Julia's cousin, claims that she saw Alexander and this woman cuddling in his car just before the catastrophe. But she just told her mother about it, and she subsequently had confirmation from her. After arguing with his wife on New Year's Eve, Alexander went out to celebrate with friends and Yulia, the same woman. She confided in her best friend, whom she could always rely on, rather than telling her parents about it to avoid upsetting them. Everything was altered by the new assessment. In May 2013, a second psychological evaluation came to the unexpected conclusion that Alexander was temporarily insane at the time of the crime against his wife. Because of this, the murder charge, which was previously punishable by up to 15 years in prison, was immediately reduced to 3 years by being categorized as a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Alexander had gone to considerable pains to stage his wife's death as a suicide after killing her, which is not the usual behavior of someone in a temporary state of insanity, but for some reason, no one seemed to care. In order to conceal the evidence of the beating, he cleaned the floor. He even emailed Yulia's mother a phony farewell message posing as her, regarding the lawyer's actions and the custody dispute. By the end of May, Alexander was freed on a travel restriction order, which basically allowed him to move around and carry on with his life as he awaited trial. Alexander's attorney had sought to modify the terms of his client's detention almost away. Devastated by this ruling, Yulia's parents filed an appeal with the prosecutor's office, requesting a third psychological assessment. This time, experts from Moscow's Serbsky State Research Center for Social and Forensic Psychiatry were consulted, and the results took roughly 3 months to obtain. The psychiatrist did, however, only confirm that the accused had acted while temporarily insane. Regarding the initial assessment, which said that Alexander had been fully aware of the crime and had purposefully attempted to conceal it, it was argued that the experts had merely misunderstood the accused's conduct and actions. Alexander, meanwhile, kept changing what he was saying. That evening, he was in a state that sounded like the definition of temporary insanity from a textbook. The trial starts. On January 22, 2014, the Kirovsky District Court in Samara hosted the initial hearing in the Fairmont case. Alexander claims that the issues in their relationship started when they moved in together before the wedding. He asserted that Yulia had high standards and an entitlement complex, expecting nothing less than the best. He claimed that he and his parents responded to her desires, which included the lavish wedding, the pricey limousine, and all the extravagance. According to Alexander, Yulia and he tried in vain for more than a year to conceive after the wedding, which strained their relationship and even led to Yulia discussing divorce. Nothing changed after the birth of their son, Pavel. According to the defendant, his wife only cared about his paycheck and was totally preoccupied with the baby. Alexander's parents supported his allegations by calling their daughter-in-law materialistic and avaricious. Alexander spoke of an oppressive environment at home that was constantly getting worse, claiming that his wife, who he had once adored, had become aloof and that he had no one with whom to discuss it. The young businessman claimed that on that particular night, he and his wife got into a heated argument once more, during which she raised the subject of divorce once more. He said she became irate and threatened to kidnap their son and keep him from seeing the boy. Alexander said that he then blacked out after feeling his tongue dry out and his ears begin to ring. Yulia was already dead when he regained consciousness. He did not provide an explanation for his decision to stage her death as a suicide, but he acknowledged that he brought her body to the bathroom and cleaned the blood off the floor to prevent frightening their son. Additionally, the defendant insisted that he had never hit his wife blaming the multiple wounds and bruises on her body on rough play with their child. Alexander and the lawyer his rich father had hired had obviously done their homework. According to the defense lawyer, his client committed the crime while suffering from a cumulative state of temporary insanity. This indicated that he had been subjected to long-term psychological stress as a result of Yulia's alleged insults, humiliations, and oppressions. To put it another way, they were effectively holding the victim responsible for her own terrible destiny. The prosecutor first requested an intentional manslaughter penalty of 8 years, but Alexander's maximum punishment was reduced to 3 years in a correctional colony, a slap on the wrist for a killer, after the seasoned defense lawyer swiftly succeeded in having the charge dropped back to a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Several strange things happened during the trial. First, the first panel's forensic psychologist, who had determined that the defendant was completely sane and had acted with intent, abruptly disappeared and never showed up in court again. Then, as if they had never been mentioned or were somehow considered unimportant, any reference to the victim's cuts and bruises appeared to vanish. At each hearing, however, the victim was gradually presented in an unfavorable light. Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman received a sentence of only 2.5 years of probation after being found guilty of a crime committed while temporarily insane on August 8, 2014. That is to say, he was not imprisoned. His only penalty upon returning home was to pay Yulia's parents 1 million rubles in moral damages and to be required to check in with the Federal Penal Service on a regular basis. The court considered Alexander's alleged remorse, including the fact that he had apologized to his in-laws and that he had a young boy to maintain, even though the prosecution had initially asked for 3 times that sum. But right once the Naumovas declared that they would appeal the punishment, even going so far as to appeal it to the Supreme Court. However, their appeals were denied, and they were unable to contest the decision at the cassation instance of the Samara Regional Court. The sentence didn't change. Ludmila Naumova noted that animal abuse has a more severe penalty under the Russian Criminal Code, which includes actual jail time. The distraught mother is still holding out hope for justice, since she couldn't see why her daughter's life was worth even less than a stray dog's. The incident occurred more than 11 years ago, but the lawsuit has not moved forward. There was never any, according to Galina Kislyakova, Fairman's attorney. There is proof that the crime was planned, so the court's decision is upheld. She believes the victim's mother's grievances are unfounded, solely sentimental, and devoid of any legal merit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Parents teach their children from a young age not to trust strangers, not to get into unfamiliar automobiles, and never to go anyplace with someone they don't know, regardless of what they may say, because the world is big and full of hidden hazards. Regrettably, people with bad intentions frequently exploit both the trust of the innocent and the precarious circumstances that some adults find themselves in. Young medical student Mia Stevan went to a party with her pals. She thoroughly enjoyed the evening and the companionship of those around her. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and nobody could have foreseen what was about to happen. Sadly, Mia never made it back home. When she vanished, the entire community rallied in the hopes of discovering her uninjured and alive. But when a sobering discovery was discovered in a neighboring woodland, something so startling that even the most experienced investigators found it difficult to comprehend, those hopes were dashed. On January 15, 2000, Mia Stevan was born in Aalborg, a sizable harbor city in northwest Denmark. She came from a loving, close-knit family as the youngest. She grew up her adolescence in this small town, which is well known for its low crime rate and feeling of security. Mia did exceptionally well in school, demonstrating a natural aptitude for subjects like biology and chemistry. Her teachers believed she was a talented student and had high expectations for her. Mia knew she wanted to become a doctor even as a teenager. She always wanted to assist everyone around her and was incredibly kind and perceptive. Mia was well liked by her peers because of her gregarious and intelligent nature. She was loved for her warmth and approachability, and had a wide network of acquaintances. Attention was also drawn to her elegant manner and remarkable looks. While still in school, she started modeling, participating in several campaigns, and winning people over wherever she went. Because of her uniqueness, Mia frequently had admirers fighting for her attention. Mia achieved her dream of enrolling at Aalborg University's Medical program, one of Denmark's most esteemed universities. After graduating, she kept modeling while attending school, doing fashion publications and commercials. Mia maintained a close relationship with her family by continuing to live at home with her parents in spite of her achievements and increasing independence. Mia was in her second year of college when the COVID-19 epidemic struck. The limitations and lockdowns drastically altered her life. Social media, phone conversations, and video chats took the role of her face-to-face connections with pals when classes shifted to online. A vibrant, gregarious, and outgoing young woman found the lockdown period to be rather difficult. Because of this, Mia Steven anxiously got ready for her first party in years when all restrictions were finally relaxed in early February 2022. Unfortunately, that night would be her last on February 5, 2022. For the first time in almost 2 years, there were no social restrictions due to the pandemic on Saturdays in Denmark. College students in particular were ecstatic to be able to enjoy the nightlife they had sorely missed. Parties were organized all around the nation because it was a reason to celebrate. Mia was really looking forward to the night. She made a call to her friends and meticulously planned the location for their eagerly anticipated night out. She went through her clothes at the same time, selecting an ensemble that would draw attention to her body and set her apart. This was more than simply a trip to the pub for her. It represented the return to everyday life. She wanted to celebrate her recent completion of her second-to-last semester at university with close friends she hadn't seen in a while. She put on makeup, fixed her hair, and wore a stylish black dress and high shoes. She added a cropped leather jacket and other sophisticated accessories to finish off her ensemble. Even though it was cold in February, she looked gorgeous. Mia thought her friends would drive her home after the event, but as the evening wore on, plans changed. Young people anxious to make up for missed time crowded the bars and clubs throughout the city's central streets that evening, but it was so chilly that the streets themselves were almost deserted. After spending several hours catching up and having a good time, Mia and her pals began the evening in a bustling pub. They later relocated to a local tavern, and an hour later they changed locations once more. The group evolved as they went from bar to pub. A few friends went home, others encountered pals and joined other groups, and they were replaced by new acquaintances. The evening was of course full with dancing, laughter, and copious amounts of alcohol. Witnesses claim that although Mia drank wine, she wasn't too drunk. She talked to everyone around her, laughed and danced. The companions she had first arrived with made the decision to depart by 3 in the morning. But Mia decided to stay, telling them she would find her way home eventually. She was spotted conversing with an unknown man who seemed interested in her at the moment. The club ended for the evening around 6 a.m. Only one of Mia's friends remained after that. The two went out into the chilly, overcast morning. The frigid temperature was made even worse by a chilly breeze that blasted across the deserted streets. The two made the decision to take the bus home, but they had to go in different directions. They split up and went to their own bus stops. Mia never came home that night, and no one ever saw her alive again. Her parents initially assumed she might have gone to stay with one of her many friends and were not alarmed. But when they noticed that her phone was going directly to voicemail, something that was completely out of character for her, their worries intensified. Unable to wait any longer, Mia's mother called her daughter's best friends and classmates at midday on February 6. One by one, they all responded with the same response. They couldn't get in touch with Mia, and they hadn't seen or heard from her since the previous evening. Her parents were so alarmed that they rushed to the local police station and reported her missing. They were concerned that law authorities may postpone their search by waiting the customary 24 hours, because Mia was an adult and had attended a party. They were relieved that the police took the matter seriously and started looking into it right away. Investigators began by speaking with every friend and acquaintance Mia had made at the different pubs that evening. Although Mia had been drinking, witnesses attested that she wasn't too drunk. They also gave a thorough explanation of her attire, which included a light jacket and a stylish evening gown. Investigators initially thought she might have died from the weather because it was so chilly in February, They promptly ruled this out, though, because no further relevant reports had emerged. Security footage from the bars and clubs Mia had frequented was examined by police. Although Mia seemed to be in a good mood and turned down her friend's offers to bring her home, nothing else in the video seemed suspicious, and the packed venues made it nearly hard to follow one specific person. The enigmatic man Mia had been spotted dancing with that evening quickly came into focus. Finding him and questioning him was crucial. Luckily, it was easy to identify him. He was an aspiring athlete with a bright future who was a fellow student at Mia's institution. He volunteered to be questioned and disclosed that he had taken a taxi to his house across town after leaving the bar at around 5 in the morning. The taxi driver acknowledged dropping him off at the specified place, allowing police to establish his alibi. Mia had no known adversaries, conflicts, or anybody who would want to harm her, according to her family and friends. She had never engaged in criminal behavior, used illegal substances, or had any symptoms of mental illness. Although no one in her network had ever heard of a stalker or obsessive admirer, this prompted investigators to think about the possibilities. After Mia exited the pub, investigators looked at video from street surveillance cameras to expand their search. She and her companion had left the venue together, and after walking roughly 300 feet, they paused to bid each other farewell. Each then made their way to their designated bus stops. Investigators were looking through the video when they spotted something strange, a dark automobile that seemed to be pursuing Mia after she split up with her friend. Mia went another 500 feet or so after saying goodbye to her companion and then paused to wait for her bus. Regretfully, it never came. Mia was trapped because it was early on Sunday morning and the public transportation schedule hadn't fully resumed after the shutdown. She couldn't call for a ride or get in touch with anyone for assistance at 6 IE Menning, since, to make matters worse, her phone had died earlier in the night, something she didn't notice until she was outdoors. The streets remained empty and dark. At the bus stop, Mia, wearing an evening gown, stood freezing and hoped her bus would arrive soon. However, as time passed, it became evident that it was not going to happen. A black Volkswagen Golf came up close to the road at about 6:15 AIEMM. The vehicle stopped and probably offered Mia a ride, but she declined. Mia was left alone when the automobile drove away. She waited for more than an hour in the bitter cold at the bus stop once more. The identical vehicle came again and pulled to a stop at the bus stop about 7:30 AEMM. This time, following a 5-minute conversation with the driver, Mia apparently reluctantly decided to get into the car. By that time, the cold is thought to have affected her so much that she chose to accept the stranger's offer. However, the issues still stood. Where did they take her? Who was driving? And who owned the car? Investigators needed to know the answers quickly. The surveillance footage's poor quality made the inquiry more difficult. Experts did their best, but they were only able to determine the car's make and model. It was unable to make out the driver's face or the license plate. Detectives looked over footage from nearby cameras to follow the car's movements, and shortly they got a break. The Volkswagen Golf was seen parking close to a 24-hour convenience shop a few blocks from the bus stop. Luckily, the car's license plate was photographed by the high-resolution camera in this business. Investigators quickly identified the owner, a 37-year-old man named Thomas Thompson, by searching the license plate through the vehicle registration database. The nightlife area where Mia and her pals had been going out was close to Thompson's home. Adam, a 30-year-old roommate of Thompson's who had previously drawn the attention of the police, lived with him in his leased house. Both men had a history of infractions, including posing as police officers in a scheme. The stakes were considerably higher this time, even though they had previously simply been fined for their acts. Both males were arrested so they could be questioned. Adam, however, had a strong alibi and was quickly freed. The day before Mia vanished, he had left town to see relatives, and he didn't come back until February 8. This information was confirmed by investigators, and Adam was exonerated. Thomas Thompson was the main suspect in the inquiry. To get a better picture, investigators started by looking into his past. Born in Kolding, Denmark in June 1985, Thomas was raised in a modest household. His parents moved him to live on his grandparents' tiny farm in the southeast countryside when he was a teenager. Thomas enlisted in the military after high school, where he signed a contract and established a solid career. He finally rose to the rank of sergeant while serving in highly troubled regions of the world. After leaving the military in 2015, He went back to school and graduated with a degree in engineering. Thomas had been employed as an engineer at a nearby industrial firm and renting a house in Aalborg in recent years. He was characterized as a competent, quiet, and hard-working professional by his coworkers and superiors. He was quite reserved, though, hardly ever disclosing personal information or developing strong bonds with coworkers. Thomas's legal background was problematic. He had been charged with violent altercations, domestic violence, and injury on multiple occasions. He was nevertheless able to reach an out-of-court settlement in every case. According to his ex-partners, he was irritable, hostile, and dangerously violent. Thomas appeared to lose control during angry outbursts, acting in a way that worried others around him. Some even thought he could be able to commit a major offense. Thomas obviously had a darker side that he found difficult to control. However, did that imply that he may have singled out Mia, hurt her, and perhaps even committed a crime against her? More importantly, where was Mia? In his car, Thomas, for his part, said nothing. An integrated GPS system was discovered by investigators. They looked at the data, hoping to track his movements that evening. They found that Thomas had attempted to turn off the GPS tracking on February 6 at around 2 in the morning. The attempt, however, resulted in a glitch, and the machine started to record position data every 30 seconds rather than shutting off. According to the GPS, Thomas left his house at 2:45 a.m. and drove about the city for several hours, apparently searching for a target. This mistake made it possible for detectives to piece together his actions in great detail. He stopped close to the bus stop where Mia was waiting at around 6 in the morning and had a quick conversation with her. For the next hour and a half, he drove away after she turned down his offer of a ride. Before heading back to the bus station, Thomas kept driving in a directionless manner through the streets. Mia was clearly freezing by this point, and perhaps desperate. Apparently believing she had no other option, she grudgingly got into his car. Before driving into a remote road, the vehicle departed the city and drove through a few tiny neighboring villages. GPS data revealed a series of short pauses near each other in the wooded region, followed by a lengthy wait, during which the vehicle stayed motionless for approximately an hour. Search dogs and an operations team were sent to the location. They soon found that Mia's phone was broken. Nearby, they discovered a ripped necklace she had been wearing that evening, followed by a hair clip. Additionally, pieces of her clothing and strands of her long hair were discovered tangled on the branches of trees in the area. The scene presented a bleak image. As someone harried after her, Mia appeared to have attempted to flee into the woods, tripping, losing objects, and hooking herself on branches. But hundreds of feet farther into the jungle, the most terrible discovery was still to come. Areas of disturbed dirt were pointed out by the search dogs, indicating that something had just been buried. Investigators found human bones after excavating beneath roughly 3 feet of loose dirt. 231 pieces of the remains were broken apart, some of which were left on the surrounding land. To the dismay of her loved ones, the victim could only be identified by DNA testing. It was established that Mia was the owner of the remains. Law enforcement was forced to issue a public statement as news of the gory discovery swiftly spread to the media. The community was reassured that the dangerous criminal had been caught. Terrifying details were uncovered via forensic analysis. Bone marks indicated that a power saw-like instrument had been used to dismember the body. Given the condition of the remains, pieces of tissue displayed signs of having been bathed in a chemical solution, perhaps in an effort to destroy them or get rid of any DNA traces. It was challenging to pinpoint the precise cause of death. Medical examiners, however, thought mechanical asphyxiation was the most likely cause. Most likely a rope or tiny strap, rather than bare hands, had been used to strangle Mia. Although Thomas Thompson's car had been partially cleaned, blood traces were discovered. Mia's blood was identified through DNA analysis. Her body looked to have been dismembered, and more blood traces were found throughout his house, especially in the toilet. Thompson first attempted to defend his actions when presented with the evidence, saying he had no malicious intent and had no plans to hurt anyone. He claimed that he tried to turn off his car's GPS because he was being stalked by a dishonest police officer who was extorting him, but he was unable to give his name or any supporting documentation. Thompson also related how he saw a woman in light clothing at the bus station early that morning and offered her a lift out of courtesy, but she declined. Then, he said, he drove off to run other errands. On his way back, about 90 minutes later, he noticed the same woman, who was now obviously chilly, still at the stop. He claims that this time she agreed to take him for a ride. Thompson described how the young woman was drunk, acted flirtatiously, and supposedly promised intimacy in return for his assistance. He said they took his car out of town to a remote location where they had consensual sex. Thompson then claimed that Mia unintentionally tugged on the car door handle during this interaction, causing the door to swing open. He stated she died instantaneously after falling out and breaking her neck. In a panic, he tried to protect himself by getting rid of her body rather than calling the police. Doubts were immediately raised by the story. The strewn personal belongings and strands of Mia's hair discovered in the woodland were among the many discrepancies that detectives pointed out. When questioned further, Thompson changed his account, saying that Mia accused him of being abusive, threatened to file charges, and started to sober up after their encounter. He claimed that despite his attempts to soothe her, she went into a frenzied state, escaped the automobile, and dashed into the woods. According to Thompson, he followed her out of concern that she may freeze to death and planned to take her back to the car so he could drive her home. He claimed that she stumbled during the pursuit, struck her head, and instantly passed away. After he took her body home, Thompson confessed to dismembering it in his bathroom and soaking the remnants in chemicals in the hopes that they would completely dissolve. But after a few hours, the procedure had little impact. The remnants, which were still whole, now smelled bad. He drove the corpses to the wilderness, buried them, and packed them into bags out of desperation. He maintained that the death was an accident and that his sole transgression was trying to hide the evidence because he was afraid no one would take him seriously. He insisted that his actions were motivated by panic rather than malice. Further investigations at Thompson's property turned up incriminating evidence behind his house, despite his contradictory claims. Investigators discovered a temporary solution, burn hole, with some dirt and rubble covering it. He had tried to destroy Mia's pocketbook, personal things, car floor mats, and blood-stained clothes there. The majority of the goods were severely destroyed, but her purse was largely undamaged, including the thin strap that still contained remnants of Mia's skin cells and blood. This strap was the tool used to strangle her, according to forensic authorities. The prosecution's claim that Thompson had acted maliciously and with premeditation was successful. He planned his actions ahead of time, as evidenced by the fact that he had made a conscious effort to turn off his car's GPS system. According to the prosecution, he was a predator who went hunting that evening and eventually targeted a young woman who was alone and in danger. His perfect victim was Mia, who was cold and alone. The second time he contacted her, she accepted his offer of a ride since she was so desperate. Thompson's claims of innocence were further weakened by his conflicting explanations and attempt to remove evidence. The jury found that, in spite of the evidence, he had taken steps to hide his activities after purposefully luring Mia into his automobile with malicious intent, but the court's surprisingly light penalty caused a great deal of indignation. Many wondered how someone who had done such horrible things could be punished less severely than the law permitted. Thompson probably took Mia to the remote woodland after threatening her with a firearm once she was inside the vehicle. She tried to flee there, but he caught up to her. There is evidence that he assaulted her and then strangled her with the strap of her purse. He dismembered her body and tried to dissolve the remains in chemicals after bringing it to his house. Thompson's conduct demonstrated that his crime was planned and executed without regret. For example, he ordered pizza to be delivered to his house twice on the same day that he committed these heinous deeds, and he even went to a neighboring store to buy candies. Witnesses from the area said he seemed perfectly at ease, grinning and talking to people, while the young woman's body floated in his bathroom. Unfortunately, because the chemical solution destroyed DNA, the court was unable to verify proof of an intentional assault. During questioning, Thompson himself asserted that their interaction had been voluntary. Thompson's disturbing history of voyeurism was also discovered throughout the examination. He had been seen taking pictures, watching ladies undress, and peering through windows of other women's houses. Nevertheless, the victim's concerns were unanswered, and he was never charged. Thompson was convicted in June 2023 of premeditated murder and defilement of a body by dissection. He received a life sentence in prison. He will, however, be eligible for parole after only 10 years, and history indicates that there is a good possibility he will be released. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.